Death Knights are here. That's right. March of the Lich King, it's not even out yet, but we are here today with some of the biggest names in Hearthstone, and they are going toe to frostbitten toe in our Death Knight Showmatch. Hi, I'm Garrett. I'm hosting live today from our studio in Northrend with Slissa.
Hi, so excited to watch some Death Knights today. We've been anticipating them, and there's so many runes, the frost, the blood, the unholy, and we finally get to see them in action. Super excited.
Something I've been waiting for since beta. That long ago, I played Hearthstone. I was like, I cannot wait to see what Death Knight looks in this game.
And it's here.
We're going to get a good look at it today.
Yes.
Yeah.
So excited.
It's just, do you have a favorite rune so far?
Probably unholy, but we're going to check that out soon.
Well, let's take a look at the format of day one here, and a little bit of this will spill onto day two, but we have 3 teams with 4 players on each representing the 3 runes of the Death Knight. If you play a little bit of Death Knight of Warcraft, you may be familiar with this already, but we've got the Blood, the Unholy, and the Frost runes, and those are going to be our 3 teams. But how many rounds are we working our way through, Slissa?
So there's going to be 12 rounds of competition. Everyone will play each other at least once and sometimes twice for a bonus round. We will have scoring best of 2 games. If you win your first 2 games, you will earn 3 points. If you tie 1-1, you will earn 1 point, and you will get no points for a loss.
Yeah, we can see that point structure on screen right now. Those bonus matches are going to be interesting with the repeat wins netting you 5 points, but you could potentially lose 3 if you were the initial winner.
Yeah, there's some interesting swings to the game here. We have something called the Helm of Domination. You can go on a win streak and earn bonus points for your team, 5 bonus points if you get a 3-game win streak going, and then consecutive wins after that will earn you additional points. But if you win all 12 matches, you will earn 10 extra points for your team. But someone could shut you down.
Yeah, they might be coming for that Helm of Domination, because if you get shut down, whoever takes you out, if you're under a 6 win streak, they're going to net 5 points. But if you were really marching with your Helm of Domination, if you were above a 6 win streak and someone takes you out, shuts you down, you're going to get 10 points.
Yeah, so lots of different point structures going on here. It's a round robin format, but we added in some really cool bonuses and cool ways, cool comeback mechanics.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of cool, maybe chilling, a little frosty, let's take a look at what Death Knight is bringing to Hearthstone. So. Not going to lie, I have watched that cinematic so many times, Lisa, and I still get hyped every time I see it, because just look at what Death Knight is bringing to Hearthstone and March of the Lich King. As we talked about the runes already, there are 3 rune types: Blood, Frost, and Unholy. You want to be a tanky meatbag, Blood's your game. If you like combo spells but still bringing minions, you've got Frost. And you really want to get your ghoul on.
Yeah, get
Unholy.
that ghoul on. Unholy's for you. That's for me, man. I love the wide decks, so Unholy is more my play style.
Yeah, it's not just the runes, though. We have this new corpse mechanic. What's going on with that, Slissa?
Yeah, so we're used to having a resource like mana, where you spend mana to get your cards out, but now there's an additional resource called corpses, and whenever a minion of yours dies, you will earn a corpse, and then you can spend corpse with certain cards, like this Defrost card you see right here. Draw a card, but if you have 2 corpses to spend, meaning 2 minions of yours have died, you can draw an additional card. So there are a lot of cool ways to use corpses. This is kind of a small way to use it, but there's some really beefy ways with some bigger cards that you'll see through the day.
Yeah, and then we also have the Undead showing up to Hearthstone as a new minion type. There's going to be a lot of these on display in the Death Knight cards that we see today. But I know you're out there, you've played Hearthstone before, you might be thinking to yourself, I've seen Undead before. They're being retroactively tagged with that Undead minion type. I've always wondered when they were going to be coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're here.
They are. But let's see what our competitors are going to be playing for today, because it's not just bragging rights. No, we have wonderful prizes on display, uncovered from underneath the ice of Northrend. You know, bragging rights are nice, but prizes are better. And Celissa, you're no stranger to this kind of a thing. We've got our breakdown right here. First place is going to take home $50,000. Second place, $30,000, and third place, $20,000. And you can see the breakdown per player on the right side of your screen there. Yeah, I want to ask you, Celissa, I've never been in this situation. You have been competing for prizes at this level before, and you've also won prizes at this level more than once. What's it like?
It's very exciting, but so nerve-wracking because you don't want to let your team down. That's the big thing. If you're in an individual competition, it's all on you, so it's not a big deal. But when you're representing a team and you don't want to let your teammates down, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders to earn that $50,000 prize pool. So I know where the players are coming from, and I know they've been practicing. I've watched the Frost team practice endlessly the last couple of days. I've seen Blood also a bit. So I know that they really want to win this prize pool, and I'm excited to see if their hard work's going to pay off.
Yeah, well, speaking of those teams, let's take a look at them. Let's meet our teams for our Death Knight show match today. There you have it, your Blood, your Unholy, and your Frost teams, and all of the players therein. Let's move right into Team Blood, comprised of Thijs, Cantelope, Avelline, and NoHands Gamer. The first team right off the bat, like so much talent on display.
Yeah, just an incredible team. We all love and know Thijs. He's just been such a great positive staple in this community. I love to watch his streams every morning. So excited to see him on Team Blood right next to Cantelope. And I'm so thrilled for Cantelope to be part of this event. He is such an amazing player, so positive, and I'm excited to see him at this caliber, on this level. Make sure you check him out because he is an incredible player.
Yeah, Avelline as well. I feel like every time I see Avelline on Twitter, it's accompanied by a single-digit legend rank.
Yes.
And then we have NoHands Gamer, who can actually play Hearthstone with no hands through the use of accessibility mods.
Yeah, so that's very great. He's such a great player too, previously GM, so he's going to be a great competition, but they have to defeat the Frost team, which is comprised of Alliestraza, Meati, BunnyHoppor, and the frozen Regis Killbin. This team here is comprised of not one, but two doctors. So how do you beat two doctors? I don't know.
A lot of brain power going on here, but will they get a brain freeze?
Could very well. Alliestraza over on the left, you see her in so many events and she's such a great player, but they have to beat out the Unholy team comprised of Disguise Toast, Dog, Feno, and HunterAce.
I like HunterAce. Let's get together on how we can make our hair as epic as possible. I want to talk to you. Maybe Kibler, we can make a group. Of course, Disguise Toast needs no introduction. Dog as well. Like, this is such a mix. There's so much raw Hearthstone talent, competition here, but also some of your favorite streamers and personalities.
Yeah, Feno is just such a great streamer. So, you know, he just loves the game and he loves deck building and so passionate. So I'm very excited to see him with this new class, the Death Knights. I know he's excited. I know you're excited. You've been talking about this day forever. And although they're not out yet, they will be out on December 6th for everybody. We get to showcase them live today and tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see all of the action. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our lobby matchups and see what that's going to look like when we get to our first round here today, starting with our Frost versus Blood matchups. That's going to be BunnyHoppor on Team Frost versus Thijs on Team Blood, as well as Alliestraza on Team Frost versus Cantelope on Team Blood. Who do we have in Blood and Unholy matchups?
So Blood and Unholy, we got Avelline and Feno, as well as NoHands Gamer and HunterAce. And then finally for our Unholy versus Frost, we have Dog versus Meati and Disguise Toast versus Regis Killbin, which is interesting because I do believe that those two were on a team once together for the Dollar on Heist and for the winners.
May have seen a little chatter about that on social media. Some folks thought they might be on the same team together, but nope, here they are going against each other.
They are now enemies. Who will win, friends or foes?
Yeah, but let's go ahead and take a look at our first featured matchup of the day, which is Disguised Toast versus Regis Killbin. Like you were talking about that.
Yep, Disguised Toast on the Unholy deck and Regis Killbin on the Frost deck.
Yeah, so do you have a preference between Unholy and Frost at this point?
Yeah, so for me personally, I do love the Unholy because it is more of a play style that is going a wide token style. So something more like the old school Odd Paladin and stuff like that. Murloc Shaman, which is a lot of people know is one of my favorite decks. So I do love Unholy, but I know if you're more of a combo bursty player, then Frozen's going to be for your Frost decks will be for you because they have a lot of these cool bursty mechanics.
Definitely where I'm coming from as an old school Arthas Frost DK fanboy. But that's enough about what we think. We want to hear from the players themselves on their thoughts about what Death Knight is bringing to Hearthstone and maybe what they're most excited to show us today. So let's see what our players have to say.
Well, I'm a combo player. I love the Frost attribute. Of course, it's more combo-ish. I can try and burst people down and kill them, OTK them. But since I'm Team Blood, and I've mostly focused on the blood cards, I would say that Vampiric Blood is my favorite card from the entire set. It's a nasty card. Gives you so much HP, so much heal potential. I love it.
The most exciting aspect of the March of the Lich King expansion is definitely the deck building when it comes to the Death Knights. This is something that we've never seen before within Hearthstone, so the amount of variance that could come about just from one class is pretty awesome, so I'm most excited for their Death Knight.
The most exciting part about the new expansion, I would probably say, is Death Knight. I mean, it's the obvious answer, but I prefer Death Knight way more to Demon Hunter because I feel like with Death Knight, there is something for everyone. There's Blood that likes more control. There's Frost that's more combo. And then there's Unholy that's like more mid-ranges. So I really like that aspect of the Lich King expansion.
Allie absolutely hitting on what I was most excited about when Death Knight got revealed, Slissa, which was how much depth there is to the deck building. We've never seen anything like this with the rune system with Death Knight. What do you think what do you think the differences are going to be today between the triple rune decks versus those that went 2 runes and then splashed one other color in there?
Yeah, so we're going to be able to see this today. When you deck build with runes, you can do a triple style where you have triple unholy, meaning that you could use 1, 2, or 3 unholy runes. But we also are going to see when people use a double unholy and single frost, meaning that they can add in a little bit of frost elements. They can't add in the double or triple frost though. So I think we will see some variance in styles. You could go ultra control or a bit more mid-range, and I think we will see that here today.
Well, we're also curious what you at home think. We've heard from the players, you've heard from us. Get on social media, use the hashtag #PlayHearthstone. Let us know what you're most excited about with March of the Lich King. Are you a Blood player? Are you an Unholy player? You want to bring that combo, that spell, and just sling ice shards at your opponent's faces as a Frost? Make sure to let us know on social media. Regis let us know. He said this. He said, I'm about to become Regis Chilbin with my Frost Rune teammates Alliestraza, BunnyHoppor, and Meati. Yeah, does that make Meati like a meat sickle?
No, he's the meat bag.
No, the meat bag, frozen meat bag.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You think Regis can keep his chill?
I'm not sure because he is going up against his previous teammate, Disguised Toast, and it might get a little toasty in here. He might melt.
Bring the heat. Yeah, a little spicy ghoul action with Disguised Toast representing Team Unholy for our first game highlighted here in round 1.
Yep. So Disguised Toast on Unholy and Regis Killbin on the Frost. So we will get to see how does that compare. Is Unholy supposed to beat Frost, or is Frost supposed to beat Unholy? And an interesting fact, I was kind of reading into what the players thought, and I heard them say that they both believe that they should beat out one another. The Frost team said, we will always beat out Unholy, and the Unholy team saying that they will always beat out Frost. So they both think that they have an edge on one another.
I would expect a certain level of confidence. The caliber of players we have here today, that's going to go with the territory. But yeah, you're right. You were telling me, like, going into depth about what they had to say about this, and they seemed very sure of themselves.
They did. They seemed very sure. They're like 100% we always beat Unholy. 100% we always beat Frost. Well, someone's going to lose here. I guess they could tie.
It is, but I believe we are getting into our first game here between Disguised Toast and Regis Killbin. Our first mulligan of the day, Slissa. I'm seeing some pretty expensive cards in both hands, but Disguised Toast, you know, listen, the Scourge is a really exciting legendary card available to Death Knights using at least 2 Unholy runes, but I'm not sure you want to hold on to that. Regis Killbin making his mulligan choices quite quickly. Disguised Toast having a think.
Having to think, yeah, for sure. So if you look at the screen, you'll see here that Regis Killbin on the bottom is playing the Frost deck. He is playing a double Frost single blood. So he can run blood cards, but they can have only up to 1 blood. No double or triple bloods are allowed in his deck. And since he's running a double Frost, he can't use any of the triple Frost cards. On the other side, Disguised Toast, he is on a double Unholy single blood, so he can run 1 blood.
As you can see with Heartstrike there, they kept in his opening hand.
Getting into it. Now you can see that the Lich King has a very interesting new hero power. Hero power is a 2-cost, and it has a charge ghoul that dies at the end of turn.
Yes, it's a 1/1, but again, going back to that corpse resource that we talked about earlier, those ghouls off of your hero power do count towards that corpse counter. We get Regis Killbin developing the board there with one of the new Death Knight cards, Harbinger of Winter. This is one of those 2 Frost Rune cards, which means you're going to have to dedicate your deck to at least 2 Frost Runes to be able to play this.
Well, slow start for Toast. He's not really getting any tempo he can get out, but he is just, you know, using his hero power to really get those corpse counter going. But yeah, just kind of a heavy hand. He does have a Necrotic Mortician in hand, but it's not activated, it's not yellow and shiny, so he's holding on to it right now.
Yeah, the activation on Necrotic Mortician is one we're going to see a lot today, where it says if a friendly undead minion died after your last turn, we're going to see that a few times. That is a common mechanic with this new undead minion type. And obviously, seeing the hero power used right there from the Death Knight, as you can see, there's going to be a lot of undeads dying on your last turn, because that's always an option for Death Knight with that ghoul charge hero power.
Big discover from Disguised Toast. He discovered the spell, the Scourge. It is a legendary spell for Unholy players that will fill their board with random undead.
Yes, now he is an Unholy. What's interesting about Discover, too, is you can discover outside of your rune limitations.
Yes, so even though he is playing an Unholy deck, he could find like a triple blood card, something like Vampiric Blood, something crazy. But I think it's funny, we're talking about how Unholy decks are these wide token decks. And I'm sitting here looking at Regis like he's the Unholy player. Look at how he has 5 minions on the board, and poor Toast only has the 1.
And let's look at our 6 box to see all of the games for round 1 happening simultaneously. We have, as we highlighted earlier, NoHands versus HunterAce in the bottom left there. Looks like there's a HunterAce going quite wide on his board already.
Yes, you definitely see that Unholy token that we talked about. But getting back into Regis Killbin versus Disguised Toast, Toast able to clear off a bit of minions, but yeah, so Toast needing to really develop though.
Yeah, Regis getting an interesting new legendary available to Death Knights running at least 1 Frost Rune, which is the Saurian. Quite sticky with the Reborn, Battlecry, and Death Rattle will deal 2 damage to a random enemy, so it can help you try and keep board control. specific word there, enemy, can also just turn the heat up, apply some pressure, do some damage to face.
Yep, definitely a very sticky minion with that reborn mechanic that is brought back into standard with this expansion.
It looks like that's exactly what Regis opted for, was putting on a little bit of the pressure.
No Muncher!
This is got to be one of my favorite blood cards, and it's only a single blood rune, meaning you're going to be able to have access to it without having to fully dedicate yourself to the blood rune. But it attacks the lowest health enemy at the end of turn, and it's got lifesteal on it, and it comes ready, equipped with 5 attack. You're gonna get a decent heal, and you're going to get some significant board control from No Muncher. If we're seeing blood today, I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing No Muncher.
Lots of No Muncher action.
Now, Regis has quite a few options available to him as we're heading into the mid game here. Quite a bit of mana online. And quite a bit of corpses for both players, 5 for Regis and 6 for Disguised Toast. And that's something you're going to want to keep an eye on today, that new resource, corpses.
Astalor's Bloodsworn is down. This is the new legendary, and it is not a Death Knight card. It is a neutral, and it can be found in every single player's decks today and tomorrow. Every single player opted to put this card into their deck, so obviously they find this card very powerful.
Yeah, we were talking, and I think it reminded us both a little bit of Pyros, but
yeah.
Astalor doesn't have to die. You get the next larger, more impactful version of Astalor just by playing the previous version, capping out with that, late game third version that does 8 damage, but also has that new keyword Mana Thirst that will double up on that 8 damage if you have it.
Yeah, the Mana Thirst will be exciting to see. But we look over to Disguised trying to figure out where to go here. Have 7 mana, 7 corpses. Does have a 7 mana card in hand.
Yeah, Lorthamar Theron could just opt to double the stats of all minions in his deck, but I think it's not a ton of pressure with 6 damage on board, but it's still like you got to consider, do you want to leave it up? And he decides, I'm just going to go for the value play.
Got 7 mana, I'm gonna spend 7 mana. This is the best way to do it, so. Yep, now on the other side of the board, we got Regis Killbin with Overseer Frigidara in hand. This will draw 2 spells that are Frost, or if they're Frost, then it will do 2 damage to the other side of the board.
Yeah, all enemies, which again, includes the face of Disguised Toast. But Regis is gonna get the Rime Fang Sword into play. It's a 2 Frost rune card, so you're going to have to be pretty committed to Frost if you want to play this. After your hero attacks, reduce the cost of a spell in your hand by 1. This works so well with Frost and all of the spells that they want to combo out.
Yep, it helps them go that very bursty Frost feel. So if you like that burst mechanic, Rime Fang's going to help you get there by reducing the cost of 1 spell every time you swing that sword.
This is the pressure I was talking about. I think Frost really has the capability to apply the pressure here, and we're seeing that. It all adds up. All of that chip damage, those cards that say damage to all enemies, you're going to see that across Frost multiple times. And that's what just happened there with Frigidara after drawing 2 Frost spells. So let's see how Disguised Toast is going to react to this.
Looking around, okay, 8 mana. What do we want to do with this? Invincible in hand.
If Invincible hits the board, it would be the first time I actually see Invincible. Try as I might, I still haven't been able to get this to drop in World of Warcraft.
I believe.
I'm glad you do.
And Invincible is an undead beast.
Yeah, a double minion tag there.
Yeah. New.
Quite unique.
Yes, it's new to the game. Love to see it. Undead beast.
Yeah.
Rope is burning.
Another sticky minion with the the reborn just there on the card text.
I think he might he's almost dead on board. I mean, Regis has lethal, not on board, but in hand. And I know Toast probably realizes that because he is facing a burst player. So just trying to figure out how can I get as much damage off the board as possible to save face. Because I don't think Toast has a lot of heal in this deck, in this Unholy style deck.
No, that's something that comes more with the territory of blood, and especially if you fully commit with the triple blood, they have access to quite a bit of healing, but that's not what we're seeing here. And we're gonna see these frost spells that can go face.
Howling Blast goes face. Howling Blast goes face. so much damage, and that final ghoul charge to top it off. It does not have rush, it has charge. It can go face and kills Disguised Toast. Turn 8.
Regis Killbin living up to his namesake and taking the first win of the day. Let's take a look at his winning deck and some of the key cards in there. We talked about Astalor. Didn't get to see the higher end of Astalor in that game. I love Patrick. We didn't see that. Overseer Frigidara, though, really put on a clinic, I think. That was the turn where the pressure really got applied here.
Yeah, 6 mana, 5/6, so really good stats, or not the best stats for a 6th drop, but it's drawing 2 cards and it has a mechanic to deal 2 damage to all enemies. So very powerful card. And if you guys haven't checked out Patchwork in the middle, this is one of the cards that Garrett and I have been pretty excited about.
It's such a good example, too, of what can happen when you slot in a single rune, because this is
Yep.
Frost heavy, it's double Frost Blood, but look at the legendary, just a single blood rune gives you access to with Patchwork. That is so much disruption built into a single minion.
Yes, so like if their opponent has a Sire Denathrius on board, something with lifesteal, you just want to get rid of it without letting your opponent heal up with the lifesteal. Patchwork can deal with that quite nicely.
I also want to point out the neutrals, like how many neutrals are represented. You don't need to go full bore on your runes. I'm seeing a lot of Frost represented. A nice, maybe we call it a garnish. Should we call it a garnish of blood?
Garnish of blood. It's a medium rare.
Yeah, and it's Sire Denathrius. Think we might see a little more Denath today?
I hope so, yeah, definitely. But we're gonna head into game 2 of round 1 between Regis Killbin and Disguised Toast. We're on the mulligan. A bit better of a mulligan for Disguised Toast this time. Some lighter cards in his hand that he can use early, including Nerubian Vizier.
Yes, actually ends up picking up his second copy of that as well. That's a card I think we're going to see quite a bit of today.
Yeah, it allows you to discover a spell. And again, like we talked about earlier, you get to discover spells outside of your rune. So if you are running a triple blood, you can discover a triple unholy spell. So very excellent card. I know a lot of players put this into their decks because they saw how much power it has.
It was one of my first questions when I was learning about how runes function, was like, wait, can I discover outside of my runes? And the answer came through very quickly, like, yes,
Yep.
yes, you can.
And that's why a lot of players also tacked in School Teacher. School Teacher, you can see that Regis Killbin just drew. That School Teacher, it has the Nagaling that can discover spells as well. So again, outside of your rune, you can discover.
We already know there's a Thessarian in Regis's deck, but here he has the chance to pick up another one, get past that pesky 1 legendary limitation of deck lists.
So pesky. How rude.
Could Horde of Winter here decides not to? Another double Frost card that refreshes 2 mana crystals.
I think we'll see a Nerubian Vizier out of Toast. Oh, he's looking around. Oh, decides to
disagrees.
graveyard. Yeah, he wants to get his board nice and sticky. Totally understand that. So getting that token started going, but Regis does have a little bit of a solution with Thessarian. Again, it's going to deal 2 damage to a random enemy. Went face.
Went face, did not take
I don't
out
care about minions. I go
either.
face.
Yeah, we're gonna see Bonebreaker in action here. Gonna deal 2 damage to the enemy hero after your hero attacks. So it keeps putting on the pressure while controlling the board. But I love the shambling zombies. They're so sticky with that reborn, and they really speak to what Unholy shines at. Because even if these get removed, think of how many corpses it has added to the count. It's 4 corpses over the course of all of those reborns.
Now I know we can't see exactly what Toast is looking at, but he's discovering between Obliterate, Anti-Magic Shell, and Plagued Grain. Those are the 3 spells he was offered. Plagued Grain is a triple unholy, so that could be very interesting in his deck. It allows him to gain 4 corpses.
Yeah, we can see it now on the side-by-side.
We see it now. It's a shuffle 4 crates into your deck that summon a 2/2 undead when drawn. I could see that, but also Anti-Magic Shell has a lot of synergy because he already does have some sticky minions on his board. So this is a nice buff for those. So I see him kind of deciding between that, or does he think he needs Obliterate to get through some pesky taunt? probably what's going through his head. He does decide on the Obliterate. So that is what his Nagaling will have, as a Obliterate, just to get through any sort of taunt that might stop him or put him, give him a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, now it goes back over to Regis with 5 mana available. You know, looks like he's thinking this area was so good last turn, maybe I'll do it again.
Double, yeah, legendary into legendary. How many in a row can I play?
Who said you can only play one Thessarian?
No.
We're gonna see 4 by the end of this if they even die, because they both still have their reborns active. A little bit of board control coming down with the added control of Noxious Cadaver.
Yep, that's that single blood card that he got to sprinkle into his Frost deck.
Yeah, but again, the Bone Breaker just really showing how you can control the board, but continue applying chip damage pressure as a Frost Death Knight. Disguised Toast is going to answer with Tomb Guardians. More low stat, but extremely sticky, and maybe not the easiest to deal with minions.
I do love this play. He chipped away at Thessarian so that when Thessarian trades into the taunt, it will die. And then afterwards plays the Battlefield Necromancer to raise a corpse as a 1/2 Risen Footman, which you can see in that taunt right there. Now, anytime you raise a corpse, it's not going to give you any more economy for your corpses. So if that dies, he won't get a corpse for his corpse counter, and he needs some. He has 0 right now, but
yeah, I'm curious to see what Killbin's gonna do here.
yeah, this is the first time he really has to react to that wide board we were talking about.
It's a question I think Frost is going to get into when you've got what Killbin has here with a double Howling Blast in hand. Yes, it can help you control the board here, but do you want to sacrifice potential bursts that could help you close out the game just to get rid of some 2/2s that are gonna come back as 2/1s because they both still have their reborn active?
Yeah, if he had a... Yeah, it's a little shaky here, but he decides to go with the double Howling Blast face just to clear up all that 2 health minions. Now he will have to deal with the reborns and have to deal with that final minion unless he just decides to go face. He does kill off his Thessarian. Oh, hits the minion, so does clear the board off and decides to just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think the random damage went where Regis wanted it to go that time. We're gonna see Vizier finally hit the board.
Yep.
And Discover coming back up for Disguised Toast has some more options here.
There we
Nothing
go.
triple rune.
No, we got some blood. So the blood tap, he can give his hand 1/1, spend 3 corpses to give him 1/1 more. He has 6 corpses now.
Yeah, it would only consume about half of his corpses. It looks like that's the way he's going, especially that nice mana discount.
Yeah, it will cost 0 to play, and he has 5 minions in hand, so it is a nice, way to get that tempo out and kind of earn the board back for him. And another Nerubian Vizier is looking at.
Yeah.
Or does he want to just put out a Stitch Giant? It's quite large.
Even bigger. Even larger after that blood tap came down, but decides, why choose? I'm going to do Bone Digger Geist and Stitch Giant, getting 1 more discount after Geist hits the board.
Yeah, this is not what Regis wants to see. So he's going to get his school teacher out, look for some sort of spell that can help him handle, and another Howling Blast, Anti-Magic Shell, which you guys are probably familiar with from back when Lich King was in Standard. This was a spell that you got off of it, though slightly changed, a little bit toned down.
Not as much stats, but comes earlier at that 3 mana cost.
Yeah. Decides to grab that Howling Blast. Remember, Howling Blast has a freeze mechanic wherever you point it. So while it does 3 damage, it will also freeze. So this will help that 10/10 not attack for 1 turn. Keep that big boy down.
The first Howling Blast we've seen not go face.
Yeah.
But with the 10/10 on board, you're gonna want that stall mechanic. Even though Regis, sitting pretty healthy at 34 health.
But he doesn't have many cards left, and I don't see any draw in his hand. He has 1 more Discover.
No.
He has a reduction in cost for spells with no spells in hand.
No,
So
Nerubian Vizier will let him find 1, but Nerubian Vizier also comes with its own built-in discount, so I'm not sure how much Rhyme Fang Sword is really playing into his consideration there. Looks like this guy's toasting about getting rid of the one Thessarian that will not return to the board afterwards. And it looks like we're gonna see some combo double battle cries popping off because Bran just hit the board.
Oh man, he picked so fast. He skipped over.
That was a snap pick of a Death Strike, which is a new card, single blood rune.
There was a frost worm there though, which
Life
was
steal, deals 6 damage per minion.
Yeah, I really wanted to see the frost worm, but he went quickly to that life steal Death Strike, realizing he's at 13 health and how bursty his opponent Regis can be. He just wanted that life steal. Now there is another life steal option on the other side, that Blood Boil. Infect all enemy minions at the end of your turns. They take 2 damage. So every single turn, you'll heal for 2 damage per minion that has this Blood Boil. But he already got 1 life steal. Does he need another? Does he want to get more development on board with the Guardians? And yeah, that's what he decides, which I totally agree with. He already has the 1 life steal. He doesn't need to double down.
He can mitigate damage through healing, or he can mitigate damage by not taking it.
Yeah. So I like that he's got a little bit of variety with what he chose here. And a top deck of Bran for Regis Killbin. And again, we're going to see that double Nerubian. Discover, another Death Strike, Obliterate, or a Plague Strike, dealing 3 damage to a minion. Oh, decides to go with the Death Strike as well.
Realizing he has no more way to stall the damage.
He got the Frostworm's Fury. Thank you, Regis.
That is a very exciting spell that I'm sure we will see more than once today. Frostworm Fury brings serious damage and board development and stall all at once.
It has it all. It freezes all enemy minions. It deals 5 damage. It makes a 5/5. It has everything. And it's only 4 mana, which is insane.
That was a massive swing turn for Regis, putting himself back up to 40 and no longer under threat of the 10 damage of that Stitch Giant. But Disguised Toast has plenty of mana and plenty of options. Can stall more with getting the 2 taunts of the Tomb Guardians out, has access to 6 lifesteal and removal himself through the Death Strike, and still just sitting on 3 minions on board that have a good amount of attack that trade well with the current state of the board. But it looks like he's considering applying the pressure.
I mean, he just top decked the Scourge. He can't play it this turn, but he needs to think of how can I tempo this out next turn. So he's trying to figure out the best way that he can deal with this board so that next turn, if he loses his board, he can tempo out the Scourge. Fill your board with random undead. So he got some taunts out with Reborn. That is a massive stall for him. And if they clear the board, he has that refill of the Scourge now. He also has the refill with the Army of the Dead. So a lot of options for Toast. Looked at using Obliterate, but decides to pass on it.
Oh, Theotar could really mess up Disguised Toast's plan here.
He could just take this, it's full information. Now, he only has 9 mana, so he can only decide, oh wait, no, because he can use his weapon and use both cards in hand if he would like. He could both use his Frost, because his Frostworm will get reduced from his Rhymefang Sword. 3 mana, go face for 5, make a 5/5, freeze everything.
Just decide to pull the Death Knight emergency brake. And I'm curious how he's going to throw a monkey wrench into Toast's plans here with Theotar.
I will take your Scourge, please, thank you.
You can see him hovering. Yeah.
Did it not work? Oh, does it not work if he has nothing to give him?
That appears to be the case.
Oh, he got nothing. He got to play a 6 mana 4/4.
He got a 4/4.
He got a 4/4 out of this. Okay.
And
Yeah, that tempo good.
The minions are frozen for another turn, and I'm not seeing any other taunts in Toast's hands.
Yeah.
But Army of the Dead will bring a lot more rush to the board, which should give him the clear he's looking for. He will not get full value, though, of that up to 5 corpses unless he makes more space, which it looks like Toast is going for right now.
Now he's technically on a clock. Regis can push the button 6 times, go face 6 times, and win in 6 turns. So Toast does need to find a little bit of more health or taunt. I'm not sure
Yeah, well, with
Maybe
Battlefield,
Toast could probably win in 6 turns with all this stuff too.
Battlefield Necromancer is going to bring 1 taunt, and with 1 more corpse in the wings for Disguised Toast, there will be 1 more 1/2 taunt at the end of Disguised Toast next turn, unless Regis finds a way to deal with Battlefield Necromancer, which at the moment is just Glacial Advance.
So Glacial Advance can go face. It deals 4 damage. So he just needs to pick up 1 more spell. Or, you know, he can run the ghoul into the 1/2 so that he can kill it in 2 turns. And then get... it's pretty rough,
He's
but...
setting himself up for the win here. He's putting Disguised Toast as low as he possibly can so that if he top decks any face damage, he can bring this down. But here comes Sire Denathrius. And I don't think that's what Regis was looking for.
Especially with Bran on the board. Got to double up that lifesteal, getting back up to 12 health.
Bonebreaker off the top.
Regis.
Would have done it if not for that Sire Denathrius.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get him down to 10, but that is it. And Disguised Toast will take game 2, meaning we got ourselves a tie between the
1-1.
Frost and the Unholy.
That's 1 point to each player.
Yeah.
I do believe we're going to be jumping right into BunnyHoppor versus Thijs, already in progress. Both pretty healthy, despite the high mana counts.
Yeah, so we see Thijs is on Blood over there, and he's playing the... I believe he's playing the Triple Blood deck, because I do see a Triple Blood in his hand. I'll get confirmation on that. And BunnyHoppor on the Frost team. I believe he is playing the Triple Frost deck as well, if I remember correctly. And his Triple Frost deck is pretty interesting. He was running a dragon build, like a dragon synergy build with the Triple Frost. So very excited to see his deck play out.
Not something I saw coming at all, and I think it's super interesting that we're seeing Blood Death Knights experiment with those dragon archetypes.
Yeah.
A 5-2 versus old favorite Blood Mage Thalnos at the moment. It's like Noxious Cadaver is going to bring that board state back to nil for Thijs. What we're looking at on corpses is 7 versus 6 in the favor of Thijs. Does have Corpse Explosion in hand. So if he ends up staring down a wide board, Corpse Explosion will help him get back in the game.
New Astalor, the Flamebringer, deal 8 damage randomly split. And if he has Mana Thirst, meaning he has at least 10 mana, he can do 8 more damage. Beautiful animation. I love that animation so much.
And we're gonna see baby Astalor come down
Baby Astalor.
against his big brother.
Yeah, it also had the Mana Thirst too, so instead of dealing 2 damage, it's going to deal 2 damage with that Mana Thirst.
Yeah, there we see Horn of Winter use. We've looked at it a few times in our games already. Haven't seen it used. Refreshes 2 mana. Gives BunnyHoppor a little more overhead to get a few more plays in.
I do feel like this is going to be a nice long game between the two. I could see a lot of health and stall in Thijs' deck, especially with the Mistress. It is a Prince Renathal deck, as you can see, so just lots of ways to stall. And I know that BunnyHoppor is running a pretty greedy deck. So greedy decks can work well versus the more control style. But look at this Bone Lord Frost Whisper in hand.
This is such an interesting card. Not looking like BunnyHoppor is considering it.
Yeah, so the way that Bone Lord works, a Frost Whisper, is for the rest of your game, your first card each turn costs 0. So that 10 mana, 9 mana cards he has in hand, those are going to cost nothing.
But there's a catch.
Yeah, there's a catch. You die in 3 turns. If you don't win in 3 turns, you're just dead.
You put yourself on a timer.
Yep, you're on the clock. You gotta win in 3 turns. So basically, you're gonna have to wait to play this out until you think you've developed enough cards in hand where you're like, all right, I can go for this. I think I have enough. So it's a death rattle, so you maybe put it out 1 turn early or something.
Oh, major board control just came down from the triple Blood Rune card of Soul Stealer with the battle cry that destroys all other minions. and you gain 1 corpse for each enemy minion destroyed for your trouble.
Yeah.
You still get the corpses from your own minions.
Yeah. So this card you're not going to see a ton unless you're facing triple blood, because it is a triple blood card. So you're not going to see it ran in someone playing Frost or Unholy decks, because they just can't fit a triple into their deck. They can only fit a single blood. But we see it. Thessarian is down again. A lot of people are running this card. Very powerful, legendary.
And Thessarian does have that new undead minion tag, which means our old favorites like Amalgam of the Deep gonna come down and just say, hey, I want more undead.
Me like the undead, yes.
All new undead cards on display here with Malignant Horror, Skeletal Sidekick, and Noxious Cadaver for BunnyHoppor to choose between.
He's looking for ways that he can get, that Bone Lord down and then just really pop off. So I think picking the highest mana card, just the most value he can get out of it. It has Reborn. At the end of your turn, spend 5 corpses to summon a copy of this minion. So it's a double Reborn minion. That's a lot of stats on the board that his opponent has to deal with. And I don't know if Thijs has what he can do to deal with that. I guess he does have a lot of board clear. And top decks of Vampiric Blood. So much health added to his hero. 10 health.
And it is additive. So if Thijs was currently at 40, it would have put him to 45.
For 50, because of the corpse that he spent.
That's
to
right,
get him
he
up
also
to
has
50, yeah. So it's not a restore health, yeah, it's an add health. So
Exactly.
very cool mechanic that I don't think we've seen that before, where we're adding health besides Renathal.
No, we're gonna see some more double battle cries off of Vizier on Bronzebeard. I'm curious if that's a combo we'll see multiple times today. Already have. Between Runeforging Blood Boil and Tomb Guardians.
So decides to take the Tomb Guardians. Yeah, that's board development. It's very sticky.
It's fuel for Denathrius.
Fuel,
That is already
yes.
sitting at 22 damage.
Oh man,
But-
that Denathrius is.
Tomb Guardians is potentially 4 more ticks for Denathrius on top of the ticks that come from the Death Knight's hero power of Ghoul Charge. And both our players right now have Denathrius in hand, so I think they're just kind of happy to watch their minions die.
Yes, like this is disgusting.
Very on brand for Death Knights.
Yes, and I believe both players are running Theatar as well. So we see Spammy hitting the field. A lot of players running Spammy, the players who aren't in the Unholy, because they see how much damage it can do to those reborn sticky minions.
It's Defile on a stick, a 3/4 stick.
Ooh, so BunnyHoppor quite close to lethal, having 31 damage in the Sire. So curious to see if he will throw down that Bone Lord Frost Whisper. Decides not to yet, and then just try and deal with the board so that Sire can go face.
You're already so close that I don't think you need to risk it with the Bone Lord Frost Whisper.
That's
at
true, it
this
is a big
time.
risk. I could see that for sure.
Really good example of what you talked about earlier about how BunnyHoppor is playing a fairly greedy deck,
Yep.
but it matches up well against the speed and more moderate pressure of what Thijs's deck can put on.
Muncher! Another one down, like we talked about earlier. We thought we'd see a lot of these.
It should put him just out of range of Sire Denathrius.
Is it? Oh, it is.
And if he if he wants to
yeah.
clear No Muncher with minions, it's going to heal. It's going to heal Thijs more because
Yeah.
No Muncher keeps that lifesteal.
That is true. He has a Howling Blast in hand that can deal with the No Muncher without letting him heal. He also has, Remorseless Winter, the card that Paladins wish they had. Remorseless Winter dealing 2 damage to all enemies, just like Consecrate, but draws a card. That's pretty nice. So yeah, it uses the Howling Blast kind of like I thought, so that it doesn't heal, and then drops that Bone Lord Frost Whisper saying, hey, I'm on the clock, let's go. It's not on the clock yet because it is a Death Rattle card, it needs to die. And look at the Malignant Horror. I didn't realize at the end of each turn, it would spend 5 corpses and summon another copy.
It'll chew through those corpses real quick. BunnyHoppor was sitting on quite a few before and is now down to only 1 lowly corpse. That's a pretty barren graveyard.
Yeah. So, I mean, Thijs does have some lifesteal opportunity, doesn't he? Does he have blood?
It does have blood boil.
That
That
blood
would
boil.
be a good amount of healing because that will infect all 5 minions on the side of BunnyHoppor. And blood boil also has that built-in lifesteal.
Yep, uses the corpse explosion. The animation's so awesome. So not gonna get any heal with that, but we'll be able to deal with the full board. So just is trusting that Bunny does not have enough in hand to deal. He's just gonna clear the board off. Because no, Bunny doesn't have a Sire Denathrius. He doesn't have 41 damage that shoots me in the face.
But he does.
He does, ending the game. And they end up in a tie. BunnyHoppor 1, Thijs 1, each earning their team 1 point. So let's hop on over to NoHands Gamer and HunterAce, Blood versus Unholy.
Quite you want to talk about a wide board, don't get any wider than that from HunterAce. Looks like HunterAce already up 1 game versus NoHands Gamer.
Yep, it has the Sire Denathrius in hand. Again, we've seen players do great with this. NoHands Gamer uses the patchwork to destroy the Sire Denathrius. We see the power of that with Brand. Yes, he just leaves him with a 0 mana card, refresh 2 mana. So the Horn of Winter isn't going to do much when he has nothing to spend.
We now know who kills Denathrius. It was Patchwork.
It was Patchwork. I did this, he says. Oh, and HunterAce concedes with the loss of that Sire Denathrius. He's, I'm out.
Too much on board. Just decides to tap right out. That's our first round.
So good. There was a lot of ties there. Was the last one a tie or was it 2-0?
That was a 2-0.
Oh, was it 2-0?
It was a 2-0
okay,
in favor
I missed that.
of HunterAce. Yeah, but all right, that's round 1. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 2. And we're going to see these
Howling Blast goes face.
Welcome back to the Death Knight show match. We just wrapped up round 1, and we'll be heading into round 2 very shortly. I want to know if I can take home that Frostmourne. I don't think they'll let me.
I don't think so. I think they'll get mad if you even touch it.
How fast can you run? I think you're in more comfortable shoes than me today.
I am. I'm not wearing heels or anything, but I'm not the fastest runner. Sorry.
Well, let's take a look at what we just saw in round 1. We had some rather bombastic plays right out the gate. We're going to see a highlight here from Dog versus Meati. We're going to see the Scourge come down and just fill the board with so much value for Dog.
The undead have risen.
These boards are insane. Look how wide this was for Feno. But look at Avelline find ways to claw back into this.
Kept soul stealing, getting rid of that whole board and earning corpses for every single minion on the opponent's side. Allie, looking quite chilly versus her friend Cantelope over there. Hopefully she keeps warm, but takes so much damage.
That Mana Thirst is insane. All right, let's take a look at Disguised Toast's deck list. We didn't have a chance to take a peek at this quite yet, but we were talking about that Invincible. Didn't get to see it come down, but you can see it here being a key card to what Toast is trying to do here. Just some really big value minions.
Yep.
In his double Unholy Frost list here.
Yeah, you can see that they're really trying to get a big token board going with a large, hefty minions. You can see that Battlecry, double the stats of all the minions in your deck. We got to see him play that card. So just, if you're into that style of gameplay, if you really like to go wide, make big minions, go face, this is the deck for you. Maybe not this exact version. Maybe you don't want the Frost, maybe you want 1 blood, maybe you like the full triple Unholy. That's where I'm interested in, is the full triple. But yeah, this is a really cool deck that Toast got to present to us.
maybe you want a little more Frost. I would have went for some little card draw. Frost, or no, it's there in the defrost. But let's take a look at the results from round 1 here. We've got some ties, but I also see a couple 2-0s there. Cantelope getting some points over Alliestraza there, and Dog over Meati.
Oh, wow.
Bit of the, the old school versus the new school there with Dog versus Meati.
I'd like to see so many ties, actually, because, I was really concerned that this would be a paper, rock, scissors event where you just see, control, destroy, aggro, and this, that, and the other. But we're seeing that there is, some ties. It's more balanced than you would think. And
we have an overall tie between 2 of our teams. Blood and Team Unholy still both sitting at 6 points with Team Frost down at 2.
Oh, they need to make a little bit of a comeback.
School Frosty Death Knight Heart.
Yeah, there's so many comeback mechanics for points, though. They could end a win streak from others. They could get a win streak themselves. So we saw that Bunny, I think that he got the second win, right? So if he 2-0s Feno in this next matchup, he could go on a win streak and get bonus points. So they have plenty of time to come back. And tomorrow we have an exciting way for them to challenge more points. We're not going to get into that yet, but you have to tune in tomorrow to watch that go down.
Yeah, but you don't have to wait for round 2. Let's take a look at our round 2 matchups. So we're kicking things off with Frost versus Unholy. We've got BunnyHoppor on Frost versus Feno representing Unholy DKs. We also have Alliestraza representing Team Frost versus HunterAce from Team Unholy. Who do we have on the Blood versus Frost matchups?
Yeah, we got Avelline versus Meati, Frost versus the Blood, and then NoHands Gamer versus Regis Killbin, and finally we got Dog versus Thijs. Oh, that's an exciting one to watch. 2 old school players, Dog and Thijs, and then we have Disguised Toast versus Cantelope. So we're gonna see how these pan out. So, everyone's gonna face each other at least once from the other teams, but we're gonna focus in on Avelline versus Meati, that Blood versus Frost.
Meati looks in the zone, looking comfy. We even have the potential to have a Helm of Domination handed out after this.
Oh, we do, yeah. So Helm of Domination, remember, that's when you get at least 3 wins in a row. You're gonna earn your team some bonus points. Avelline's on a triple Blood deck from what I remember. I'm pretty sure, so I'm hopefully get to see some triple Blood cards, while Meati, on the other hand, he's playing a triple Frost deck. So triple v triple is gonna be interesting. We already see that triple Frost card in his hand.
Yeah, Frostworm's Fury, it is, might be the card I'm the most excited for from the set. It just brings so much power and is such a capstone to what you can do if you fully commit to Frost.
It reminds me of a few different cards. What's the old mage card that would deal 5 damage to a minion and summon a minion? A random minion that was like a 6-drop. I forget the name of the card, but it was pretty cool. And it reminds me a lot of that in a mix of like Ultimate
Infestation was what I was thinking.
Where it like makes a 5/5, does 5 damage, and does something else. It doesn't draw a bunch of cards like UI did, but
Just ask, yo, do you like value?
I like value.
And it brings it.
You like to see it.
Meati starting things off, developing Harbinger of Winter, and getting his first corpse tucked away via the Ghoul Charge Death Knight hero power. Avelline is going to answer by cleaning up that board with her own Ghoul Charge.
Yep, this last turn she drew Vampiric Blood, which is that triple Blood card that gives your hero 5 health, but spend 3 corpse to gain 5 more health. So could she have tempoed that out? Yes. Would she have gotten the extra 5 health? No. So she's gonna wait to use that card until she has 3 corpses to spend on it, meaning that she could use like her hero power to get those corpses. But she's going to tempo out a 2/3 to discover, and this is a discover based on corpses as well. Spend a corpse to discover a Blood Rune card and picks up a Blood Boil, a Lifesteal card.
Yeah, Hematurge has more than just fabulous hair. Hematurge brings fabulous discovers.
There's a lot of fabulous hair going on her side of the board. The Astellar Bloodsworn has fabulous hair. Like, I'm digging it.
Maybe even Vizier behind that rather extravagant headpiece.
Do I have the worst hair here?
No.
Like, if we compare it all, I think I have the worst hair
I disagree.
out of the minions on board.
No one can see those curls right now, but they are on point.
Alrighty, so
Avelline, seeing how she's going to react, decides, hey, I like what you're doing with your weapon. I'm going to have a little fun myself with Soulbreaker, which has the addition of after your hero attacks and kills a minion, you gain 2 corpses.
which means she can use her vampiric blood and draw another vampiric blood.
Yeah, while your opponent might be like, thanks for killing my minion, thanks for the corpse, you're like, well, haha, I got 2.
Yeah. Watch me go.
So we're up to 6 mana and getting Marrow Manipulator right off the top there for Meati, but Meati deciding no, not ready for that. Would have consumed all 5 of the corpses Meati's currently sitting on top of.
Yeah, Marrow Manipulator just doles out 10 damage if you can spend 5 corpses.
And
it's 2 damage per randomly split amongst enemy.
A lot of potential control options here for Meati between the Blood Boil, the Asphyxiate, or the Frost Strike.
Yeah, Frost Strike, I mean, it only damages a minion. So I think he was looking for more burst damage, which he didn't receive there. Gonna look for more burst again, and just not getting it. He has a Transform card, which is interesting. Transform can help you deal with certain minions that might have lifesteal or something like that. So some options there, but I just don't think this is what he was looking for.
It can help you get more value out of the minion that you get off of your hero power as a Death Knight as well, because it is an undead, so it works with that Dark Transformation card, and that's what Meati decides to pick up. And with that discount, not going to cost Meati anything if he decides to get his Dark Transformation on. We're looking like we're going to see Blood Boil come out, going to infect both Viziers on board, so they're both going to go down to 2/2s, and Avelline is going to get healed for 4 for her trouble. As well as the Body Bagger coming down. Just get 1 more corpse in there and a little bit of board development.
Yeah, and I really like this Blood Boil because she doesn't even have to, you know, trade into these minions next turn because they're just gonna die because they still have the Blood Boil on them. Every single turn, they're gonna take 2. So every single turn, she's gonna get the lifesteal. But me decides, no, you're not. Not if I have anything to say about it. I'm gonna transform this into a 4/5, and now I'm gonna go face. I'm gonna hit you with all the corpse value I can, spending each corpse and every corpse spent dealing 2 damage to a random enemy. Oh wait, there's 1 enemy, your face. You're gonna take it.
Does put Meati down to no corpses to play with at that point. But taking a quick look at things, doesn't look like Meati even has a way to burn corpses. No, there's 1 more Manipulator in hand, so that Manipulator not gonna get much done until we build up Meati's corpse count again. But it looks like we might see Vampiric Blood.
Avelline looking at her shiny yellow card. Vampiric Blood, more health. So how much health has she's gained? 20 health, right? And she started at 40, so she has 60 health, so she can heal for 20 more. Oh, that's a lot of health.
Vampiric Blood is such a hype card.
She can discover more of them too.
Then after that, you get to draw a card for your trouble.
Yep.
As if all that health gain wasn't enough.
So greedy. Astolor the Protector coming down.
Then, I wasn't done healing. Now I want armor on top of all of the health that I get to enjoy. And let's just get a Lifesteal Murloc on board. With good old Murlocula.
I love Murlocs. But yeah, Astolor, because of As of the Mana Thirst, she was on exactly 7 mana. She only has to spend the 5 for it, but gains the 5 armor. So very exciting. And by 10 mana, her final Astolor will deal 16 damage.
Meati already have it, sitting on a decent board, but so is Avelline. This is the kind of situation where if Meati was sitting on a lot of corpses, I think we would see the other Manipulator come down, but Meati only has that 1 lone corpse. And it certainly could generate more by trading here, but then you don't need the extra control that Manipulator brings to the party. Just deciding to do what Frost does and go face. Says, you know what? 5 mana for 5 damage, freezing the board, and giving myself a 5/5 Frostworm. That seems like a pretty decent deal. Let's take it, and passes it back over to Avelline, who's now only at 29 health.
Only. 1 less than what most people originally start with. But I think we're going to see this a lot out of Meati, everything going face. Because he knows that I have to use every single opportunity to go face. Because that's how you win, right?
And it was a good call there, because he does not have the chance to continue applying pressure with those minions, because they don't exist anymore. Soul Stealer stole them.
Lady Death Whisper is in hand for Meati.
Gorgeous diamond animation.
Yes, and this has a death rattle. Copy all the spells in your hand. I think it's
Frost spells.
Frost spells, exactly, yes. All the frost spells in hand will get copied. He did just spend a couple, but keep in mind his hand's pretty full. He'll have to spend it, get rid of a few cards so he could play this out. Overseer Frigidaire even draws frost spells for him, or spells, and if their frost does 2 damage.
Which if you're piloting a frost deck, it's likely going to be frost, and they were.
Yep.
Seeing that trigger, that extra 2 damage going out, and getting rid of that frost strike.
Oh, is he discovering another? Oh, okay.
Well, Glacial Advance can go face, and so once Lady Deathwhisper comes down, we've got multiple Glacial Advances, a Howling Blast in hand. Those are going to get duplicated by the Deathwhisper. There's going to be so much potential burn in hand once that Lady Deathwhisper comes down. But Meati's, again, as you pointed out, gonna have to make room for it.
Yeah, lots of cards in hand that he'll have to get rid of.
Our buddy No Muncher is back.
Ooh, No Muncher.
That's gonna deal with the Frigidara and put Avelline back to an even 30 because of the lifesteal that's built into that No Muncher. Rime Sculptor would apply some pressure here. Puts out 2 2-1 Rime Elementals that have the death rattle of dealing 2 damage to a random enemy, so they do have the potential of going face. There's so much of that happening in Frost.
Yeah, he needs to figure out a way to deal with the No Muncher without her healing, because, you know, at every point of heal that Avelline gets is a concern for Meati, because she just has so much health potential. So I'm curious if he'll allow her to heal for 5, or maybe he'll Howling Blast face so that she doesn't get the heal, and he does decide to do that, freezes face, and gets to kill the No Muncher without it gaining any more life steal.
And continue pressuring there
Another ping
with that Bone Breaker.
Yeah, Patchwork in hand for Avelline. Not a great turn to Patchwork, though. Patchwork deals with 1 minion on board randomly, so it's really nice when your opponent just has like 1 beefy minion on board. But when they have a bunch of like little tokens, it's not as valuable.
And 3 of the 4 minions have death rattles, and I'm pretty sure Meati would be happy with any of them going off.
Yeah.
Especially Lady Deathwhisper, now that Meati has made room for those frost spells to get duplicated.
Meati's jamming. He's feeling confident, I think. I see him dancing over there.
I'd be feeling good, but if I was Avelline, I'd also be keeping an eye on my Sire Denathrius and how high up that Battlecry damage is getting.
Avelline looks chill. She looks cool, calm, and collected right now. What I can see. She's just chilling.
Off-brand for the Blood Death Knight, though.
Yeah,
To be that chill.
a little bit.
If I'm being honest.
So she looks at the Astalor.
Says, you know what, Mana Thirst seems good. I am thirsty.
Yeah.
Let's get all of the damage on the board.
Safe.
And Meati says, that's cool. I would like all of the damage in my hand, please.
She's probably quite thrilled that this 2 damage pings both hit her Astalor, saving her face a bit. You know, she knows every point of damage matters.
I'm sure she saw just how many cards duplicated in his hand, too, when that Death Whisper went down.
It's a good bit of information for Avelline. She now knows just how many spells are in Meati's hand.
But in the background here, Meati has restored his graveyard, sitting on 9 corpses, meaning Manipulator is back on the menu. And it's looking like that's the way he's going to go. I would be I was about to say, I would be very surprised if that does not deal with the Astalor Flamebringer.
Sire Denathrius getting a look at from Avelline. It is a nice heal for her. And deals with the board and puts her into a lethal range so she can kill Meati next turn. Meati's on the clock now. It was a big swing for her with that Sire Denathrius.
This is what is possible with Blood. They can look a little slow out the gate, but I mean, if you're a traditional control player, you are used to that, and you look for those big swings where you stabilize and put the balance of power back in your favor, and that's exactly what Avelline did just there.
So Meati picks up Frostworm, which would freeze it, but is going to use Asphyxiate because that just kills it.
1 mana with the discount that was on Asphyxiate. Let's just get rid of that and not worry about there being any chance of more lifesteal coming off of that 10 attack Denathrius.
Able to deal with the board, able to develop a board, able to, you know, but he doesn't have a lot of health, and I'd be afraid.
And Avelline has 3 damage in hand right now via Soulbreaker.
That's a 2-turn lethal.
Yes, plus the additional chip damage of Gold Charge. Meati does not have a taunt in the way, so Avelline could put Meati to 2.
Yeah.
But with this much mana in play, we've been at 10 mana for quite a bit here. Considering the disruption of a patchwork.
Deals with the biggest minion on board.
And doesn't trigger those death rattles, which could have equaled more face damage for Avelline, which Meati's probably rooting for at this point with this much, cheap burn in hand.
She's able to burn the Astalor Bloodsworn as well as the Harbinger of Winter, so not that powerful of cards as is. Didn't burn any crazy heal. I think that's what she was.
Oh, the Blood Mage Thalnos off the top is interesting though, because it does bring the 1 spell damage. I know it's easy to think of Thalnos as your buddy who just gives you a card when he dies.
But he's about to die. He's at 3. He has to heal this turn or get taunt or something. He can't just I'm gonna go face now.
Frostworm
He can't
Fury.
freeze face though. If he freezes face and deals with the board, then he can, because I don't think he can look for heal at this point. I think he has to hope she has no damage from hand. I need to freeze her face.
You can't. It's only enemy minions.
Does he not? He has the Howling, right?
Oh, the Howling.
Yeah, Howling.
That's correct.
Howling, go face.
Can you tell I'm excited about Frostworm's Fury?
Yeah, I am too. Play the card.
Does get the freeze out. Ghoul would put Meati to 2. Just came off the top there. Famished, Fool. Could find something off of the draw.
She's looking at that Ghoul, gonna. Ooh. The minion Rush.
Yeah, it summons a 2/2 with Rush that can just, attack again right away, which means this Blood Boil is going to clear the board. Again, Blood Boil brings that lifesteal, yeah.
Yep.
There's so much healing in Avelline's deck.
Now, Meati was not able to pick up another way to freeze face. He has some draw in hand, so he can look for a way to freeze face. And he's going to do that. He's going to defrost to look.
Spammy isn't it. Horn
No.
of Winter isn't it. I know
No.
it looks frosty, but it doesn't bring any freeze.
This is not looking good. He has another draw card in hand. It is expensive. Though he did just... Oh, and there's another draw card. He's sick of drawing. He
But
just
it
wants
puts him
what
down
he
to
wants.
1 mana. Even if he found the Howling Blast,
Oh.
he wouldn't have the mana to cast it.
No, this is a GG from Meati. Ends turns. And Patchwork seals the deal. Avelline gonna take the first game in this match. 1-0 Blood over Frost.
Yeah, congratulations to Avelline and congratulations to Patchwork for sealing the deal there.
Little information on Avelline. She has reached #1 in ladder before. She's a very competitive player, plays Master Stores. So high ranked. Her favorite competitor is Jay Alexander. And here are some of her practice buddies.
Yeah, shout out to Mad Thanos and Bruto. Let's take a look at Avelline's deck. Just served her quite well. We certainly know now the power of Vampiric Blood and just how safe it can make a Blood Death Knight deck.
And Avelline agrees, no Muncher is very good. It's only a single blood, so a lot of people can use this card, and it just has so much lifesteal. It basically has Rush because at the end of turn it attacks the lowest health enemy. It even does it when frozen.
Yeah.
You freeze that minion, it's still gonna attack in the turn.
Well, we're heading straight into game 2 here between Avelline and Meati. Avelline already putting 1 point up on the board. And both with decent starting hands, lower cost. They both have low cost minions that they can deploy relatively early. Meati getting Bonebreaker right off the bat here to control the board and send the first 2 damage of chip.
I'm sure Meati's feeling a little worried because we saw before that the freeze competitors are losing. They're down, they only have 2 points right now.
No, the Frost competitors,
Yeah.
it's because they have a surprisingly low amount of actual freeze mechanics.
Yeah. So yeah, they are down, and I'm looking at another screen and I see Alliestraza is also down to HunterAce right now. The Frost team is looking a little dicey, which I'm kind of surprised about. I think a lot of people would love to see Frost be just so competitive.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a bit of a connection issue. in our Avelline versus Meati game. Looks like that cleared itself up. No harm, no foul egg.
And which a card that we really wanted to see, but they did.
It spawns a chicken!
Yes, there is a foul egg neutral card that summons a foul.
Yes, well, while those connection issues get sorted out, let's take a look at what's happening between Alliestraza and HunterAce, as you mentioned.
Yeah, he's not running the foul egg. I would think the token decks would run this. It's an undead, it summons an undead foul. And then you can just go around saying foul.
Yeah. You would think, and both the egg and the token that come out of it are undead, so you get any of those undead synergies that you're looking for.
Yeah, there is a card that they are running that gives the undead minions a 1 extra attack when played. That is the Arms Dealer is the name of that card. So they could play a 1-mana Arms Dealer and then just start spamming like foul eggs and stuff like that. But we're not going to see that, so
No.
I digress.
HunterAce has quite some options here. Army of the Dead is such an exciting card, and that's what he goes for. Gets that 2 mana reduction onto it, meaning it's only 3 mana for a serious board. If you've got the corpses, of course, to fuel it.
Yep, it's all about those corpses in this game. I really like that they added another economy source. That it's not just mana. There's something else. It makes the game very interesting. This new class very interesting.
Runes plus corpses. This synergy of how corpses work with the Death Knight hero power and all of these new undead synergies from that undead minion type. I am so hype about Death Knight.
Yeah.
They nailed the theming.
But there's just so much to do within Death Knight. Like if you're feeling
Oh, we're seeing Possessifier hit the board for the first time on broadcast here.
Tell us about Possessifier.
This is a really cool 1 unholy rune card, meaning you can play it with only 1 unholy rune. You don't need to fully dedicate to unholy. You get access to this, but it's a 5-mana 3/3, and it summons 2 1/1 fighters with Rush and Reborn. Just again, fueling those corpses, getting more tokens on board. Kind of what we're seeing, the trend of these unholy decks. They like their minions, they like their tokens, and they tend to have higher corpse counts than the Blood or the Frost.
Army of the Dead.
Yeah, severely discounted one, only going to cost 3. Get all these ghouls on board, and even leave some behind
Yeah.
for your trouble. Going to have still 2/2/1 ghouls on board at the end of this, and just go ahead and Renethal was feeling left out. Wanted to hang out with these ghouls.
So the cool thing about Possessifier is that this card was made for our most recent world champion, Possessi. So they always make a card for our world champions in Hearthstone, and this is dedicated to him.
You have it's required. It's hidden text on the card. It's required that you pronounce it Possessifier.
Possessi.
You got to get that E in there.
Possessi is fire, though.
For everyone at home, just make sure you pronounce it that way. So we see Overseer Frigidara come down from Alliestraza. Just a powerhouse card. Drawing those 2 spells. You're probably, if you're running this, you're probably running frost spells. You're gonna get that triggered like we just saw. Helped clean up those lingering 2/1 tokens that were left over from the Army of the Dead.
She also is running Sunwell, which is that exciting new card that it costs different amounts based on how many cards are in your hand, and she does get some cards that I don't know if we've seen yet, but I'm sure we'll be able to see soon in some packages from the reveals from some of our community members. Make sure you check out those reveal streams for the next week or so, I believe we have. It's up on the Play Hearthstone website.
You can keep track of all of it on the Play Hearthstone website.
I love all the reveals. They put so much work into it. So make sure you guys check those out.
Munchie just dropped.
No Muncher!
Another No Muncher coming down. Took some serious damage, though. Not going to be too hard to clean up that No Muncher.
No, it's interesting. HunterAce does have the Scourge in hand, so he is looking for a way to, okay, what do I need to do turn 8 to guarantee I can get this down turn 9 and just really put Allie on a clock. And she's thinking of ways to do the same thing. How am I going to put him on a clock? How am I going to deal with this No Muncher where it doesn't heal anymore? So she's going to be able to draw. She gets herself a Nerubian Vizier, which, again, a card that we love. It has a great Discover mechanic.
Yeah, just great synergy with that, because you're going to have undead dying. If nothing else, you have access to that ghoul charged hero power. And so that's why I think we're going to see Vizier. Vizier might end up being a bit of an MVP card today. I think we're going to see our players get a lot of mileage out of that.
Over No Muncher? How could you?
I didn't say it was the MVP.
I don't know. Now I feel a little hurt, but okay.
The jury's, you're not, are you?
Crossroom's crying.
Is your middle name No Muncher? Realize it was in the family.
Shieldfallen Baron. This is one of those cool cards for Death Knights because it doesn't have runes. Not all of the Death Knight cards have runes. Some of them are neutral and can go in any deck, no matter what.
I have been teased on a podcast by Regis Killbin for my love of fairly standard mid-range decks. And so I look at a card like Shieldfallen Baron and I get super stoked. I'm like, oh, this just costs a good amount, draws me some cards, nothing too, I just love a good.
It's not fancy, but it's powerful. 3 mana,
Exactly.
2/2, draw a card, death rattle, draw a card.
Exactly, but however, if we want to talk about fancy Rhyme Fang Sword about to be developed by Alliestraza, works great with what Frost is looking to do, which is cast spells, and this makes it easier while also controlling the board, or potentially going face.
Yeah, she said, oh, my hand's too pricey. Let's make this a little cheaper.
Would like a discount, and I'd like even more discounts, and that's what Vizier brings. Oh, every time you see the Scourge, you just ask yourself, is it the play?
I see Vampiric Blood. I see Blood Boil. These 3 cards are amazing.
And it would be a 0 mana Vampiric Blood.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you guys can't see this. We can, sorry, we have caster vision, but
Yes.
the Scourge, Blood Boil, and oh, there we go.
There it is
Oh,
on
she
the split
decides
screen.
to go with the Blood Boil. It's a good way to deal with the current board she's facing, so can definitely see that play. And she gets one more Discover, decides to go with the Horn of Winter. That will refresh 2 mana. It doesn't gain 2 mana, it refreshes it, so very interesting card right there. It's a bit different than old school Innervate in that sense.
Yeah, Lord Thermometer coming down on the board, gonna double the stats of all of the minions currently in HunterAce's deck. We did see Army of the Dead caught off the top, but not enough corpses, although after this turn, plenty of corpses back in HunterAce.
A burn for Alliestraza. She does burn Corpse Bride, which spends up to 8 corpses, summon a Risen Groom with stats equal to the amount spent. Pretty powerful card, but burn because she does have quite the hand right now.
Thinking about that Thalnos again. Card I wasn't expecting to see a lot of today, but it makes a lot of sense for Frost.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the I want to call it growling, but it's the howling card.
Howling Blast.
I keep wanting to call it growl because I imagine it kind of like old school swipe. So then I just like.
I think some of our players might be growling when it gets played against them.
Yeah, I could see that.
Especially if they have lethal with a weapon in hand.
And paladins are growling when they see this Remorseless Winter played. It's played.
Ellie has so many options available to her right here. We're gonna go down to the wire.
Yep.
It's like that Remorseless Winter. No. Blood Boil, more infection, 2 damage across the board, more lifesteal.
3, right? No, it's 2. This doesn't work with the life or with the Thalnos, does it? No, it doesn't work with lifesteal.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Not on that infect effect.
Ooh, and a Blight Fang are on board. Every time one of those minions dies, it shows up on her side of the board as a 2/2 taunt.
Well, Ifang is just like Patchwork. It's one of these cards that I cannot believe is only a single rune.
Yeah,
It
you
feels
can put that in a lot of decks.
it feels so quintessential to the rune that it represents.
Yeah, especially because a lot of people are running Sire Denathrius. So since you want to get as many minions dead as possible for your Sire to pop off, I could definitely see players running a double deck with a single Unholy so that they could fit in that Blight Fang, just kind of for that Sire synergy.
You're gonna see
Oh, that's
0 mana Stitch Giant, also buffed up to 16 hit the board. Also during all of that, Sylvanas got infused. Meaning the take control of an enemy minion battle cry is now active should HunterAce decide to deploy Sylvanas. I have questions about how Sylvanas feels about being in an Arthas Death Knight deck. I don't think she's a fan.
I don't know. I think she'd like it there. Right? No?
Did you see what she did to the Helm of Domination?
You know, my lore knowledge is quite good.
Can't wait to talk about Ashbringer later. We saw Denathrius come down. I can't believe I'm saying only dealing 21 damage, but we've seen some bigger Denathriuses already, and we're only in round 2.
Yeah, it gets her back to 40 health. No vampiric blood, so she doesn't have 1,000,000 health yet. Only 40.
Necrotic Mortician off the top card we haven't seen too much of. Currently buffed up, but it's a double Unholy Rune card with a battle cry that if a friendly undead died after your last turn, discover an Unholy Rune card.
Ooh. It's very specific, discover an unholy.
Yeah. Looking like we're thinking about rolling the... Oh wait, no, it's not a roll of dice. You get to choose.
I want this one.
I think if you have the choice to steal a 10-10 lifesteal Denathrius, you take the 10-10 lifesteal Denathrius.
But you also want to be able to deal with the 2/2 so that you can go 16 phase. He didn't find a way to deal with that.
It was most likely the hesitation there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he could have pushed 16 through, but it would have only been 6 at the end of the day if you left it to Denathrius up, because Denathrius was going to attack something and get that lifesteal back for Alliestraza.
Full hand for Allie. You know, she's got a lot, but it's at the same time it feels like a little. For some reason.
You have to feel for the competitors too, because this is entirely new. March of the Lich King is not even out yet.
Nope.
But it's here today.
December 6th. So she's going to use this Remorseless Winter to get a draw. She gets her own Sylvanas in hand, but it's kind of late. She can't infuse it. She can use it just to destroy one minion, but that's only one. And there's 4 others on the other side.
Look at how much damage Allie's staring down. You have to ask yourself, what do I even destroy?
I feel like she almost needs to defrost to try to find... She won't even have enough mana to freeze the board if she were to get frost.
It's like she's deciding that the 10 lifesteal is a larger threat to the long-term game plan than the raw 16 damage of the Stitch Giant.
Yeah. So she's looking at ways to deal with both, it appears.
Yeah, this is that combo potential of Frost Death Knight that we were talking about, but not quite enough, however. Even with Horn of Winter, it's only so much damage. Oh, are we gonna finally see Invincible get played? Yes!
Thor's onto the board. Oh, and because she left up that Stitch Giant, HunterAce is going to have just enough to kill Allie and putting her exact lethal to 0, giving HunterAce a 2-0 lead over the Frost team. And we hop on over to Dog vs. Thijs, where Dog is up 1-0 with his Unholy deck to Thijs's Blood deck. Oh, and Thijs is excited,
properly
mad,
hyped.
happy? I don't know. But that's the thing about Thijs. Crazy bad things can happen, and he's just like a positive, okay, we get over. Oh, I can't tell. Is he mad?
He looks ecstatic.
Smiley face or frowny face, Thijs? I don't know. The Scourge gets played by Dog.
That is so much value.
It's invincible again.
Yeah, but not played this time. Just came straight out of the Scourge.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Not from hand. That was a valuable Scourge.
Now,
It can be quite a range on the Scourge. It's not always going to look like this.
There's a lot of Death Rattle here. Not sure what each Death Rattle does yet. Again, make sure you check out those reveals that are coming up in this next week.
Yeah, you see some you haven't seen before. Yeah, it's a little teaser.
Get ready.
Teaser
here. Yeah, you should be excited for all these
ready for
Death
those
Rattle
full
cards.
reveals
I love Death Rattles. But so he can deal with them with the Soulbreaker, gain all the, or Soul Stealer, my bad, and gains all these corpses. And it looks like the Death Rattles do things. You know, not shocked about that.
We do have a Reborn on Invincible.
Yep, and
Which means I'm not done looking at one of my favorite and most hyped cards of the set.
one gain taunt and stats somehow. Not sure.
That comes off of the Battlecry / Death Rattle of Invincible. It gives a random friendly undead minion +5/+5 and taunt when it comes down, but also when it dies.
Spicy. Vampiric Blood draws and gains some health for Thijs. Finding another way to deal with the board with that Corpse Explosion.
We got another 0 mana Stitch Giant, which honestly seems positively quaint after the stats on the last Stitch Giant that we saw.
Yeah, the last one had double stats. I'm not sure if Dog is running that same card that gives the double stats. I can look. Because interesting fact, although all of the Team Unholy are running different decks, We have Feno with the triple unholy, HunterAce with double unholy single blood, Dog
We
with
did see
double unholy
Lorthamar Theron
frost.
just come down from Dog,
Oh,
so
yeah,
the
there it
stats
is.
have been doubled.
Yeah.
Corpse Explosion going off and still going off.
I spend corpse, I deal damage.
Did you watch that corpse counter count down when that goes
3,
off?
2, 1.
If you've got corpses and
Yeah.
something is still alive, that corpse explosion is going to keep on rolling.
Now, Dog has 28 corpses, so he's got plenty to work with. He doesn't have Lord Marrowgar, though. Lord Marrowgar is a triple unholy card that spends all the corpses and gives 2/2 per corpse to a minion on the board, because it also summons a bunch of minions.
Can we talk about the 16/16 school teacher that just got slammed down?
That's a standard size school teacher.
Oh.
They're not normally 4/4s. They're
That is not a substitute.
no.
That is the teacher.
So it got double attacked twice. So it went from 4/4 to 8/8, and then it doubled
It was the
again.
Lorthamar plus the brand, doubling that Lorthamar battle cry.
Yeah. It doubled the double. I'm no math teacher, but that's a lot.
Weren't you?
I mean, maybe I was a math teacher one point in my life, but these minions are huge. That's synergy.
Oh, another familiar face.
Yeah.
Mechana's coming off the top of the deck for Thijs.
Oh, if he waits to use it, he can wait till Dog draws more big minions that he just made in his deck.
He still, however, has a rather crowded hand of quite small minions.
Yeah. Oh, look, I eat small minions.
Did pick up the Stitch. No, that was not the Stitch Giant.
No, he got a small one.
Yeah, that was the 2/3 Battlefield Necromancer. Not the smallest amount of stats could have gotten, but second. Stillfallen Baron only would have given a 2/2.
Yeah, he's just trying to get some stuff on board. If he's able to get stuff on board, then his Spammy can, do a better clear because he can make the better trades, but he's on a clock. He's looking at 28 damage to face every turn. Like that's 2-turn lethal. And he has a tiny bit of lifesteal in hand. A little bit.
Yeah, Spammy is a phenomenal board control card, but it can't really hang with the raw health stats of what is happening over on Dog's board.
Dog's like, I want to draw a big minion. Okay, I have it. Thank you.
Yeah, just a modest 8/12 Amalgam of the Deep for 2 mana.
2 mana, 8/12. I remember at one time people complaining about a 4 mana 7/7. This seems bigger.
Who would ever get up in arms about that?
I don't know, because I mean a 2 mana 8/12 is bigger.
Dog seems, could just be content with the massive minions on board, but deciding it is time to continue controlling the board, protecting these massive minions just laying down so much damage. Thijs looked like he was nice and clad in his Death Knight Serenet armor, now down to only 12 health.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Thijs. Dog snap picked the Alexandros Mograine, the triple blood card that is a legendary. And it reads that it deals 3 damage to your opponent at the end of your turn. So at the end of every single turn, it's gonna ping 3 damage face. So again, it's that like little trickling damage that he can do. I mean,
because he needs it
yeah, he does
badly right now.
He does. He needs more damage. His board's sad. Look at it. It's just a 12, 12, 16, 16 lame.
This is the 1/2/2 just bumming him out, I guess.
All right, so Thijs, I think, hoping that this does something, anything.
Like removes a significant threat. It does
No.
not.
Now he's gonna just ping his own face for 2, because that's the only way he can ping the 4 attack off. And
That's gonna be it, unless Dog decides to take mercy. No, we're not here for mercy. We're here for Death Knights.
Dog does never mercy. He is a competitor, and we switch on over to Cantelope versus Disguise Toast. Disguise Toast again on that unholy deck list. Cantelope on Blood, and he is up 1-0 to that token deck on the other side. Now Cantelope has some cool cards in hand, as you can see. Sir Finley, you guys all know and love him well. I see a No Muncher, very exciting.
Our favorite of the day so far. Unless I besmirch No Muncher with yet another mention of how much value Vizier is bringing.
Don't you dare.
I stand by what I said. Cantelope has, just looks like it's kind of thinking ahead. While Disguised Toast decides how he wants to progress, get through that no muncher.
You know, and with Cantelope, I know he plays a lot of more like tempo, aggro, or even rogue. So I don't know if control is really his play style, but obviously he's playing amazing. He's a great player, and he's up 1-0 to the Disguised Toast. So props to him for playing it like this.
Unholy Frenzy seeing play for, I believe, the first time on broadcast. It is such a cool Unholy card. You choose an enemy minion, your minions attack it, and then resummon any that die. That's exactly what we just saw there.
Boneguard Commander in hand and is yellow and shiny.
Phenomenal piece of artwork there. One of my favorite Death Knight sets. I'm having extreme Wrath of the Lich King nostalgia going on right now.
This is going to raise up to 6 corpses of 1/2, so he was able to spend 6 corpses, get 6 1/2s, and the 8/8 on board. So much power for only 8 mana.
Yeah, it's looking like Sylvanas still needs one more minion to die to become infused. Could be an easy way to deal with that 8/8, and of course, Death Knights have an easy way to get one more corpse. It's called their hero power, Ghoul Charge.
Yep.
That's exactly what Toast is going to do. And then take that freshly infused Sylvanas and say, listen, yeah, you got a wide board, but what is it without that 8/8?
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Cantelope has much of his. You know, normally Blood players have a lot of options for dealing with the board, but he has a very heavy minion hand, which you don't see a lot in Blood decks.
Yeah, this Denathrius certainly skipped leg day, sitting only at 13 damage amongst all enemies. That's one of the smallest Denathriuses we've seen today.
Yeah. So we have some options here. The Unholy Frenzy is a very cool card. Choose an enemy minion. Your minions attack it, and then resummon any that die.
Yeah.
It's a very cool card with the Unholy Frenzy.
And gets around that 8/8 taunt if, say, he decides he wanted to control the board by getting rid of the 5/5 Sylvanas, which this board would trade nicely into. But developing the Thessarian first would make this an even juicier play.
Well, and I feel like he heard Sire Denathrius heard
here
you.
it comes. Here it comes.
And he's like, I could do leg day.
Watch this Unholy Frenzy go off. It is going to deal with that 8/8, and it's going to just summon everything that died. And when Thessarian goes in to finish this off, it's also going to trigger Thessarian's Death Rattle.
Yep. Now what's his Denathrius looking at?
Well, after all of that, went up to 18. Woo! Looking at the massive difference, a gulf in the corpse count, too. Disguised Toast sitting on 15 corpses. The Cantelope, after all of that, only sitting on 5. Not that there's any big ways to really cash in on corpses for Cantelope at the moment. Get some cleaning up, get final value out of these straggling 2-attack minions.
Maybe throws down a no muncher. Oh, Sire Denathrius tempoed out.
And it is time to rip it.
Able to get back to 50 health.
Standard Death Knight. Standard Death Knight stuff right there.
I would say standard Death Knight is like more like 70 health.
Standard Blood Death Knight stuff right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Unless you had some particularly interesting discovers outside of your usual.
Oh, a 2020 Sire Denathrius in the hand of Disguised Toast, but it's only dealing 5 damage currently, so.
Yeah, more exciting about the stats than the actual battle cry.
Yeah, so he's gonna take a draw, gets the Plague Strike, which deals 3 damage to a minion, and summons a 2/2 if it kills it. Which it can if he summons a ghoul from his hero power. But he's looking at this Bone Digger Geist right now to spend a corpse to gain 1/2. So it's a 2 mana 5/6. Pretty good. Not as good as the 2 manas we saw in our last game. But
Yeah. Gonna get the final Astalor in hand, which is ready to go on that Mana Thirst because we are past that 10 mana mark. But passing over to Cantelope with an active, ready to swing 10 attack Sire Denathrius. Can't feel the best.
yeah, so he has some options here. He can use Patchwork to just handle something from the board. So hopefully, you know, it's 2 out of 3 chance to deal with a 5 attack, and then the board doesn't clear the Sire Denathrius anymore, and it would force Disguised Toast to have to use hero power in order to clear, or use some sort of spell. other option here is just to taunt and make weird trades, but they're not that weird of trades for him. So he does hit that 5 attack, forcing him to have to use the hero power, meaning he can't use a cool 10 attack or a 10 cost minion. So that does force an awkward play out of Disguised Toast with this here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Plus the immediate board disruption of Patrick. It was pretty equal across the board. You had 4 attack minion and 2 5 attack minions. A little bit of variance going on with the health.
And Cantelope does this well. He go face. I go face.
I would go face.
I agree with this. I like to attack face. But what can Toast do now to say, no more? No more. This is my game.
It's going to be an ask the Lord take the wheel and hope that somehow this 16 damage takes out that Denathrius.
Yeah, because his hand is not looking too hot.
Now, when Cantelope's board is wide, can make, put the odds more in his favor if he wants to trade before dropping the Astalor.
I see this 20/20 Sire Denathrius, so in my mind, I feel like I should deal 20 damage and go crazy. It's only 6. I guess it could be a little more if he does trades, but it would not be beneficial.
Big numbers, but it's big numbers that don't accomplish anything right now.
Nope.
And those are not going over to the Denathrius. I don't think is what Toast was hoping for.
Clear quite a bit. And
that is not enough with the Plague Strike.
It's
would have been with that hero power, but the mana is not in the cards.
And Cantelope is going to be able to take this, beating Disguised Toast 2-0, which will add to the blood score, giving them 3 points.
And here we see it here. Sire Denathrius swinging in for the 10 damage win.
Oh, he is
Look at Cantelope with a proper celebration.
Yes, he should be celebrating.
Whip that hair, I approve. Fantastic round 2. I want to play some Death Knight.
I know, I'm a little jealous, but I'm glad we all get to watch it at least. Watch it all in action, see all these really cool interactions that we just saw, the double in stats again with the unholy, oh my goodness.
I apologize if I grab Frostmourne and just start dancing around, but I don't apologize for throwing the break because when we come back, we'll be getting in to round 3. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to get to round 3 in just a moment. So much Death Knight action on display here. But we want to check in, see what folks are talking about. We have this tweet here from Clark Hellscream, love the name, said, I am ready to become the first player to reach 1,000 wins with Death Knight. I'm committed to main the Death Knight class. Thanks for doing my homework today, guys. Yeah, I think Clark would get a hearty you're welcome from our players today.
And I believe that he will be one of the first to hit 1,000. Make sure you check him out on YouTube. He is an excellent content creator, so go give him a follow and see if he is actually going to be the first person to hit 1,000.
Yeah.
Let's see if he lives up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we did have we had some connection issues there.
Yeah, a little bit of connection issues from a couple of our players, but we're going to get that sorted out, so don't worry. All the points will be there eventually.
Yes. Yes, I do believe it means, though, we're going to have some matches that are going to take place offline.
Yes.
So, and right now it's looking like that is Avelline versus Meati, but also BunnyHoppor versus Feno.
Yeah, so those matches will happen. We'll have a recap for you guys tomorrow about that. But until then, we will move on to round 3 eventually, soon. And
but let's take a look at the results we have so far from round 2. And that's where you're going to notice things like BunnyHoppor and what's going on with BunnyHoppor and Feno there is what we just talked about, those connection issues. But we did have HunterAce 2-0 Alliestraza. Avelline currently sitting at a 1-0 versus Meati. We'll pick up the rest of that later. Regis Killbin 2-0 NoHands Gamer.
wow, Regis.
I'm going to say a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, it's an upset. I'm very excited for Regis.
Yeah,
he also beat Toast. He's just carrying Team Frost right
also,
now.
Seems a little bit like an upset for Frost in general. Wasn't off to the strongest start in round 1.
I know our audience won't know what this means, but he might be a Death Knight. So foreshadowing for tomorrow.
Potentially. We also had Dog 2-0ing Thijs, and let's take a look at some highlights from round 2. We just left it. Here we see Alliestraza playing down that Frigidara. getting a
nice
massive board clear. Now we're going into Avelline versus Meati. Seen that big Sire Denathrius come down, big heals,
Yeah, we
even
got
bigger board clears.
and that.
Another big, well, and 16, I say he's big. Again, we've seen bigger. We've seen Denathriuses
bigger,
today.
and we know that Cantelope came back and won that one. And here is Regis upsetting NoHands Gamer over here with all that frost power. Meati just not able to get enough health on his Death Knight. And we see Unholy is currently in the lead with 12 points, Team Blood with 9, and Team Frost with 5, keeping in mind there are still a few games to finish up, but currently with the current games finished, we have Team Unholy in first place with 12 points. And even though Regis is killing it with the Frost deck, Team Frost only has 5 points.
Killbinning it with the Frost deck.
Killbin.
Yeah, but you're putting some more points on the board for Team Frost. They got a chance to catch up with Blood here as we head into round 3. And maybe everyone could just stall out Unholy a little bit. They all work together. Let's take a look at our player standings, individual player standings. It looks like Cantelope and Dog sitting pretty.
Yeah,
6
so they each have 6 points because they got the wins for both. And Regis Killbin with 4. That means he tied the first one, and I think I missed that, but yeah, he tied and won. And so these are the points we currently have, our big winners, but also keep in mind the helm.
Yes. Yeah, we've got the Helm of Domination. If any of these players are on a 3-win streak, they currently have that, and that could mean a potential comeback for any players that shut them down.
Yeah, they get an additional 3 points per that, so we will get in with those points later, but yeah, and they can get shut down by players. If a player stops somebody on a win streak, they will earn their team extra points for shutting them down.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how Frost at the moment is in 3rd place, but Regis by himself on Frost is in 3rd place overall for individual players. Yeah. What do you think so far? How are you thinking? Like, has your opinion of the 3 runes changed?
So, interesting enough, I did talk to the players like, hey, what do you think is the strongest rune? And, BunnyHoppor said to me outright, oh, Frost. Frost is the strongest. But, we're seeing that they're not really coming up with like the best decks, but keep in mind these players did not get a lot of time with these cards, and they had to make 4 deck lists. They had to try and make deck lists for the other teams to try and figure out what they might be facing so they could kind of practice what they might see. So they might not have realized what Unholy could do, the power and potential behind Unholy, or the power and potential behind the Blood. So I think that's kind of what happened, is that they had to focus on their own decks and put in some effort to thinking of what will the other teams do. And they just, we got to see so much power from each rune, but I think the Unholy really unleashed something that other teams weren't expecting.
Yeah, Unholy was definitely a bit of a sleeper for me. It was not the rune I was really looking at.
I've said from the get-go, Unholy's my favorite, and I think this show match is proving to me that I'm going to keep my favorite of Unholy.
Well, we're about to find out that holds, because let's take a look at our round 3 matchups as we take a look at just exactly what this is looking like. Starting off, Frost versus Blood. We have BunnyHoppor on Frost facing off against Cantelope, who is probably feeling pretty good after round 2.
Yeah, but he's facing one of the most prominent, best players in the world in BunnyHoppor. Team Liquid player, plays so much competitive Hearthstone that I'm sure while Cantelope's feeling good, he knows that this match really makes the difference. Alliestraza versus Thijs, Avelline versus HunterAce, NoHands Gamer versus Feno. Now, Regis, he's on a hot streak. Is he going to be able to defeat the one and only Dog?
I didn't know Frost was allowed to be that hot.
Yeah, and then Meati versus Disguised Toast. So these are some exciting matchups that we get to check out soon.
I mean, between Toast and Meati, we're making a literal sandwich, so we could see how that...
And right above him, Dog. Hot dog is a sandwich.
Oh, that's where you come down on that debate.
It is where it's a sandwich, right? It's a meat between 2 pieces of bread.
I want to see Frost come back. I'm too much of an old school Death Knight fan, going all the way back to Warcraft 3, seeing Arthas' turn. Come on, Frost. Let's do it.
I think Alliestraza is going to beat Thijs here. I believe in that. And I think they could do it. I think they just maybe had some early rough matchups working out some kinks. They can do it.
I mean, the more they play, the more experience they get under the belt, the more they learn the weaknesses of their own decks, but also the weaknesses of the decks that they're going up against.
And tomorrow, we have some exciting new ways to earn points that we'll get into tomorrow. But you got to make sure you tune in tomorrow to see how that can go down and how these teams can have a comeback and win it all.
I hope you're taking notes, because when March drops on December 6th, you'll know what to play right out the gate. And now let's take a look at Dog's deck list, because we're going to be checking in on Dog to start round 3.
He has double Unholy, single Frost. So that means he is allowed to slot in single Frost cards. He cannot run any double or triple Frost. And for Unholy, he can only use the single and doubles. He cannot use the triples because he is using the single Frost. So
I think the big boon of single Frost is access to that defrost card.
Yeah,
Death Knight does not have a lot of inherent draw.
Yep.
We've seen the Baron. The Baron can be used by any Death Knight. It does not have a rune. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot of draw going on. And defrost, which is locked behind that single Frost rune requirement, brings a lot more draw to these Northrend-themed decks.
Yeah, but he's trying to get to the card that doubles up all of the minions' attack and health. So, you want to draw to get to that. He has drawn the Acolyte of Death after a friendly undead dies, draw a card. So if that can stick to the board for a bit, that will help him with that draw.
Yeah, but let's talk about, what he has access to with the double Unholy, because we've seen Army of the Dead cause some massive swings in the state of the board.
It's a powerful card for only 5 mana. I mean, you think of like the Druid card that summons a swarm of 2/1 Lotus, and that's 7 mana. This is 2 2s. So they have a health, so they can stick when they trade into 1 attack minions.
It can even happen after the Scourge, because what board developments happens even after a card as bombastic as the Scourge, you're not always going to get a board full of large minions.
Right. So yeah, this very powerful Tomb Guardian summoning 2/2s with taunt, and then you can have them have reborn. So it gets sticky minions. This is what our players are looking for, just keeping minions on the board as much as possible. But let's meet Dog, because I'm sure a lot of you guys don't know Dog. And he's a relatively...
We do. We've been in Hearthstone a long time. Dog is a household name.
And so his favorite competitor is Brian Kibler. Fun fact, a lot of people said that their favorite competitor was Brian Kibler. They like to face him in his dragon decks. And his practice buddy, Hafu.
I have to imagine there's hidden text there saying they've beaten Kibler at least once, because I don't think it'd be your favorite competitor if you were always losing to them.
No, but I do know Kibler makes some very exciting decks, very dragon-oriented, so it could be fun to face him.
Yeah. But Dog will be going against Regis. So
true.
Let's take a look at what Regis is going to be playing with. Regis deciding, 1 Frost isn't, not on the Frost team, so. But Regis's double Frost blood deck here.
Patchwork.
We've seen so much patchwork. It's that 1 rune legendary that you kind of look at, and there's 1 in each room where you go, how is this allowed?
Yeah. Why? Like, people are upset about Theotar taking a card from their hand, and this is like, I'm going to take 1 from your hand, from your board, and from your deck. Like, I'm going to take 3 of your cards and just destroy them.
I've already seen Patchwork burn a Denathrius once today, and Denathrius has been a big part of the Death Knight puzzle, as we've seen in our games. And here's good old Regis with, I think it is legitimately the best headshot of the day. This is not opinion. I think this is fact.
I think it's fact, too. I agree. It's a fact. And he's the favorite competitor. I never won a game of Hearthstone.
Regis, I watch your YouTube, buddy. You have an interesting memory.
It's very small memory. Because I remember him winning the competition with Toast. That was the Dalaran Heist.
Yeah.
I think you have to win games to win a competition.
His cool moment's better than mine. I've only met Toast once. But it looks like we are getting into our first featured game of round 3. Dog versus Regis. Dog representing Unholy and Regis representing Frost. Let's see if Regis can keep going on this hot streak, or if he's gonna thaw.
Gonna thaw from the hot dog.
You're all about those hot dogs. Frozen food, I get it. So getting mulligans. Dog deciding, I don't care that the Denathrius costs 10. 2 key to my winning strategy, just gonna hold on to it. And also, is the Denathrius gonna pick up all those infuses along the way. Every single minion that dies for Dog over the course of this game is going to buff up that Denathrius.
He does have information on Regis's deck, so he probably knows, like, oh, hey, there's no Theatar in that deck, so I think it's safe for me to hold this card. But he does know that Regis has a Patchwork in his deck, so he probably needs to be a little bit afraid of that, but not crazy.
Yeah, Dog hovering over the hero power is wondering, do I just send the ghoul in?
I was wrong. Regis does run a Theatar in his deck, so he does need to be a little bit afraid, but I still think it's like an auto keep. You can't play around those little cards. You need to say, this is my win condition. Minions die, this scales, then it goes face. Like, that's the win condition, so let's not play around these little cards that they might draw on curve and then destroy me.
Ooh, Sunwell is an option here. Familiar card for our players at home.
Yeah, Blood Boil is interesting because it is, you know, an AoE and he's facing an Unholy deck, so that's something you should think about. But he just chooses to pick the Asphyxiate. They've seen a lot of these Unholy players playing these massive minions, and the little AoEs don't necessarily deal with that mass size that Asphyxiate does. Dog looking.
Dog deciding I could pick up my own Asphyxiate and attach it to a Nagalink, which is exactly what Dog did. Let's see, Skull Teacher come down and, oh, Vampiric Blood is on the menu. But Regis could also just say, I kind of just want to kill my opponent. Maybe I'll go for Howling Blast.
Yeah, because if he thinks he can be a faster player than Dog, I think I can get this done faster. Then I think the Howling Blast is correct. I kind of missed what he grabbed, but I'll take a look. Try to find that out for you guys.
Dog, has one corpse in play right now, so Battlefield Necromancer would summon a 1/2 with Taunt at the end of turn. But look, he's more concerned about controlling the board at the moment and deciding how he wants to follow things up.
Yeah,
I'm hovering over Amalgam too. He's probably just thinking to himself, I'm not sure I really want another Naga.
Oh, so Regis Killbin did pick the Howling Blast, by the way. So he looked for that burst damage. And it has some freeze mechanic to it as well. So it has, some variance to it. So it's a little flexible.
Yeah, back over to Regis. Setting, looking like face might be the place for Astalor Bloodsworn.
Yeah, because that Spammy can just sit down and
well, especially,
the board.
Spammy comes down, you want to get what value you can out of your Astalor, because Astalor's not going to live to tell the tale once Spammy comes down. Spammy takes no prisoners.
So Dog looking at 5 mana. He has some 2 cost, some 3 cost cards, so can nicely, play his mana. He also has Army of the Dead, which is raise up to 5 corpses.
Only
but he
4
only
corpses.
has 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you waste it?
Would clear the Spammy and leave 2 ghouls in play.
This doesn't completely deal with the Spammy, but it offers a fine trade to deal with it next turn.
It starts teeing it up, getting it in range of that ghoul cast. Looked like he was considering following it up with that skeletal sidekick for the +2 attack.
It's gonna look for another.
But there was no undead in play.
Yeah. So picks up Alexandra's Mograine, which we looked at earlier, going to deal 3 damage to your opponent at the end of your turn. So
The rest of the game.
the rest of the game,
It's done. The battle cry is going to happen when you play Alexandros.
you're on a very long clock.
That's a card you're looking to hopefully get with a Patchwork if your opponent has that in hand.
Overseer Frigidera on the board, drawing 2 spells. They are both going to be frost, so he is able to deal 2 damage to all enemies.
Such a good mix of board control, trading, but also massive minions smacking into each other today.
Mm-hmm.
Full might of the Scourge is on display. So Dog is still 1 turn away from being able to develop that Alexandra's Mograine if he wants. 6 mana on hand this turn. Could get full value out of Army of the Dead, but that would leave an extra 1 extra mana. But Skeletal Sidekick could come down and buff one of those.
It's yellow and shiny.
Yes, one of those Risen Ghouls, because they are in fact undead, which is going to make for a much cleaner trade into the remaining 4 health.
Now, when these Risen Ghouls dies, they will not leave a corpse. We had to use corpses to rise them, so they won't make another corpse.
Yeah, that would just be unfair.
It would be unfair, just an endless cycle of corpses. Like, it's not gonna work that way.
Meanwhile,
unfortunately for
I am just hovering over the Sire Denathrius of Dog. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger every single time. Massive boards like what we just saw go down. And ooh, we finally get to see Mograine come down. That means Regis will be taking 3 damage every turn from here on out.
Yep. You know, it's a pretty long clock that he's on, but it's on a clock.
Yeah, I would say the damage has been done, but it's actually about to be done. We're just gonna, stimmy just a little bit of the bleeding, developing 5 armor there from the Astalor, the Protector, but more importantly, getting Astalor, the Flamebringer, in his hand, only 2 turns away from Mana Thirst 10 coming online.
All right, so he's looking at Plague Strike, Howling Blast, and Dark Transformation.
Dark Transformation is a wonderful combo piece with all of the undead that Unholy have access to. But honestly, pretty good for all Death Knights because, again, the undead that is on tap via their hero power.
Yeah.
Decides to go with the Howling Blast. Not the first time we've seen it stuck onto a Noggling in this one game.
Yeah, very powerful card because it has freeze, it has damage, AoE, it has a little bit of everything. So I know players really value that, and gonna get a big sticky board with these shambling zombies with Reborn.
It's all really makes sense to me for Dog here. He's got the 3 damage every turn going into Regis. His Denathrius is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Why push face with the Howling Blast when you can just turn off 5 damage of your opponent and just eke out more value from your long game plans?
I love this. Go face.
Go face, combo into the Frost Strike. Discover, we've got all Frost in the menu here. Going for another Howling Blast. And it's also going to clear those 1/1s, but again, Denathrius is now up to 25, as well as Dog's corpse count going up to 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, I'm going to check for a second if Dog runs Bran. I see on the other side that Regis is running Bran. But yeah, Dog runs Bran as well. So it's hard to pair aside Denathrius because he only can have up to 10 mana.
I think Dog was hoping for a taunt there.
No taunt in sight, only 1 death rattle from the Scourge. You can see cards
11 on board.
Yeah.
Plus, that's lethal with the Bone Breaker.
Oh man, Regis just wins. Look at him, he's just destroying enemies today. Regis is on fire. He said he's never won a game and he beats Dog.
On stream, no less.
On stream.
And that's a 3-game win streak, I believe.
I believe.
Not?
Well, I believe it is. I believe he does have the helm.
I would give him the Helm of Domination. No thawing for Regis just yet. Let's take a look at his deck again, because clearly Regis has figured something out with Frost.
He figured out Go Face.
I also think Blood might be filling in some of the shortcomings.
Yeah.
Potential shortcomings.
Yeah, he has a few Blood cards, but not too many. He has Patchwork, and he has Noxious Cadaver, which is a 1-drop, so like an early card that he can play. But besides that, that's I think the only 2 fills that he has for Blood cards.
Yeah.
He is really sticking to that Frost synergy. We are going to go into game 2 to see, does Regis sweep Dog, or will they get a tie score of 1-1? Dog does mulligan for a 1-2-3. That's called Tempo. Though the 2-drop is if a friendly undead died after your last turn, discover an unholy, but something has to die that's undead. Is the body bagger gonna die?
Yeah, haven't seen a lot of Necrotic Mortician yet today.
Yeah, it might not work on Tempo, but he might just Tempo it out. And on the other side, we see Regis, a bit hefty of a hand. This isn't gonna be as fast of a win that we saw last time.
No,
Regis
but
starts a little rough.
Disruption is on the menu from the get-go with Theodore in the hand.
True. And we do know Dog likes to get that early Sire Denathrius. So.
I saw so much Body Bagger in practice, and we just haven't seen that much turn 1 Body Bagger yet today.
Yeah, Body Bagger is an interesting card because anyone can run it. It doesn't have a rune attached, so...
But it is a Death Knight card.
Yeah, it's a Death Knight card, but no rune attached. So in a tournament like this where we restrict players saying, hey, you can only use these type of runes, well, anyone can use this. Some options for Regis. Grab
Said,
some
I don't
more.
need time to think about that. I see Rhyme-Fang Sword. I choose Rhyme-Fang Sword.
Reducing the cost of a spell in your hand every time you swing it.
I mean, Remorseless Winter is a powerful spell, but it does cost a bit. Although paladins out there might have something to say about that.
And I have a paladin at home who keeps complaining about it.
You have a paladin on stage right now that has some opinions.
I'm gonna go face, reduce cost of a spell in hand.
Didn't hit the Remorseless Winter, just went to a Glacial Advance. You know, whatever, it goes face.
Well, Glacial Advance reduces the cost of the next spell by 2, so, you know, it's kind of doing something.
That's that type of combo potential, the mana discounting that can just chain, that I feel really is the poster of what Frost looks to do.
You know what I said about Dog? He has a 1, 2, and 3 drop at the beginning. Like, yay, I see 1, 2, 3, but he can't play them because Blightfang, he needs the opponent to have minions. Regis didn't have minions.
Yeah, and Necrotic Mortician, you need an undead to have died the previous turn to actually get the value out of it. Otherwise, just 2, 3.
Yeah. So, yeah.
He just wants to dig. Still has the coin. We'll see if he decides. All right, that time took Remorseless Winter down to 3. Just decides to float the mana, send it back over the dog. Dog looking immediately at Acolyte of Death, thinking, hey, I think I'm going to do some trades. I've got 2 damage on board. I'm going to run it into the 2 health minion and draw 2 cards from my trouble because Acolyte of Death is in play. And it's going to draw every single time an undead dies. I saw this card and immediately was excited because of that Gold Charge hero power, but you can see there's just so many undead that Death Knight has access to. It doesn't just start and stop with that hero power.
Fun little update for you guys. Cantelope is on a 5-game win streak. He is undefeated and is currently up 1-0 to BunnyHoppor. Just totally crushing this tournament. So make sure you check out his stream, give him a follow, because he is totally crushing it for Team Blood.
He is the one to shut down, but if he keeps marching along, he's going to just be rolling in points. Getting back to Regis versus Dog here. I don't think Dog is as excited about Necrotic Mortician being active this turn as he is about potentially just filling his board, well, almost filling his board, with 2/2 rushing ghouls.
Yeah. It's nice because he does have the Sylvanas to infuse, so he wants to get that going. Though there's not a lot to steal from Regis, is there? Is he running? I guess he's probably running Sire Denathrius, because who's not?
Yeah, Denathrius just works very well with what Death Knights want to do across all the runes.
Yeah, so Sire Denathrius is one of the few cards that he would want to steal, because everything else from Regis is just me go face with damage.
It seems it goes with the territory of Frost. They are really all about their spells, and while they still do develop board, they still have plenty of minions they'd like to play. They're not massive single minions that is what you typically look for when you have an infused Sylvanas.
Right.
Did develop the Rhyme Sculptor there. I love Rhyme Sculptor.
Everybody needs
Just does what you want Frost to do.
So Dog discovering between Plague Strike, Plague Grain, and Blightfang, all unholy cards that he has. I don't think he'll pick Blightfang because he's even having a hard time getting that down on his board.
Wouldn't be the worst time to develop Blightfang right now with 2/2/1s on board. You would, like right now, clear that off and get some 2/2 zombies with taunt for your trouble. But deciding, no, I'm just going to develop that Possessifier.
Yep, get some corpses.
See where these death rattles go. Up my corpse count.
Clear.
No. Decided not to run his second Possessed Fire into the 3/3 Rhyme Sculptor that's still on board. Just leaves up of 3/3. But the Sarian is going to come down and potentially get rid, or at least pop, the first half of that Possessed Fighter.
Death calls.
A lot of options for Regis. That is quite the full hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of directions you can go with this. So he's looking at this weapon here.
This is what I would do. Get this out, get more discounts going. You could potentially have a pretty large combo play coming up with Horn of Winter, the not drastically, but discounted Glacial Advance. Hey.
He's not value trading. He could have value traded there. He's like, nope, I'm going to face. I'm going to go face.
By the pressure.
Face his place. And You know, I think Regis knows what he's doing. He's been winning a ton of games today, so.
Needs to burn through these charges on the Rhymefang Sword because you know what? He's got another one in hand.
True. But Dog is able to steal this card, and I think Thessarian is probably one of the better cards for him to steal, kind of what we were talking about earlier. There's just not a lot to steal from Regis.
Yeah, not only is Thessarian sticky like all Reborn cards are, but you don't want Thessarian to die and then die twice because of the Reborn. Because of that, Death Rattle deal 2 damage to a random enemy. If you can just steal the Thessarian and negate that Death Rattle entirely, why not? Which begs the question, why aren't we seeing silence today?
Yeah, the only silence that we're seeing is the spell that transforms an undead into a 4/5. That's kind of like a
soft silence.
Soft
a side
silence.
silence.
It does silence a minion because it transforms it, so it no longer can do what it was doing. But I just, you know what I think is funny is that I see these cards like Thessarian, and I'm like, it's only 2 damage. Oh, it's only 2. But there's so many cards like that they have that you realize that all this little 2 damage, 2 damage, 1 damage, 3 damage, it all adds up. Can it add up to the 80 health that the Triple Blood can get? Maybe not, but it does add up, especially versus an unholy player.
But with these discounts, with access to Horn of Winter, they can really go off earlier in the game. Blood may not have the time to get up to those extreme health totals that are possible.
Yeah, so we see Regis here staring down quite a board. He doesn't have much he can do here. He's on the clock, rope's burning, 8 mana to spend, not a lot of time. So he's gonna tempo at 3 mana, 3/4. Go face.
Go face, get the noxious cadavers out there.
Hurry.
Followed up potentially with a hero power, or are we just gonna start slinging glacial advances? There we go.
There's the hero power. He might have slung. Did he? No, he did not slung.
That's 13 damage on board for Dog. Looking at the Invincible, said, I want to make Garrett smile this turn.
Dog thinks about you a lot, making you smile. Very nice.
Remind me to thank him after the games today.
Oh, so look at that.
Oh, goes on to Sylvanas, making her a 5 or a 10/10 with taunt, up from a 5/5.
And I imagine Regis is not too happy about this. This might chill his win streak.
You know, it's on brand, but not what you really want, even though you are on the Frost team. Don't think the Harbinger of Winter off the top was necessarily what Regis was looking for, and now can't even swing with the Rhymefang Sword.
Nope,
He's at 10 health exactly.
He's going to be able to draw a spell by killing off.
And Glacial Advance his own minion. Ends up getting the Howling Blast. It would stall, you could stall the 10/10, but there's still enough damage on board.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Oh, okay. Theotar coming down. Doesn't find anything that...
Yeah. Nothing to help stall, so I think Regis realizes his death.
Yeah, decides to
ending.
give Dog the satisfaction. And there goes Regis's win streak.
We're gonna head on over to Thijs and Alliestraza, who are 0-0 right now. Obviously, this is a long game for them, a bit more of a control.
And that's like we just missed a rather dramatic corpse explosion.
All corpse explosions are dramatic, aren't they?
They're the divas of the Death Knight abilities. Developing Hematurge. Speaking of, oh my goodness, look at that hair.
It's all about the hair, Garrett.
You cannot convince me that that's not a Brian Kibler tribute card.
I mean, the Paladin hero skin, that one.
Yeah, fair. All right, Blightfang coming down. That's a I wouldn't say an early, but I think that's
a mini Blightfang.
The smallest number of minions that we've seen a Blightfang hit so far. Does get a menacing zombie this turn with that trade. Blood Boil off the top for Thijs. Seen that a few times today already. That's that going to infect the board of your enemy, deal 2 damage to them at the end of turn, and continue dealing damage to them turn after turn if they survive, and has the life steal, so going to give you the heals on the back side of it.
Yeah, and he has the Bone Guard Commander in hand, but keep in mind it only summons enough taunts per corpse you have, and he only has 1 corpse, so it'd be an 8/8 summon a 1/2. Is that terrible? No, but is it as powerful as it can be? No. Like, it could be way more powerful, and that's what you want to see out of a control deck, is just utilizing your power and not, you don't have to play crazy fast. You don't have to play crazy tempo. You can wait and wait. Play that control style.
I want to get in the minds of the players, because I wonder how comfortable they already are at being mindful of their corpse count when they have cards like Bone Guard Commander in hand. This is the kind of thing that when we get to play this at home on December 6th, real quick, we're all going to have to start to remember, I need to keep an eye on my corpse count.
Right. And I think certain deck styles play more to it than others. Like, I don't feel like Frost is as concerned about their corpses. I could be wrong, but from what I can remember, I feel like it's more for blood and for the unholy.
And not as much inherently, but again, so much can happen via Discover, giving you access to potentially any rune card that you want, regardless of what deck you started with and how you built it with the runes that you chose when you built your Death Knight deck.
Right. Yeah, I can't wait to see someone playing a triple unholy so I can see my Lord Marigar use all those corpses.
Okay, Drakarian Balmer dodged the first death rattle with the Saurian, but did not dodge the second one. Mutinous coming down.
A huge 2/4.
Yeah, Mutinous not eating well today.
Not
at
for
least
Thijs,
in the
at
games
least.
we've seen.
We've seen Thijs doing it, right? It's always Thijs eating poorly. Thijs needs to be fed.
Someone said Mutinous a snack, please. So, the Rhyme Sculptor come down, those 2/1s hit the board, the 2 damage could go to any enemy, including face.
Yeah, Allie just kind of ran out of draw. I feel like she's a little stuck.
Can happen, but it's interesting because Frost has access to more draw than your average Death Knight.
Yeah, that's all at the bottom.
Oh, and here's Thijs with Bran off of the top. You could double the battle cry of Patchwork.
Ooh, yeah, because that just destroys Allie's hand. She goes from 2 cards that aren't much to nothing.
And Thijs says, yeah, that sounds all right. I think I'll do that.
I'll just give you no options.
Look at this.
Look how excited he is. He goes laughing at her. Thijs! Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, it's a destroy minion. So does not hit the 2 spells in Allie's hand.
Good
However,
point.
still cleaned up the board.
Such a good point. It destroys random minions in opponent's hand, and she has spells.
And drew another spell, which, listen, yes, cool, Patchwork didn't get maximum value. I still don't think you start cheering or dancing if you're in Alliestraza's position right now.
Right. But you could see the look on Tyson's face when he too realized that, oh no, why didn't it work? And then, I didn't read the card.
Putting it together, yeah.
I didn't read the card.
Just a reminder, our players today are streaming, so you could go check in on Thijs, see what he's saying. Might be putting it together. I have a feeling he probably did. Thijs is pretty good at Hearthstone.
Oh, yeah, he can read cards.
Allie just trying to decide, do we just stall Mutinous for another turn? Says yes. Or actually, why stall when you can clear with Ghoul Charge? Look at the corpse counter of Allie right now. 29 corpses. All corpsed up and nowhere to go.
Yeah. She has 2 more mana for next. She has technically 12 mana next turn.
Yeah, but you know what Thijs has?
Oh, wow.
Bone Guard Commander.
Oh, and this.
Vizier could find something, anything. No.
Blood Boil.
Blood Boil does clear all the 1/2s, dings the 8/8, and gets a ton of heal on board.
Yeah.
Definitely stalls further.
A little hope there. A little hope for Allie.
Board's looking a lot cleaner. 2 no munchers in hand though for Thijs. Decides to develop one of those.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice clear for Thijs.
Just going to send this a gentleman's 1/1 to face. It's a harbinger of winter off the top.
The draw.
Allie can't even kill it herself though.
No. I don't even know if she'd want to kill it in this position. She's like, I got something on board.
Does trade with the 8-2,
Oh,
but
another.
yeah, another Bone Guard. And we're gonna get another swing off of this No Muncher, just getting value. Could develop a second No Muncher. So you get an additional, Thijs could potentially get another 5 to face at the end of turn if he develops the second No Muncher. Because with nothing on board, Alliestraza would technically be the lowest health enemy.
Yep, that's true. Go face. Double face. Bone Guard going
Besides,
down.
no, I'd rather have another 8-8 on board.
Yeah, he knows that Allie doesn't have one.
There's the defrost that I think Allie's been looking
all
for.
the draw. Overseer Frigidaire has draw.
As well, and then could refresh another 2 mana crystals depending on what's drawn here.
This is exactly what she needed. Oh, more mana into her hand with Horn of Winter. So
Okay.
able to nearly clear the board, draw more cards.
Refresh. Frost Strike is going to discover another Frost Rune card. Could be more draw.
So I think here though, if she's able to get that Rhyme Sculptor out. Oh no, yeah, is she gonna Frost Strike this? Yeah.
Swing
I'm
and
just
face.
so afraid with how much damage her face is taking.
Does. We know, of course, that Thijs does not have direct damage in hand. No Muncher could potentially be, if you have ways to clear Allie's board, No Muncher could go face. But Allie doesn't know that.
Yeah. She finds more board development, more sticky minions.
So Thijs,
That's going to help the Sire Denathrius.
Thijs opts for the token here. Gonna play the No Muncher. Had the option of Death Striking off Frigidara and having the No Muncher send 5 to Allie. Decides didn't want to go that route.
She's a pretty clean turn here where she can Rhyme Sculptor, draw, and clear the board.
Like you might, yeah. I
Using
mean,
her hero power, she can clear.
Denathrius might clear as well, and you might feel like you're on the ropes so much so that you might want to rip it right now. But with 2 Rhyme Sculptors in hand, like I said, there's a cleaner way to do this, while also developing a bunch of fodder for a later Denathrius infuse.
Yeah. She's considering it, she's thinking this turn out. But definitely needs to get rid of this No Muncher.
A truly precarious situation. Could draw with the Baron, but then you gotta count. Every mana counts. You only have 1 Horn of Winter in hand. Doesn't fully negate the 3 cost of that Baron.
Yeah, so she's gonna do this play.
Yeah, looks like
she does the double rhyme instead of the draw, which I like
gonna
because it's
refresh
more
with the horn.
development for her Sire Denathrius. And I think she realizes I can't just tempo out the Sire because this might be like my last shot at winning. This might, we didn't get to see the beginning of the game, so we don't know what cards she's used, but this could be her last out of winning the game, and she can't
absolutely.
tempo it.
She's staring down a 47 health Thijs.
That's a lot of health.
The more infused the Denathrius gets, the more of an out Alliestraza has. And it looks like we may see some more infusing for Allie's Denathrius if this Blood Boil goes down, because it's going to clear every single one of those Rhyme Elementals. Thalanos is interesting. It empowers the Death Strike, but not the Blood Boil.
Yeah, he might not have known that because he might not have tried this interaction before, but we've seen it before. So, yeah, it doesn't quite work together because of
The
the way
spell itself isn't doing the damage, it is applying an effect that does the damage.
Exactly. He's able to get some draw.
Oh, poor Thijs, though, only sitting above 50 health.
That's so small. So weak.
Well, he's looking at the... hovering over that Denathrius.
Yeah, it's gonna deal, is that 12? It's 12, but it's a big minion. And if she thinks, hey, Thijs, I have to bank that Thijs doesn't have a way to clear this.
Unfortunately, we know that Thijs is sitting on that very affordable 3 mana Asphyxiate.
Yeah, Asphyxiate just clears off the highest attack minion for three mana. Like, very easy clear.
Could
Unfortunately.
even follow it up with the Blood Boil if Thijs really wanted. I don't think he needs to.
Yeah. Just the perfect card at the perfect time for Thijs to have in his hand. His hand isn't much of anything else, but it's exactly what he needed. So Allie looking to say, okay, what can I do with this Nerubian? Because this could give her a comeback. This could give her another option, another out to take the game.
This is where it gets interesting versus a blood deck like Thijs, because look, Thijs has run out of resources. Death Strike, all it does is help you clear a minion, which is not nothing. Has a lifesteal attached to it, gonna keep that already very high health total continuing to go up, and has a Blood Boil. All you're doing with this is controlling the board. Meanwhile, Vizier just found Frostworm Sphere.
One of our favorite cards. Summon a 5/5, deal 5 damage, freeze enemy board. Such a good card.
How are you going to look No Muncher in the face at the end of this?
Oh my, listen. I can love too.
Gonna use that Death Strike to get rid of the Frostworm, clear it off the board. Does not leave Thijs with even close to enough mana to develop the Bone Guard Commander, but he's also not under extreme threat. All that is on board right now is 2 damage from the Vizier, and Thijs is still sitting at 39. Merciless Winter, you know, as excited as I am as someone who has played Consecrate many, many times, doesn't really do a lot here.
Yeah, and we've talked about this earlier. Allie just seemed like she didn't have any draw before, and now look at all the draw she has. Draw, draw, draw. Like that, her health. It was all sitting at the bottom of her deck. That's just unlucky. That's just very unfortunate for Allie. She had it in her deck. She couldn't get to it.
And yeah, now 1 card left. This might be the first game we see go to Fatigue.
Oh, look, another draw card at the very
screen.
bottom.
Yeah, there's that Defrost. Allie saying that is not what I wanted off the bottom of my deck. And Thijs puts a point up. Let's take a look at Thijs' deck, which just kept things in full control.
Yeah, he was playing the triple blood deck, so he has that Soul Stealer, which destroys all other minions, gaining 1 corpse for each enemy destroyed. So he's going to destroy his own minions, but also the enemy and gain a ton of corpse. That corpse explosion.
Yeah, we saw it go off as we entered the game. Didn't really get a chance to see what the board looked like ahead of time, but this is a card I am totally hyped for. Maximum Death Knight flavor.
Yeah, so much power.
But also, like, we've seen the corpse totals get absolutely ridiculous, and if they are absolutely ridiculous, Corpse Explosion is just going to keep going off until you don't need to worry about threats anymore.
All right, so Allie's heating up. She got her beanie on. She's ready to go. She said, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this tie.
You put a beanie on when you start getting heated?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's how we do it in Florida.
Do we?
Oh yeah, you're from Florida too. That's how we do it in Florida.
I have questions, but my question right now is, what cards are our competitors going to keep? Allie says all of them. Thijs says maybe just Soulbreaker and Denathrius, so I can get maximum infusions. Alliestraza also starting with a rather impactful infused card with Sylvanas the Accused. But, you know, I think I'd rather have a Denathrius. So what do you think?
Yeah, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want those, that infusion starting to stack so you could deal 1,000,000 damage to the opponent?
I legitimately thought you were going to say, who wouldn't want those abs? Because my answer is, I would.
But who wouldn't? All right, so Allie able to tempo out that Rhymefang Sword to reduce the cost of a spell in hand, but wait, she doesn't have a spell, so she decides to hold back. Let's just put this weapon up and chill.
Just getting it ready. There's a couple Death Knight weapons that are like that. We also have the 2/2 that does 2 damage to the opponent's face if you clear a minion, or if you attack a minion with it. So it's just kind of a, why would I swing face with this when I can use it as a control tool and gain more value? There's a couple Death Knight weapons that you might just play and wait.
So we see here, Allie offered Unholy Frenzy, Dark Transformation, or Glacial Advance. So she has to kind of think here, like, is there a card from Thijs that I really need to silence, which I would need that Dark Transformation. Unholy Frenzy is a really good way to start empowering your Denathrius. She decides to go for that Glacial Advance, that far left card. That's going to be, could deal damage face, and it reduces the cost of the next spell by 2. Or is it card? It reduces card or spell by 2.
It's spell.
Probably.
I believe it's spell. Still learning today.
There's a lot of cards.
Oh, Glacial Advance, it's your next spell this turn. Costs 2 less.
Ah, yes.
You don't get to carry it over to the next turn.
Allie has a lot of tools here to deal with tokens with that double spammy Arcanist. but she's not really facing that, so she's going to tempo out her own minions in the Rhyme Sculptor.
Yeah. Pretty nice, like, clean curve for Allie so far. I'd say the only hiccup, I think, was developing the Rangfang sword without a spell in hand, to where you just want to hold, you don't want to swing. Still doesn't have, well, has a spell in hand, but it's Horn of Winter. It's already as cheap as a spell can get.
0 mana. Get 2 mana.
Thijs' corpse kind of going up a little bit higher there with the use of his own Ghoul Charge hero power. Is this the first time we've seen a Rhyme Elemental survive a turn?
Probably.
The little 2-1 that could. Anti-Magic Shell, Glacial Advance, or Heart Strike appear to be the options. Yeah, we can see it now on stream for Alliestraza. Heart Strike not getting a lot of love today.
No, it's not.
Anti-Magic Shell gets picked up. Interesting.
Yeah, so this allows it so things can't be targeted. So she was really mad at Asphyxiate last game, right?
It would
Oh,
be,
that's not a target though, so this would not play around Asphyxiate.
Asphyxiate is a target.
No, it's destroy
it's
the
highest.
the
Oh, you're right.
You don't have to
You're
point
right.
it, so
It
it's
is
not
highest.
a target.
And then a lot of the other control tools as well, they don't care.
Yeah,
You
there's not a lot of targets.
apply effects to the entire board.
Howling as a target for freeze. So
Yeah,
please
the
around
target at
that.
6 damage from
Yeah.
blood.
Yep.
That's a target. So it still would be a decent enough follow-up once your Sylvanas is infused, you know. But decides to just rip it there. Decides, hey, you know what? A Vizier, a Rhyme Elemental, a really happy and plucky Noggling, that's enough for the +1/+1, and I don't want you to be able to easily deal with them with things like your Death Strike. But you know who don't care? Spammy Arcanist.
Nope.
So Spammy not getting the absolute perfect clear there, but setting up for the absolute perfect clear with the additional weapon swing from Thijs. See how Alliestraza is going to respond here. Could go for the steal on the now infused Sylvanas the Accused. Saying, no, you know what? I like options. Let's see what Theotar has
This
for me.
is on the Sire Denathrius, but she's offered Soul Stealer and
Soul Stealer's
Bone
not
Guard.
terrible. Bone Guard is very exciting. Sorry, Renathal, I don't think you're in the running.
No, sorry, man. You're cool and all. Thank you for the 40 health, but
It's a nice goblet.
yeah, we're gonna look at the Soul Stealer. We're gonna look at the other.
What'd you pick there? Couldn't quite make it out. Now, Horn of Winter, Spammy Arcanist.
Yeah, we'll find
Or-
out soon what she picked.
Yeah, probably not going to send over your own infused Sylvanas the Accused.
I don't think so.
I'd be looking at Horn mostly. There it is. Goes for the Horn.
I gave the horns, took the Soul Stealer so she can destroy all other minions, gain 1 corpse for each enemy minion destroyed. Huge clear with that card.
Looking at that Asphyxiate. Nope.
Death Strike.
Sides. Gotta Death Strike it. Get that 6 health. Thijs was starting to get on the low side, and honestly, for the blood games we've seen, I'd say 23 is on the low side.
Yeah, very low. So unhealthy.
Still not a juicy target for Sylvanas. Your option of 2, 3, 4s that don't really bring anything else.
Yeah, I feel like her hand is really meant for dealing with more of an unholy deck, and it's you know, it's a little of a stall here. And
Yeah,
that's okay to stall a bit if you're playing more of a control style.
Yeah, Bone Breaker doesn't really help either, on top of the fact that you have Rhymefang already equipped, but all you're going to do is discount Glacial Advance, which not looking like you're getting teed up for any major spell burst combos at this time.
Close face.
Just swinging. And sets herself up for a chain reaction off of that Spammy Arcanist, utilizing the own 1 health of her hero power ghoul. That was, gonna die at the end of turn anyway.
Right. So leaves up a minion, but she has a bigger minion, technically. So, she has more of the control of the board. But Thijs has control of the turn. And he's looking at this Bone Guard that can summon a bunch of risen footmen. And that's what he's going to do.
Definitely has the corpses to fuel it. Takes him down to only 4, but not like he has room for the next Bone Card commander anyway.
Yeah, she's able to steal this Bone Guard if she'd like with that Sylvanas.
I would certainly consider it if I were in Alliestraza's position. But also has the mana to potentially draw first with Defrost, see what you get. So you're hovering over Glacial Advance, which could also be a bit of a combo there because that would make that Defrost cost nothing. So if you're considering using Glacial Advance this turn anyway, that would be the best way to sequence it.
Yeah, so it looks like she's not thinking of using Sylvanas if she's pointing the Glacial at the big boy.
Yeah, that's going to be 4 into the Bone Guard commander. Set it up for the trade off the back of the ghoul there.
Yep, and another spamming goes down. A great way for her to use it. There's probably just not a lot of times to use it in this matchup, so it's great to find a time to utilize it.
Yeah.
Gets to that Sire Denathrius with the draw. So now she can start infusing him to go face.
Yeah, long way to catch up though to Thijs' Denathrius sitting currently infused up to 18 damage. Not to mention Thijs can just follow this up with another Bone Guard commander if he wants. And we'll still have 2 mana left over to just give more health with the Vampiric Blood that he just top decked. If that's how he wants to go.
He knows that she has Soul
Wasn't the
Stealer though, so he's probably aware that like, oh, she's gonna steal my soul. It's fine. Like he knows about this card, but he's fueling the Denathrius, so
Yeah.
I don't think he really cares.
What he doesn't know about though is the Sylvanas the Accused,
True.
which again, looking at a juicy 8/8. Bonebreaker doesn't not really going to do a whole lot here. I think the option is between do you want to Soul Steal or do you want to just steal the Bone Guard?
Soul Steal it is.
Besides, I want to cosplay a Triple Blood Death Knight for this turn. Drops the Soul Stealer.
Goes face.
Thijs down to 19. Of course, just whenever Denathrius gets thrown down, it's going to be a massive health swing for Thijs. But if I were Thijs too, I wouldn't feel particularly pressured at the moment.
No, I think Thijs is sitting pretty, just feeling in a good spot right now.
If you're that worried, you have Asphyxiate, you could just get rid of the 5/5. Gonna give Reborn the Blood Mage Thalnos. Out goes the Asphyxiate. And there goes Soul Stealer.
Love this Reborn on the Blood Mage Thalnos.
Yeah, because, you know, Thijs is doing well, looking pretty safe, but what he's lacking is card draw.
Yep. Allie has some card draw in hand. She has Chill Fallen Baron, and she has the Discover mechanic off the Nerubian Vizier. That can give her a spell that costs 2 less. She could look for something like the Scourge out of it. That could really give her something powerful.
Absolutely. Decides to dig first, finds Brand Bronzebeard, which would double up
Ooh,
the
yeah.
Battlecry Discover of Vizier.
Double Scourge.
Yeah. And if
Scourge
Brand survives, should also set up for a double Sire Denathrius Battlecry.
That is
Doesn't
nice.
really help with Sylvanas.
Yeah, decides not to use the Brand. So she's looking at Tomb Guardian, which she goes with.
You think she's... If you're in this position, you're just thinking, I just need more things to die. I just need to feed my Denathrius. I need to find a way to close out the game. You're looking at 17 health. It's in range. And of course, you and I, we're sitting here going, there's a huge Denathrius in hand.
Yeah, it's real big on the other side.
Now up to 27 damage split amongst all enemies, and there is not that much health on board to soak it up for Alliestraza.
The Vampiric Blood from Thijs, giving him 10 extra health on top of his original health.
Drawing as well. Yeah, just last turn, Thijs' hand was looking pretty barren, but look at this. Astalor is such a good pickup too when you start to run out of options or run, you know, no longer have card advantage, because it's just gonna give you another Astalor 2 more times.
Yeah, a lot of value from Astalor.
Blood
This
Boil
Blood
gonna
Boil. Oh, beautiful
Perfectly.
Player. Beautiful
board
player.
there.
Corpse Bride. We haven't seen Corpse Bride get played yet.
No, this is I love geeking out about art. Low-key, one of my favorite pieces of art from the set. I just think it's such a gorgeous illustration.
But Allie going to tempo her Sire Denathrius, which allows Thijs to tempo his patchwork, destroying it, and a card from deck and hand.
Yeah, it's a clean kill. You don't need to worry about follow-up lifesteal off of the Denathrius. Not at this moment it was a concern because Allie is capped at 40 at the moment. And Thijs just gonna take 5 armor, develop a 5/5.
Yeah, just destroy the board and develop his own.
Thijs is just safe to wait.
He's chilling. I can see him chilling down there.
16 damage on tap from the Astalor on top of 30 damage on tap from the Sire Denathrius. Of course, you can't play it both in the same turn.
Right. They're not druids with 20 mana.
Also, not playing Bone Lord, which would make the first one you played that turn 0 if Bone Lord got killed.
We haven't got to see that card yet.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we saw it once.
Saw it was played.
It was
yes.
played once. Corpse Bride in hand. Spend up to 8 corpses. Summon a Risen Groom with stats equal to the amount spent. So this is essentially a 5 mana 4/4 that summons an 8/8, I believe, right? And
Yes.
you can use it with Bran. Make it even bigger.
It should summon 2, I believe.
Yeah.
And it'll consume corpses twice, so there you go. It was sitting over 20 corpses, now down to only 7, and developed 2 8/8 Risen Grooms.
A Corpse Explosion on the other side, but Thijs only has 4 corpses, so Corpse Explosion not going to do much for Thijs, but since he has the trades, is going to do just enough.
Yeah, sets himself up for near perfect. Actually, it still gets to retain 2 corpses in the corpse bank. I guess that's a morgue.
The Corpse Morgue. Allie has, oh man, School Teacher off the top. Can't use it with Bran. Also has Defrost for draw.
No, yeah, Bran no longer hanging around, sadly. Seeing a familiar face with Talon Fordring coming down from Thijs, which normally a little annoying to deal with, but not when you have an infused Sylvanas.
Yeah, so Allie's gonna look at what this Nagaling could be. Her options aren't great. Rune Forging, we're not seeing much play out of. It draws a weapon and reduces its cost if you have a corpse to spend. Icy Touch, 2 damage, freeze it, or refresh 2 mana. Like, that was not what she was looking for.
No, not big power cards, especially so this late in the game. I just feel a sense of dread. I feel a sense of dread for Allie because
Yeah.
I can just hover over that Sire Denathrius and I can just see how much damage is stored away. On top of the fact that Astalor Flamebringer's been just sitting impatiently like, what are we doing? I've been able to Mana Thirst for multiple turns now. Let me do my gorgeous spell effect.
Let me do it. I do 16 damage.
I haven't seen too much Vrykul Necro-like yet either. The 2 mana 2/2 undead with Battlecry of Give a Friendly Minion Death Rattle. Summon a 2/2 zombie with Rush. Not a massive power play this late in the game. But I think Vrykul Necrolite is going to be a big player in early game. You know, curving out.
One of those cards you want to see early for sure.
Yeah, just get it after a body bagger.
Ooh.
Fantastic.
Misses the clear.
Yeah, it does leave up a 5/1 Sylvanas.
Allie gets some nice draw out of Overseer for Jadara.
My frost will splinter your
She will be able to clear off the Astalor as well because it will reduce his health down to 6, and then she can use a ghoul if she'd like to, or maybe something else from hand.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough for Allie at the moment because even without the Denathrius that we know Thijs has, I'm just not seeing enough damage to even deal with how much health Thijs currently is sitting on.
Yeah. And we know with our nice caster vision how much health he really has with that vampiric blood. So you can get 10 more health once he has enough corpses. He has a Sire Denathrius to restore health.
I have but little time.
Pleading the clear.
All right, so Allie has found a way to keep her minion, keep her Sylvanas, and therefore keep
What a top deck. Soul Stealer off the top, as if Thijs wasn't feeling safe enough already. What a top deck. Oh my goodness.
He's running out of options, but so is Allie. Allie's using a lot of her resources.
At the moment, Denathrius is 1 damage off lethal by itself.
Oh, yeah, but she has Astalor now. She can tempo out the first one and the second one. Not the third one, but she could get some value out on the board.
Yeah, it would soak up some very important damage from the Denathrius. But also needs to find a way to deal with the Soul Stealer, because that could help push through any minor amounts of damage that side Denathrius misses. If Denathrius even misses. Damage amongst enemies.
She decides to go face, get some armor with that mana thirst, new keyword. And just push face. She's like, nope, this is my out. This is how I win. I just need to go face. As Frost players want to do.
Yeah, did not decide to swing with the Bone Breaker. Holds back. And is this going to be it? Is this going to be a 34 damage Denathrius turn? Or does Thijs say, at 29, I'm fine. I can wait even longer.
My rule is eternal.
And the Soul Breaker, probably not at the top of Thijs' list right now. I don't think Thijs is looking for corpses right now. Could help him chip through that 5 armor. Here we're going to get to see that battle cry effect of Reichel Necrolite in action as the hero power goal dies, leaves behind one of those 2/2 rampaging zombies with Rush. Help clean up the trade there.
And I go face too. We're both just gonna go face. Let's
Just
see what
try and
happens.
get Alliestraza in range of that Denathrius, which of course she is at right now, but could develop, again, more health that would soak up that damage.
And with the Horn of Winter in hand, she can actually spend 12 mana this turn. She has the Blight thing so that she can get a bunch of taunts. Therefore, Thijs can't swing face. And Sire Denathrius no longer can just all go phase. He has, some minions in his way.
Yeah, she is going to have to decide if she wants to play Astalor the Flamebringer. She will need to use that Horn of Winter to access the mana necessary. We could just follow it up with a Remorseless Winter, which would give her 2 taunts. And that's what she decides on. Then a Horn of Winter? That would take her up to 5. What should we follow that back with? Rime Sculptor?
Yeah, otherwise she could just swing and use the Ghoul and just get to go 5 phase with her Astalor. But yeah, I think she's looking at just like, I need to develop. He has 1 card, just 1. Like, I'm not playing around a lot. She probably knows what it is if he's been holding that card for this long.
Floating mana certain turns.
Yeah, she knows what it is, I'm sure.
Does Thijs dig, or does Thijs go for Denathrius?
He's,
Looking like this is it.
38 damage.
Where does this damage go?
Oh. Gets himself back up to 60 health. Putting Allie down to 9.
Flamebringer could clear the board without... I mean, the lifesteal doesn't matter. Thijs is sitting at 60. Also, we need to start talking about fatigue. Alliestraza only has 6 cards left in her deck, so even if she is able to stabilize with Astalor and the other tools available to her, she's now in a race against her own remaining cards.
But it looks like Thijs will take the win without the fatigue because Allie was not able to clear off that final 2 health from the Denathrius, and with a weapon on board for Thijs, he can just swing past that taunt and go face.
Yeah,
But no,
that's gonna be it. We have 2-0 for Thijs against Alliestraza. Oh, my frost heart is thawing.
Those were some long games.
They were, and that's what can really happen with blood especially.
Yeah, especially blood, but I think this was interesting because, in my mind, I saw Frost as being this very bursty deck, very more combo or mid-range, but we saw that it has the potential to be control. So if you like control decks and you like Frost stuff, there is an option for you with this Frost kind of style. Though it couldn't beat the Blood, no, but because Blood is just meant to be the ultimate control deck, I'm pretty sure. So with all that health that they can produce, so.
Yeah, it's serious stall factor. Well, if you want to see if Blood continues to be the ultimate control deck, stay tuned. We're going to go to break, and we'll see you right back here for the next round.
Okay, we're almost done, but we do have one more thing. Cord, got something cool to share?
Yeah, let's talk about events.
All right, we've had events in Hearthstone, like Midsummer Fire Festival, Noble Garden, and Lunar New Year. What's changing?
Well, our events have been delivered mainly through Legendary Quests, which were great, but we'd like to do more. And to do that, we've created a new event system. Time-limited events now have a dedicated place within the Hearthstone menu, and when an event is active, a wax seal will replace the journal button to let you know something special is going on. When you first enter, you'll be presented with an invitation to join in the festivities with a rundown of the event. There's now a dedicated page of the journal to support new events with quests and rewards. We've kept much of what's fun about Legendary Quests, you know, play the game, complete quests, get cool prizes. But now we present those rewards front and center, paired with awesome art and a little bit of story. And they're placed on a reward track, allowing us to better control content pacing. We're kicking things off with the Knights of Hollow's End event. The Headless Horseman rides north to answer the call of the Lich King. And it's not just quests and rewards from this event. At the same time, the entire Knights of the Frozen Throne set will be added to core, making it free for everyone and back in standard.
So you can go play with all the old hero cards. And when does this go live?
Right now,
Right now.
the Knights of Hollow's End event lasts for 2 weeks, and Knights of the Frozen Throne will remain all the way until the launch of March of the Lich King.
Now you can catch up on what happened the last time the Lich King visited the tavern in preparation for his permanent return on December 6th.
Welcome back, hopeful wielders of Frostmourne. I hope you're enjoying all of this Death Knight action out there. Reminder, let us know if you're enjoying it. What are you enjoying the most on social media using the hashtag #PlayHearthstone? We just heard from Knight76 Wing said, I'm just ready to explore the new class, try out different decks, and find out what works. I'm probably gonna go Blood and Frost. I can't wait. Well, Nightwing, it seems that Blood and Frost seems to be working pretty well for other people. What do you think?
What? No, Unholy. Team Unholy, let's go. I can't believe him. No, disagree, but no, I appreciate that.
All right.
And we all have different likes and dislikes, so yeah, for me it's Unholy, but can totally see the Frost, and for those especially who like control for the Blood.
I'm liking it after watching this, and let's see what we're about to watch. Let's take a look at our matchups as we continue on with our Death Knight show match. This is our schedule for round 3, or this is our results.
Oh yes, the results. So we had 1-1 for BunnyHoppor. Cantelope taking his first loss to BunnyHoppor, stopping that win streak. Alliestraza loses 0-2 to Thijs. Avelline and HunterAce, that match will happen after stream as she is still trying to get online for a second. Feno wins 2-0 to NoHands Gamer, moving the Unholy team up a bit. Dog tying Regis Killbin, and Meati 2-0's Disguise Toast.
Oh, Meati putting in some work there.
Yeah, so I see some, evening out of the score there. And so we're going to see Team Unholy still on top with 16 points, but Team Blood not far behind with 13. And we know that, Avelline still needs to play, so they might just be beating them. Kind of hard to tell right now because of that.
Could be a bit of an upset.
Yeah, games that we need to see. And we see a tie for first place with individual points. Cantelope and Dog having 7 points each. Cantelope having a better win streak than Dog, though. But yeah, and Regis coming right behind him with those 5 points.
Cantelope just streaking ahead. Also hearing it sounds like Avelline has sorted out those connection issues and will be in round 4.
Oh, good.
That's exciting.
Yeah, and we'll make sure of that by tomorrow morning for our tomorrow's stream, that we'll make sure to have all those games updated for you guys so we can have a proper point total.
Yeah, it might be a swing.
It could be.
Or it could solidify the lead for one of the other teams.
But tomorrow's games are going to be quite interesting with the points.
Yes.
So you have to tune in. You got to do it.
Oh, we got some Death Knight surprises for sure.
Definitely.
All right, well, as we move into round 4, let's take a look at our matchups. We've got BunnyHoppor facing off against HunterAce, Alliestraza versus Feno, Avelline versus Regis Killbin, NoHands Gamer versus Meati, Dog versus Cantelope, and Disguised Toast facing Thijs.
Our 2 top players, Dog and Cantelope, are facing off, and that is who we're going to get to watch. Cantelope has his hat on. He's ready to go.
Ooh, looks like little, probably not bones, but I'm in the bone zone. So that's how I'm interpreting that hat now.
So Dog on the Unholy deck has the Blight Fang, and Cantelope on his Control Blood deck.
Yeah, Dog picking up, you look at Blight Fang, you look at Battlefield Necromancer and Eating Corpses, maybe you don't want to keep those, but the 2 Graveyard Shifts, yeah, they're spells, but they summon minions and they build up that corpse count.
And we can see
Dog
Cantelope.
decides, yeah, I do like Graveyard Shift, but not 2 of them.
No, yeah, 1's plenty. Cantelope has a little bit of Frost in his deck, so he's running the Double Blood Single Frost.
This is a heck of a matchup. So Dog and Cantelope, they're both the top points leaders for their teams, but they were also both shut down in the last round. They're no longer on their streak. They no longer have their helms of domination.
That is true. So they want to try and get it back, that streak going again, help their team out with that huge prize pool.
School teacher off the top for Cantelope, but he's saying, you know what, want to keep digging. There's my Chill Fallen Baron. Slapping it right back to Dog. These early turns are going quick. I feel like I can sense the players getting more comfortable with their decks, getting more comfortable with this brand new Death Knight class in Hearthstone.
They're saying, I'm not BunnyHoppor. I'm not going to rope. I'm just going to play.
Blood Tap forging an anti-magic shell being the option for Cantelope on that Discover. They're relatively...
I like Blood Tap here because he has a lot of minions in hand that are a bit smaller but have good, battle cries. You can draw a lot, but it's a 5-mana 3/5. If he can double up that, the stats of those minions, he's going to be in a better space. He just needs to get some corpses going.
Only needs 2 more, if that's what he's looking to spend his corpses on. And there's 2 minions in play right now. If they both die, all you're looking at is 1 more hero power from Death Knight at the bare minimum.
Yeah, and he did take the Blood Tap. So he did take that card that buffs the minions in hand 1/1 and then does it again if he can spend enough corpses. So he agrees that that was the best for his current situation.
Yeah. We just got some trading going on from Dog here as now Cantelope has the 3 corpses that I think he was looking for when he made his Discover selection last turn. But decides, no, this is a Talon Forging. We're going classic. Keeping, getting some familiar faces up in here alongside all of the new denizens of Northrend and Scourge adjacent foes.
All right, so 5 mana for Dog. He does have Army of the Dead, but this is not going to be great because it raises up to 5 corpses, and he only has 1 currently. So not the greatest card. So he is going to use his School Teacher to discover a spell for his Nagaling. Anti-Magic Shell.
Is School Teacher getting a kickback on offering anti-magic shell? It keeps coming up.
We've seen it a lot, and it's quite a good one for Nagaling. Obviously, a 3-mana spell onto a 1-mana minion. Pretty powerful. There's also Howling Blast. I can see them both. It's just like the Howling Blast makes more sense currently because if you were to use the 1/1 buff right now for the anti-magic, it's really awkward with his board. It doesn't really help the current situation.
Wouldn't mind it on the 4/4, but not all that exciting on the rest of the
it's awkward.
1/1s.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Corrupted Ashbringer off the top for Cantelope. Haven't seen a ton of this weapon on stream just yet. Remains to be seen if we'll see it in this game. Looks like Cantelope is really considering that Nagaling, which really at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure the only reason he's excited about that is for the Blood Tap that's attached to it.
Double buff of minions.
Yep, a 2/2 to every minion in his hand, which he has had quite a few minions for quite a while now.
Able to clear the board off, isn't really able to develop, which is something he wants to do. But remember, he's a control style deck. He can develop with time. He doesn't need to, panic.
No panic indeed. I think it does it just go with the territory of blood that you're kind of, I mean, Cantelope looks hyped. I struggle to use the term relaxed, but there's something relaxing about watching Blood play because they just seem in control. They have the health. They can wait things out. And what we've seen against Frost, in some cases, they can wait out the entire deck.
Alrighty. We're going to check out this 6 box here and see what everyone is up to. Everyone is in game currently.
This guy's toast going wide against Thijs. Look at strong. Unholy. It's looking like you were right, Slissa, you know.
Unholy.
I'll admit it. It's looking strong.
You admitted I'm right? Ah.
Looking strong.
For that, I reward you with an invincible.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you very much. I mean, really, I should thank Dog.
Oh, okay.
And of course, the designers of Hearthstone. Thanks. Shout out to the Hearthstone team. This set is legitimately all I've ever wanted.
Yeah.
So we got Cantelope, plenty of options. Look at that hand size. He says, you know what? I want to get my Astalor rolling. It's a 2/2, not the biggest, most impactful minion in the world. You know what, a 5/5 is better. And we're almost to that 10 mana point where the Mana Thirst of Astalor's final form, the Flamebringer, will be coming to the party.
Yeah, I was able to get the Mana Thirst from the first 2 and about to get it from the third. So a very good tempo opportunity for Cantelope just to have it in hand ready to go. He also has Sire Denathrius in hand ready to go. Patchwork, a lot of powerful cards in hand. And if he doesn't have what he needs, well, he has draw in hand too, because he has 2 cards that draw 2 more minions and have some decent stats now from the blood tap. But Dog is going to raise a bunch of corpses with Rush to deal with the current board.
Army of the Dead, if there is a more iconic Death Knight ability, I don't know what it is.
Even I know Army of the Dead. And my lore knowledge is abysmal.
I do start to think of Defile, but you know what, Warlock, you already took it. You already took it, Warlock. Died to it so many times, raiding ICC. So Dog still has some options. One of those options, however, is the perfect 3 mana on an 8/8 Stitch Giant. That's what I'd be looking at, but he says, maybe not yet. They could be cheaper.
Yeah.
Why spend any mana for a Stitch Giant when you can spend no mana?
So I think here what he's thinking is like, do I want to put out an 8/8 when I already have 2 decently big minions on board? If I do this and they have an AoE clear, I'm sacrificing another big minion. And when you're playing into Blood, when you're playing into a deck that has a lot of AoE, you don't want to waste all your big minions all at one time. You need to try and drag out all their AoE clears so that at some point you can get it out and get it to stick. So I think that's what Dog was thinking of, like, maybe I wait a turn, maybe wait out some clear, and then put it out the next turn.
That was a heck of a turn to develop, however, because the Mana Thirst is not online yet. We're only sitting at 9 mana. Astalor is not going to get that second tick of 8 damage, and
he knows he has it, so he knows, like, oh wait, I need to play this a term prior.
Yeah.
A term before it can get online.
I'd be looking at Blood Boil. At least it gets rid of those awkward 2/2s. No Muncher at the moment. Only gonna run into a 2/2. Of course, does bring a noteworthy amount of healing as well.
And Dog has such a great follow-up in Blade Master Okani here.
Close health, not attack. My bad.
So
sorry, No Muncher. Offending you once again.
Dog can follow up with the Blade Master Okani if he likes, so to make sure that, hey, I don't want the Alistair to deal the AoE, so I'm just gonna play this to silence or object any minions that come onto the board. So can clear, can counter a minion. This is looking really good for Dog.
It is, and yeah, now, next turn, yes, Mana Thirst for Astalor will be online, but there's just so much chunk in the health of that 11/10 and that 8/8, and looks like we might be adding 6 health from Okani to the board as well.
Yep.
So if you were thinking about the Flamebringer, I don't think you are now.
The citadel stands strong.
And Denathrius is only up to 13 damage.
Now what to do for Cantelope?
Not as animated in his webcam anymore.
No.
I'd be making that face too.
Because, I mean, he can't really test Blood Boil.
No.
But luckily, it wasn't a counter spell, right? It was a counter minion. So now he can test that with a 1-drop Sir Finley. He doesn't have to, he can just kind of wait it out. But it was very fortunate for him that Dog did not pick spell.
There goes the minion counter.
So he's going to be healing for 14. He's going to be getting rid of like at least 8 attack. Yeah.
Yeah, and the minions that remain, providing Dog doesn't find a way to close out the game this turn, will continue taking that 2 damage, chip damage, until they are dead, and it keeps healing Cantelope the whole way.
Yeah. So Dog does have his Astalor, so he can get out the second one, having the third one online by next turn. He is searching to see what he can
Army
do
of the
here.
Dead would be a really strong pickup here. That is what Dog goes for. I could see going for Unholy Frenzy, but at the moment, he's not interested in controlling the board.
Yeah, and Holy Frenzy was interesting in case he thought, oh, there might be a taunt in my way next turn to get to face.
Because even if the Stitch Giant died, it would come back as an 8/8. The only real loss would be if your 11/7 dies, it wouldn't come back with the buffs that it currently has.
Astalor in hand.
Skeletal Sidekick going to bring 2 more damage to the face this turn. May not seem like much, but it all adds up. We have seen very small amounts of chip damage making big differences in the game so far today. Going down to 3 health.
Now he's going to gain some health from the Blood Boil and then again from the Sire Denathrius, but he doesn't clear a single minion. Oh no!
Blood Boil would have
the Blood
finished
Boil
that off.
a little bit.
Yeah.
23 health, and it looks like Dog just has
Still lethal on
board.
board. Perfect lethal on board.
It was unfortunate for the Sire Denathrius not to kill off the 5 attack.
What an absolutely relentless board state Dog was able to put together in that, to put that first point up on the board against Cantelope. My goodness. All right, let's take a look at some of Dog's factoids here. Oh, look, favorite competitor, Brian Kibler, again.
Yeah. If you, well, we know this about Dog, but if you missed it, yeah, he did say his favorite competitor is Brian Kibler. And here is his deck list. We see some of his main key cards.
Yeah, we saw Army of Dead in that last game.
But, you know, enough with the deck list. Well, let's get into the game. Enough. Yeah. Let's see what they are up to. They've already queued. Dog has a Sire Denathrius to start. We know he likes to hold on to that.
This has seemed very important in the games today. Starting with Sire Denathrius, with just how many minions die over the course of any Death Knight game. That hero power.
I see you.
Yeah. And we see that Cantelope has a Corrupted Ashbringer in hand.
One of these games, we'll get to see it played.
Yeah.
I hope. I believe. I choose to believe.
Let the people see the Corrupted Ashbringer.
You
That's what everyone's here for, right?
I hear you live with an Ashbringer fan.
I do. I do live with one.
And starting things off with Astalor, that might be the earliest Astalor we've seen on stream so far.
Yeah, tempo.
Oh, Bonebreaker off the top, the perfect answer. Clears the Astalor and says, hey, I'm also sending you 2 damage to the Chrome
The time has come.
for your trouble.
Easy tempo plays out of them.
So just a, just a standard Renathal. Looking at the Vizier. Also has the coin, though. Not sure what he's thinking about coining. The answer was nothing. Melissa, the answer was nothing.
Nothing. I'm gonna hold on to this.
School teacher coming down.
So is it offered Defrost, Howling Blast, or Dark Transformation? Does he want to silence a minion? Does he want that Howling Blast because it has so much option with the freeze or the kind of swipe mechanic? Or does he want Defrost to double draw? So look for exactly what he needs. He did decide to pick up the Howling Blast, so that is the card that deals 3 damage to 1 minion, freezes it, and then deals 1 damage to all other enemies.
Howling Blast can also go face,
Can go
which
face.
early in the day we were seeing a lot of pressure apply with Howling Blast, but as the day has progressed and we've seen just how long some of these games can go and how big some of these minions we can get, we've seen Howling Blast increasingly used more often to just control the board and try and stem the bleeding caused from some of these massive minions.
All right, and for this pickup here, he is discovering between the Scourge, which is what he picked. He did pick the Scourge. He had a couple other options that were interesting, but the Scourge definitely is one of those cards that you want to pick up. It's a legendary spell. It fills your board with random undead. It's a refill mechanic, like, okay, I just lost my board because I'm facing a control player who has plenty of AoE. I'm just gonna refill it. So, great option here in the Scourge for Dog. But on the other side, we have Cantelope, who, he's looking at some options.
Picked up his Astalor.
Yeah, he's on 5 mana.
His Nathrius wasn't as early as Dog's, which is as early as you can find a Nathrius, but it's still relatively early because we've seen some very late Nathrius draws today.
Yeah.
Here we see a Vrykul Necrolite coming out more when I expect to see that card in play, which is in the the early to mid game.
See double Scourge on Dog's side. Double
Scourge. What does it mean, Slissa?
Does it mean something?
Just had a question is all.
Okay. I thought it was a lore question. I was like, oh no, don't ask me. You had me worried.
There goes the army of the dead.
Nice easy clear. Filling up that Sire Denathrius.
Getting more
hungry.
corpses along the way. No Muncher off the top.
Why do I love No Muncher so much?
It's a good card,
Okay.
and it's only 1 blood rune, which means it asks very little to be included in your deck. It's just like, hey, just a little blood. Can we have just like a little blood, please?
Yeah. It's an undead as well, so you can get it off of the Scourge.
That's a heck of a get. And I
Yeah.
noticed we've seen multiple times now where the Scourge, it seems like they kind of want a taunt.
Yeah.
They play the Scourge, please give me a taunt. I need to live. And if you're in that position and you get the No Muncher,
Yep. It's taunt and lifesteal.
and it
it
attacks at the end of the
Yeah.
turn.
So it's that Hail Mary play.
Yeah, it's a very strong get off of Scourge. But here we're going to see another Vizier, double battle cry, courtesy of Brand Bronzebeard, Vampiric Blood, but also Frostworm's Fury.
So those are some spicy options. We've seen a lot of people pick Death Strike as well. I don't think we'll see it here, but we could.
We've seen wider boards from Dog in this very game right now, but still, freezing all enemy minions, not a bad thing. Getting in 5 chip damage, developing your own 5/5. Hey, what's better than 1 Frostworm's Fury for 5 mana?
2 Scourges.
You're not wrong. Not where I thought you were going with that, but I like your energy.
We got the double Scourge on one side, the double Frostworm on the other to deal with it, but it only kind of deals with it. It deals with it for a turn, right? Because the Frostworm Fury freezes all enemy minions, so it's just gonna be like, nope, hold on a second.
In a way, though, it's more interesting than if you actually dealt with the board that the Scourge leaves behind, because then Dog, who is sitting on 2 Scourges, can't follow it up with the second Scourge if the whole board is locked because of the freezing effect coming off of Frostworm's Fury.
I like the Dog tempo, the Astellar, because he didn't get the Mana Thirst for the 8 extra, but look at his hand. He wants to tempo 9 Scourge. He wants to, again, tempo 9 Scourge the next turn, and then the next turn, he has Sire Denathrius. So there just wasn't space for it to get the double 8, so it was a really good call to play it early, just so, because he has 3 more turns. But oh my gosh, there is a Bone Lord Frost Whisper on Dog's board.
What? Wow. We've seen this included in decks on purpose as a major game plan. This Death Rattle is one of the most unique I have ever seen in Hearthstone, because when Bone Lord dies, it puts you on that timer. You get the first card you play every turn is 0, but you straight up die in 3 turns.
Yep, Bone Lord Frost Whisper makes you die in 3 turns if you don't win.
Yeah, and it's on a Death Rattle, so you don't even have full control over when that timer starts ticking.
So Cantelope's sitting here thinking, okay, how can I kill this? Or do I want to kill it?
Do I want to kill it?
Do I think Dog can beat me in 3 turns? If I don't think he can, how can I kill it to kill Dog in 3 turns? So that's what Cantelope has to decide right now. And playing quite quickly considering those decisions.
And also, Cantaloupe, fantastic Hearthstone player. I would not put it past him to have kept an eye on the fact that Dog's leftmost card has not left his hand the entire game. And in the games we've been seeing today, that should be a telltale sign that it's Big Daddy Denathrius.
Yep. And I like what he did here. What he did was he froze the board so that Dog couldn't play anything. Dog got stuck. He had to waste a turn. So that's basically saying Cantaloupe has 20 mana for a turn if you're wasting a turn of Dogs. Dog was just draw a card, you know? So that gives Cantaloupe a lot more opportunity to kind of figure things out from here. Does get the Blood Boil online, meaning he's clearing off a lot of minions, he's getting a lot of lifesteal, he's killing off the Bone Lord Frost Whisper, putting Dog on that 3-turn clock. Keep in mind, Dog's first card every turn is gonna be free.
Look at that hand full of 0 mana, Denathrius, 0 mana, Army of the Dead. Not the best right now. Got 3 minions on board. Not gonna get full value.
I think Dog's about to slow down his plays because he has 3 turns.
This is where freezing plus that Bone Lord timer can gum up the works. This is so interesting.
So it looks like he's looking at this Tempo Denathrius. It's 22 damage for free.
There's not a ton of health on Cantaloupe's board to soak this up, but more than Dog probably wants, because Cantaloupe's only going to 22 health. Not to mention, has his own 21 damage Denathrius in hand. Not that Dog knows that.
No, yeah, but Dog has this Blade Master to say, hey, I'm going to stop you from playing a...
I would go minion if I was fearful of a Denathrius.
What's he gonna pick? He's gonna pick minion. He says, I don't want a minion. Now, he should know that Cantaloupe has a Nagaling. Now, that's only if he's paying close attention. So I don't believe they're using deck trackers or anything for this event, because these cards are not in deck tracker, because these cards are not available to the public. But yeah, he does have a Nagaling that he can test. It's gonna get objected.
There
Rip.
it is.
But
that
now,
does mean Denathrius cannot happen this turn.
that's true. He did stall it. So now Cantaloupe has to figure out a way to deal. He does have the Bone card in hand, but he doesn't have enough corpses for a full Bone card, but he can still play it. So it says raise up to 6 corpses. He has 5 currently, so he can raise 5.
Only missing out on a single
Yeah,
guard.
just
1
one.
mana off of doing the hero power ahead of time and still being able to fit, have enough left over to drop that commander and get full value.
No,
I think he's more thinking about Blood Boil right now because it gets rid of, 2 minions and the first half of those 2 menacing zombies.
But those minions are already gone. 2 minions are already gone from the previous Blood Boil.
That's true,
So he
but
doesn't need to use it.
healing is good.
Healing is good. I don't know how much originally health he has, because he has a Vampiric Blood, right? So he just has 40?
I have not seen a Vampiric Blood, so no, Cantaloupe would be at a maximum of 40 health. He is running a run-up out there.
So this is Dog's second turn on the clock. Remember, he gets 3 turns,
Yep.
and then he's dead. This is turn 2. He needs to get through taunts.
Not have an instant answer to all of these 1/2s.
He has a concoction in hand.
Yeah.
It destroys a random enemy, so if he can clear off the taunts, then leave up the 8/8, it could clear it. But he might just be holding on to it. He can't really hold on to it that long. But remember, his first card costs 0. So he has to think of the best ordering for this. It makes the most sense to play the biggest card first. Invincible, getting put on the deck, or on the board. Giving him a nice, juicy taunt.
Yeah, going to turn that 2/2 menacing zombie into a 7/7. And then just opting for the Army of the Dead just to get rid of 2 of those taunts that are in the way, but clear the way for a 10 swing from Denathrius. And gonna end things with that mixed concoction.
It's just, he has 1 more turn left and 18 health to deal with. So Cantelope just has to say, okay, how do I stop him from dealing with 18 health? Oh, I'll sire Denathrius. I'll give myself 27 health back. 22, actually.
Just gonna cap out at my max health of 40. and you just call dog. Like, I don't think you can kill me this turn.
I don't think you can come up with, I mean, he already has 29 on board, so he needs to come up with 11. That's not much.
No, school teacher could find something. Oh,
Nothing
no
goes face
immediate damage from hand. Frost Strike only goes to a minion.
We don't know a lot about the undead cards, so we don't know if he were to tempo out a Scourge, if any would give attack. Because we don't know about all the undead
There's
cards yet.
so many options. Zir gonna come down just digging, looking for anything.
Anti-magic
Anti-magic
shell
shell is a board-wide buff.
Is it enough? Because he already wasted some minions.
Yeah. Oh wait, skeletal sidekick.
Cantaloupe scared.
1 damage on what is the dreadful concoction?
He's
It's just 1 health. But dog has no more plays.
Oh my god!
The timer ran out.
Cantaloupe is shocked.
Look
Let's
at
go,
yes.
Cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe is all of us right now. As we head over to Avelline and Regis Killbin. I was hoping I would get to see the timer run out.
Oh my goodness.
Not that I was rooting against dog, just
Yeah.
I knew Bone Lord was on the menu today, and I was hoping to see that.
Yeah, that clock, that 3-turn clock. You gotta kill me in 3 turns, and he was 1 off, one hero power off, right? Just like 1 ghoul away.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, but those big mana plays, even as much mana of a discount as he got from those 0 mana first plays of the turn, it wasn't enough. But let's see. We're over here with Avelline versus Regis. Regis already up 1 game.
He got blurred by the Scourge. The Scourge just destroyed him.
What a wild game. What do you pick here if you're Regis?
Whatever he just did. I trust. He's a good player. I kind of missed it. I'm just still reeling about the last game.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm loading up my caster vision, so I can't hover over the Noggling just yet to see what that pick was.
Almost have the potential to do that. Caster vision.
I believe we're going to we're gonna get a replay of that end there.
Oh,
that
good.
against Cantelope. And let's see it right now. One of the
Look, Cantaloupe thinks he's
nuttiest
dead.
ends.
He's like, I'm dead. I'm dead. And then he's like, wait, there's only 1.
You have to think it in this moment. You're at 1 health, and then your full health opponent just obliterates themselves because they ran out of. God, look at Cantaloupe.
Let's go.
I want to see that on TikTok tomorrow.
It's such an
Jeez.
awesome, it's such a good feel-good moment for Cantaloupe. This is his first big tournament, and he has just made a name for himself.
It's the hat.
It's the hat. It has to be.
The power is in the hat.
Over here to Regis Killbin and Avelline. A little bit more tame over here. So
Is it? Look at Regis's hand.
it's tame.
We're past 10 mana. Estelor is ready to mana thirst. Regis says, I don't have a big enough hand. Let's draw even more.
I do know that his Noggling has Frost Strike. He has Frost Strike on it, so I did figure that out.
And that's going to set him up for the clear on this Patchwork. I love you, Patchwork, but sorry. We'll see you. I'm sure we'll see you again, buddy. Sure, we'll see you again. Definitely see more Gnome Munchers. Harbinger, winner goes down. One of the best haircuts in this set, if I do say so myself.
I like how they're snap picking Howling Blast. A lot of the Frost players are, at least.
Howling Blast is a really impactful card.
Yeah, I didn't get to play test this much. I did a
Oh,
little
Mutinous
bit, but-
eats well.
Oh.
Patchwork can't destroy my minions if my minion destroys Patchwork first.
Oh. That was a good Patchwork, or that was a good Mutinous. We haven't seen a
Best
ton
Mutinous of the day.
Best Mutinous of the day. Definitely.
You get a gold star, Golden Mutinous.
Oh, look at his little eyeballs wiggling. You know I love my Murlocs.
You know, it
These
stands
guys
out
are
because
special.
with as many ghouls today, there's just not a lot of eyes still in the sockets.
Exactly. Oh.
Thessarian gonna come down. You know, Thessarian, I like your gumption. I don't think you bring enough damage to
The
fully
Howling-
deal with this Mutinous.
Yeah, but the Howling Blast has the freeze, and then the Death
That is true.
Rattle.
We're just gonna chip.
Yep, I'm just gonna
Chip away.
Chip away.
take Avelline down to a measly 40 health.
Yeah, take her down to 40 health.
You ever just want to get in a time machine, talk to your past Hearthstone self, and inform you that you will 1 point say something like, "Oh, I'm going down to 40 health." Ultrar's going to make this a nice, clean board. Where's that damage going to go? It goes face, though, preserving the 2-1 Hematurge.
It reminds me of the warrior press button days. What was that? Was that Odd Warrior? That you press button and get 4 armor every turn or something?
I believe. Oh, you're going way back.
Okay. I've played this game a long time.
All I was doing in that time was Paladin, and all of my friends except my one other Paladin friend were very mad at me for just slamming Paladin games during the
Odd Paladin, I assume?
Yes.
Not even Paladin was pretty good back then, too.
They were both pretty good.
All the arms.
Some might say too good.
Yeah, but it was definitely
Look at this cleanup. Man, Spammy just putting on a clinic.
Howling Blast with that little ping on the Mutinous to get it.
Yeah, you get that. You get that AoE effect on the backside of it.
All right, so Astalor's yellow and shiny.
Mana Thirst is active. I love this new keyword.
I love the animation, too. Look at this animation, so pretty.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Give me mage vibes. A little bit of Avenging Wrath from, like, OG Paladin days.
And Astalor is a neutral card, so can be played in other classes in case you're one of those who sticks to one main class. He is very versatile.
Renathal off the top, probably not what Regis was looking for. Frigidara is solid, but not really what you're looking for right now when you're facing down an 8/8.
Yeah.
It could answer with your own Astalor. Would leave 2 mana up afterwards, potentially more if you want to combo out. Regis has access to 2 Horns of Winter right now.
Yeah, Astalor and Astalor Crime. Could see it.
Civil War with these Blood Knight tabards on.
Overseer Frigidara gonna get some draw and a potential 2 damage. Oh, only can draw 1 spell, so that's it. That's it for spells for Regis.
Yeah, but is going to decide to combo out both Glacial Advances to deal with this 8/8 threat.
So it says that both spells need to be Frost, and since he only drew 1 spell, it didn't work. He didn't get the 2 damage, even though the 1 spell was Frost.
It's rare today. Is that the first time we've seen Frigidara not trigger?
I think so. Yeah, I think that was the first time. We saw the Theatar not trigger earlier.
Oh, Theatar off the top the turn after your opponent plays the Nathrius. That's got to hurt.
It does, because like he could steal potentially no Muncher, but he could play no Muncher because of the Horn of Winter.
That's
where
true.
he can refresh 2 mana crystals. But he's going to Remorseless Winter to get that draw, Horn of Winter, and get down the Astalor so he can hopefully clear off the side of Nathrius. He's like, please do not go
Where all these
face.
hits go, it's close.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It's
that
okay.
went down.
It's okay.
To the 1 damage wire.
But so much refill in Avelline's hand with the Bone Guard Commander.
Gonna open with the Finley.
Interesting. Wonder if there's probably something in her deck she's looking for,
Yeah.
like a Sire Dena- or
I'm
no, she played
certain
Sire
this is an
Denathrius.
intentional dig. Corpse Explosion off the top, not a bad kit. No Muncher, Soul Stealer, that's an easy answer to that 8/8.
Yeah, because I liked the Bone Guard there, but obviously she was looking for something very specific. Because she didn't want to... Oh, or maybe she knew like the Theatar is going to come out. I don't want him having this stuff. Have my bad stuff.
Could get a no Muncher. No Muncher's there, unless he wants to dig more with the Chill Fallen Baron. So it's hand over there. Here, you can have a Renathal. Enjoy.
Yes, but this is my no Muncher.
My no Muncher that I...
Poor Prince Renathal. He does so much for the deck and gets such little respect.
Corpse Explosion coming out to clear that board up. More than enough corpses.
And a Discover Blood Tap, which is pretty nice because she does have 4 minions in hand. She can gain them tons of stats, and one of them having lifesteal is very important as a control player.
Is it important when you're on 47 health?
That's not enough. She doesn't have 90 health. She wants 90.
Okay. I mean, it is a collectible card game. I just didn't know we were collecting health.
We are collecting health nowadays. That's the goal. I'm curious to see who will post on social media the highest health Death Knight that we'll ever see.
Well, make sure you tag #PlayHearthstone when you do.
Yeah, make sure you do, because I just want to see it. I want to see how high we can get these, because you are able to discover plenty of the vampiric blood. So
We're just getting real low here, trying to find any way to clear the board. Does get there with the perfect spammy.
But this 4 damage is just not going to be enough to deal with 46 health at all.
No, and while dig is nice, while the draw from Chillbaron is nice.
Cool card. I like that. Draws the Mutinous, draws the Lifesteal cards.
I did not think I'd see, didn't think I'd see Murloculus this much today.
Yeah, it's fun.
Makes sense. Lifesteal really paying dividends games today.
So a Tempo Brand.
Things are looking grim.
Yeah, when you see a Tempo Brand, you know things are pretty grim. And that is
Avelline's gonna take the tie.
Yeah.
1-1, Avelline versus Regis. Let's take a look at Disguised Toast and Thijs, though, where Thijs is up 1 game over Toast at the moment, and both of them kind of running on fumes with the cards in hand. We have just a lone corpse explosion for Thijs. Granted, got some corpses. Got 8 there.
He's feeling the heat.
And Disguised Toast.
Yeah, he's up 1-0 to Disguised Toast right now, but yeah, just not a lot of cards in hand. Oh, and a 10-10 Sylvanas comes down to destroy No Muncher.
Yeah, not infused. Yeah, I'll take it over stealing my No Muncher, if I'm being honest.
Right.
I'd rather have that outcome. But with just a corpse explosion in hand, although the asphyxiate off the top is not bad, because there are now not enough corpses. 9 corpses are not going to get you to get rid of both the 6 health body bagger and the 10-10 Sylvanas. Looks like we missed a bit of a knockdown drag-out fight over here. Limited resources going on in Toast versus Thijs.
Yeah, it's definitely to the end. Now we see that Thijs has 20 cards in his deck, so he has drawn half his deck out, where Toast only has 10 left. So he's running out of options, and I feel like Thijs is kind of in like a cool, calm, collected space. But if Toast is able to get off like some crazy Scourge, we know his minions have been doubled in size, it could get a little bit scary for him. But yeah, it's a bit slow of a draw right now. Not sure if their draw cards are at the bottom or if they just forgot to put enough in. Oh, the Scourge.
Take a look at Thijs' deck list real fast. So Thijs is running triple blood, so that would mean doesn't have access to additional draw that, say, a single Frost Rune would have given him.
Now, unfortunately, the Scourge did not put up the card that kills you in 3 turns.
Unfortunately for Thijs, potentially.
We will not have a repeat of last game with Dog and Cantelope.
But yet we have another Scourge as well that doesn't yield any taunts. Not that Toast really was hoping for it. Not staring down any threats at the moment. There's a patchwork that could really whiff with what it destroys on board.
Yeah,
with a 1-1 and a 2-2 being some of the options.
Yeah, the Corpse Explosion is a much safer bet for destroying this board.
And only 9 corpses.
That's enough, right?
Oh, you're right. It will get there.
Yeah.
We're capping out at 8 across the board.
Unless these Death Isles do something crazy. Which they appear
sitting here
not to.
I'm just trying to figure out, is that my favorite animation so far? Might be. Corpse Explosion is...
I like Astellar still. The final one, the final version, or Invincible. 8 mana, 10-10 Reborn.
You're just trying to bait me into agreeing with you. Looks like Disguised Toast is thinking, maybe I just want a board of undead. Maybe I just want some, you know.
Yeah, he did just force Thijs into his AoE. So when you see that, a lot of times you want to just go into another saying, you just use your AoE. I'm going to bank that you don't have a second.
Yeah, but our players are also getting more games under their belt, so Toast might be thinking about, blood boil. I've been there. I've played into this trap before, but decides to throw blood boil caution to the wind and develop all these 2/2s anyway. But we know Thijs has a pretty handy answer on the other side of this.
Yeah.
Could follow it up with the Famished Fool as well to draw a card. And is it infused? It does not look like it's infused. Decides to go for the Plague Spreader instead. Has that transform on Death Rattle, but again, it's on Death Rattle, so
Yeah.
not going to happen until it dies.
Finally gets an Astalor. So he'll be able to do 4 damage.
Yeah, we're getting into the buffed cards now. 10/10 invincible, 4 for Astalor, which may not seem like much, but starts as a 2/2. So Astalor's been working out in a 4/6 Battlefield Necromancer, which if Disguised Toast decides to play, certainly has enough corpses to get those 1/2 taunts out of the Necromancer. But I would start developing the Astalor here. Get to that damage. We're way past Mana Thirst at this point.
He's going face with it, so he's like, I don't care about this Plague Spreader. I'm going face. But he gets double Astalor to hand. So
yeah,
that is so much damage on the third ones.
And specifically very good with Plague Spreader on board because it has a transform on the Death Rattle, so it had the potential to hit the Astalor Protector, but now that you have 2, you have a bit of an insurance against that.
Here's the thing. I would have tried to protect the Bran as much as possible, because if he plays both Astalors next time, he's going to have 4 final Astalors in hand, as long as the Bran survives. Which is so much damage. It's 16 damage 4 times. Can you do that math? Like 64 damage!
Not without the calculator that all my teachers told me I wouldn't have in my pocket.
They didn't know about handy-dandy cell phones.
Yes.
Silly teachers.
Bone Guard Commander is such a meaty follow-up to these control plays that we're seeing out of these blood players. Both Astalors survived the transformation.
I'm so sad that the Bran's not still there.
How many Astalors do you want? He has more than you should naturally be able to have already.
I want what I want. I want what I want, okay? I want all of them.
You know, I can't argue with that.
Thank you.
It is a very nice spell
I
effect.
know that people wanted to see it. I wanted to see it.
We all want fireworks. We didn't know we were getting it with the Death Knight themed expansion, but here we are. Astalor bringing the fire in the sky. Toast does not have an easy answer to this extremely wide and completely taunted up board of Thijs.
Yeah, he could just gain armor though.
I feel like we're back to where we started when we came into this game with both these players very low on resources.
I feel like they've gained quite a bit. They've gained quite a bit. I mean, but Thijs doesn't have much on his side. He has 4 draw though. He can draw 4 cards. 6 cards.
6 cards. Yeah, now that the Famished Fool is infused and he has Bran in hand, and now conveniently 2 slots left available on the board.
Yeah. Very convenient.
Thijs could decide it's time to draw more than half of my remaining deck.
Yeah, but he has to consider, do I think this is going to go into fatigue? If it is, I can't do it twice. I'm going to do it once, and that's fine. You know, you want to stay away from the fatigue.
In his head, it feels like you 100% called that.
Sire Denathrius, you are late, buddy. But it's in hand, and he has all the taunts out.
It is in hand. It's going to get a respectable amount of infuse.
Respectable.
Listen, I understand the day we had. I understand the Denathrius that we've seen.
I don't know if I'd call this respectable.
But when games go on this long, sometimes that's what you need. But of course, we're looking at all the damage from the double Astalor Flamebringers in Toast's hand. And he has nothing but time. There's not that much pressure on board right now from Thijs.
There's an 8 attack, but it can die. That's fine.
Yeah, Toast still has a relatively high amount of health. Of course.
Yes, 32 damage from hand, yeah.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of soak on board right now in the form of a full board from Thijs, so you'd have to get real lucky. Which, look at that soak. Look at it.
My god.
All the big damage is gone.
He has that final ghoul so that he can go face.
And I think Ghoul's gonna take out Talon. Get rid of the 1-2 with the 4-3, send 5-2 face. Then, I don't know, smile and rub your hands together because you have another Astalor Flamebringer in your hand?
You could have 3 more, but whatever. I'm not gonna let this go, Toast.
The greed on display for my co-caster today. Oh, that vampiric blood. Pushing Thijs further out of range. There's also, though, a lot of damage on board, but that's going to go away, courtesy of Soul Stealer.
There's his Sire Denathrius. Both of them getting him fairly late game. We missed the early game, so we weren't sure.
Yeah, but Disguised Toast running this hand buff, deck buff variant, his Sire Denathrius may not be infused, but he is swole.
He's very swole. It might not be a bad tempo right now because he's only looking at a 5/5.
Would maintain his board control.
Yeah.
You know, 10/10 Invincible's looking nice, but has nothing to buff.
And I don't know how much Toast is tracking and if Thijs has used all of his asphyxiates or what. Because that could be something scary to play into.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go wide.
Wants to get that infused.
Yeah.
Developing that graveyard shift, you know, that's 4 potential infuses just by itself on top of the Battlefield Necromancer, which Disguised Toast has a lot of corpses and nothing to really do with them right now. So why not develop the Necromancer and start getting these Risen Footmen out?
Now, Toast has 1 card left in deck. Thijs has 3. So in that realm, Thijs will win out as long as he can just keep the board at bay because he has more health and he will not get into fatigue as much as Toast.
Yeah, but
Toast's hand looks pretty meaty.
It does, and Thijs is really looking at a lone Death Strike in terms of control.
Yeah, he has the Denathrius.
Denathrius, yeah.
And he has the brand, if he can somehow get the brand to stick.
There's not a lot of health, so Denathrius could clear.
Yeah, if somehow he can get the brand to stick, which right now doesn't have a way, then he could go crazy with the Sire Denathrius. But I don't know what's in this deck. I don't know what's left.
Thijs looks so glued. Like, the tension in this game. They're both barely hanging on.
That last card.
Disguised Toast down to his last card.
Not a great one.
Digger Geist.
Yeah, it's
I don't think the 1/2 is really gonna...
It's a 2-mana 5/6. It's okay.
Yeah, your opponent has 35 health.
I feel like he needs to find ways to weave in his hero power every turn at this point.
And you know both of these players are keeping track. Like, I haven't seen Denathrius yet.
Yeah, that's true.
35 health, unknown heal, still.
Yeah, he's banking on, my opponent has no more AoE. But we see that his opponent now has a Gnome Muncher, which is, again, taunt. It has lifesteal.
Lifesteal worth a lot at this point. Are we gonna have our first game go to double fatigue?
That'd be exciting.
2 more turns for Thijs. How much would you be sweating in this position?
I don't sweat. I glisten.
Should talk to Regis. Apparently he's never won a game of Hearthstone, according to his interview. Here comes the mana-thirsted Astalor, bringing 16 damage to the party. Bringing Thijs down to 21 with all these swings, all the way down to 15, 14,
Using that ghoul charge.
With that ghoul charge.
Uh-oh.
Still not in range of Denathrius
Oh,
from hand.
no, Thijs. These cards are bad, man.
Oh, yeah, Noxious Cadaver. Oh.
So he's, I mean, this will help him draw a specific card.
Wants his final card.
Yeah, he must know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Something he wants.
They're not running Deck Tracker. Wouldn't work even if they were. Hopefully keeping track of what cards are left in his deck.
It looks like he's conceding.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're looking at a tie between Disguised Toast.
Toast is able to
Thijs.
hold on and get through all that health that Thijs had.
I wish I could have heard the sigh that just left Toast as he's on fatigue and manages to out a tie there. Oh, nail biter.
Those are some crazy games that round. That was the same round of the dog game, right? Versus Cantelope. That game was ridiculous.
I feel like we just went through 3 rounds.
Yeah, that was a crazy
so much
round.
happened.
That round could have been a whole tournament right there.
Death Knight's absolutely just like really showing up. Like I've never enjoyed mirror matches so much. So, well, stay tuned. We're gonna see how this keeps shaping up. Will Unholy hold on? Will we have wins like what we just saw? Stay after the break. We'll see you on the other side.
We're almost done, but we do have one more thing. Cord, got something cool to share?
Yeah, let's talk about events.
All right, we've had events in Hearthstone, like Midsummer Fire Festival, Noble Garden, and Lunar New Year. What's changing?
Well, our events have been delivered mainly through legendary quests, which were great, but we'd like to do more. And to do that, we've created a new event system. Time-limited events now have a dedicated place within the Hearthstone menu, and when an event is active, a wax seal will replace the journal button to let you know something special is going on. When you first enter, you'll be presented with an invitation to join in the festivities with a rundown of the event. There's now a dedicated page of the journal to support new events with quests and rewards. We've kept much of what's fun about legendary quests, play the game, complete quests, get cool prizes. But now we present those rewards front and center, paired with awesome art and a little bit of story. And they're placed on a reward track, allowing us to better control content pacing. We're kicking things off with the Knights of Hollow's End event. The Headless Horseman rides north to answer the call of the Lich King. And it's not just quests and rewards from this event. At the same time, the entire Knights of the Frozen Throne set will be added to core, making it free for everyone and back in standard.
So you can go play with all the old hero cards. And when does this go live?
Right now.
Right now.
The Knights of Hollow's End event lasts for 2 weeks, and Knights of the Frozen Throne will remain all the way until the launch of March of the Lich King.
Now you can catch up on what happened the last time the Lich King visited the tavern in preparation for his permanent return on December 6th.
Welcome back, everybody. What a round we just had. My goodness, it was bombastic. Those are some of the long, I didn't know Death Knight games could go that long.
Yeah.
And we could have endings that dramatic, courtesy of the Scourge.
Yeah.
Like literally, and that's it, the literal card, the Scourge.
Yep. I mean, I was so excited to see the double Scourge, but then the first one just kind of killed him.
Oh, slowly, over 3 turns.
Killed him over 3 turns.
That's the way like the corruption of Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination.
It's
But
all
let's take a look at those results. BunnyHoppor taking out HunterAce 2-0, putting up some nice and needed points for Team Frost.
And taking down some for Unholy, who was in the lead.
Lot of ties. Alliestraza, Feno, Avelline, Regis, Dog, Cantelope, Disguised Toast ties, all ties across the board. The only other 2-0 last round. Meati taking out NoHands Gamer.
So the only wins were from Team Frost, and now they are no longer in third. They are up to second, keeping in mind that we still have a game to play off camera later from Team Blood. But yeah, this is a tight race now.
It's any team's Showmatch.
Yeah.
Of Death Knights.
And look at that, Cantelope and Dog still on top. And they did tie, they 1-1'd each other, which was quite nice. But we can scroll and see some other wins. And we see Feno with 5 points, HunterAce 4. Some exciting games.
Yeah, Avelline, Disguised Toast. Checking in with Allie and NoHands Gamer as well. I'm still coming down. Can you hear it in my voice? Still coming down from that last round.
The break wasn't long enough for that round.
It It was absolutely incredible. It's just hyping me up. I was already so excited for Death Knight. Making notes and maybe adjusting notes about my previous opinion about Unholy.
Oh, okay. Just because the one time the Scourge messed up, no, it's still good. It's still good.
Let's take a look at our round 5 matchups. We have BunnyHoppor versus Dog, Alliestraza going up against Disguised Toast, Meati versus Thijs, Killbin versus Cantelope, Avelline versus Feno, and NoHands Gamer versus HunterAce. Ooh. Meati versus Thijs could be interesting. Both of these players doing pretty darn well today. High caliber.
Yeah.
Frost finding its footing late in the day of day 1.
Yeah, they're finally getting their
Frost
foot.
falling down to 3rd. But let's talk about Feno and Avelline, because that's going to be our first featured match.
I'm very excited about this. Feno's playing that triple Unholy deck that I've been begging to see. This is running that Lord Marrowgar, which I just want to watch. I just want to watch that. That's all I care about is Lord Marrowgar. I don't know.
Haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, because only Feno has it because it's a triple Unholy. You can only play that card if you're running triple Unholy. And on his team, only one player can play the triple. So that would be Feno. And so I'm very excited to see that. And Avelline has a really cool deck too with her like little Murloc package.
We'll get to hear more of your wonderful Murloc impression, but we actually had a chance to catch up with Feno, so let's hear what he had to say a little bit earlier in the day.
I think our strategy coming into this event is just having a good time. We know that we're the best team by far, so there's not really anything we need to like really burden ourselves about. We're just gonna play some cards, spend some mana, and I think we're gonna come on top.
Thanks so much, Feno. And good luck, but also good luck to Avelline as we head into our first featured game of round 5, which is Avelline repping for Team Blood and Feno repping for Team Unholy, the team that is currently in the lead. Celissa, Blood falling down to 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, but it kind of depends on who's facing what. And we're about to get into some bonus matches now coming up, and with bonus matches, players can swing the results a bit. So we'll see that eventually, but not quite yet. This is just a standard game, and Avelline's on the triple blood. So that is as control as you can get, and Feno is on that triple Unholy, just as token as you can get. And that Lord Marrowgar's already in hand.
Yeah, we have triple versus triple in this matchup. Avelline went through the mulligan so quick, knew exactly what she was looking for there.
Next.
Yeah, already in here, already got a corpse on the board for both. Already got body baggers on the board for both. There it is, that perfect curve of body bagger into Vrykul that I was talking about earlier. Like I said, I'm a dirty mid-range player. I love just curving out and playing things in order. It just everything in their place. It's wonderful.
Heard it here. Garrett likes nice curves. Okay, so Feno has some great cards in hand. They're a little heavy. Lord Marrowgar's 8 mana. The Scourge is 9, but he also has Aslar, which is a nice way to fill out your curve. It's a 2 cost, it's a 5 cost, it's an 8 cost, right? But with Mana Thirst, it might be a little bit more pricey.
Yeah, already a potentially spicy discovery here with Sunwell on the menu up against Anti-Magic Shell and Obliterate. What one do you think Feno will take here?
Sunwell.
I want to see it. It's come up multiple times. Hasn't really happened yet.
I mean, because like right now, Anti-Magic Shell is great if he already has a way to fill his board, but he doesn't. Like, he doesn't have anything sticky on the board right now. So definitely Sunwell, because Sunwell could give him some sticky spells. But yeah, the Anti-Magic Shell, what he has, what he's looking at, it's doing nothing.
Avelline picks up a Soulbreaker off the top of her deck, courtesy of the Baron. This backbone card draw minion available to any and all Death Knights, because there is no rune restriction on the Chillfallen Baron. Feno just deciding, I haven't made enough choices already. Let's discover again between Ruby and Swarmguard, a card we haven't seen much of today. Army of the Dead, and Blightfang decides to go, I like Blightfang, let's get Blightfang, and took Blightfang.
I love a good Blightfang. Blightfang only 1 rune, right? So it's only 1 Unholy. A lot of decks could play it if they wanted to run like a double blood, single Unholy. and it can give you a ton of taunts, and it could really help your Sire Denathrius, which, you know, a lot of people are leaning towards today. How do I buff my Sire Denathrius?
How do I keep myself alive, especially say I'm blood and I've given myself a lot of life to keep myself alive with? We're back to Feno here as we head into our mid game. More options
More draw.
to be had. Oh, picks up a Graveyard Shift. Still sitting on the coin, so could decide to play it. Could play the Sunwell. Not a lot of space in hand now, however, to fill with those random spells.
Yeah, so I'd like him, you know, you can weave in a ghoul here. He needs to develop a lot of corpses. And the reason being, he has Lord Marigar in hand. And I'm going to talk about that card because we haven't seen it. It raises all your corpses. So if you have 40 corpses, it raises 40 corpses.
But it cashes them all out. It fills
all
your
of them.
board and then takes whatever remainders are out and dishes out buffs.
Yes. Oh, and look, Avelline has the option for a Lord Marigar as well. Oh, no, sorry, that was a Theatar to take the Lord Marigar, saying, no, you can't have
That's what she took.
Oh.
Yeah. Gives
Oh.
us spammy. We might see a Lord Marigar, and it might not be from our unholy player.
it. No. Yes, so, like, you know, you can only fill your board up with 7 minions, so you can use 6 corpses with this Lord Marigar. And if you had 40, then the next 36 corpses are going to be 2/2 buffs randomly spread out. It's an insane card.
And he yells one of my most memorable quotes from World of Warcraft ever when it's played. Yells the good old Bone Storm. Let's see what comes off the top for Avelline here. Murlocula. one of your favorites. Uncanny.
I'm, you know, an aspiring Murloc, you know, voice actor. I'm gonna get it one day.
You'll get the call one day, I believe.
I believe. You know,
I believe. We're not that far, but you
put
know.
out feelers. I've, you know.
I hear they have a sound booth here in Northrend. Maybe they could lay some tape today.
Yes.
Yeah. We got a pair of Blightfangs in hand for Feno. Looking like he wants to move on, though, to the later final stage of Ask the Lore. Even though we're still quite a few turns away from Mana Thirst being active on Ask the Lore the Flamebringer. That's okay. Still developing a 5/5, getting 5 health, or well, 5 armor on top of that 40 health. Gorlock Ravager off the top for Avelline. More of this.
Mutinous. Mutinous is nice. Oh, here it comes. She has 15.
Here comes Lord Marigar for the first time on stream today.
Boom.
Look at those stats.
Spicy.
2 7/7s in addition to the 9/7 that Marigar already is.
Did I not mention that these minions have rush? I think I forgot to mention that part. It's insane.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
No need to damage your nice, shiny 7/7 Risen Golem to the left of Marigar. Or maybe you will. You're hoping you keep your 3/3 alive a little longer.
Yeah, because I think you play around Blood Boil there a bit, because they could discover a Blood Boil, but it plays into Spammy, but I don't think that Feno's team's running. Oh no, he has one in hand right there. Yeah, there's Spammy. Plays into Spammy a little tiny bit.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand again. The amount of decision making that's been going on in some of these games. Obviously not the game we saw with Toast and Thijs last round, where they were down to the final few cards in hand. But we've seen both sides of the spectrum today.
I like this Blightfang.
A lot of potential value to be gained, a lot of potential taunts to put in the way, especially following that up with Army of the Dead.
Yeah, because I'm counting it out. Like, it's a lot of damage. He just needs to kill him off. But yeah, this is quite the turnaround for Feno.
Not trading with the 3/3 coming into play here because it would have been a much easier trade for another one of these 2/2s. Now Feno wants one more taunt in the way. Gonna have to double trade and lose his final 2 ghouls.
It's a nice way to, you know, kind of fend off all the 16 attack from face. And she's out of corpses, so he knows that he's not going to face Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion only works per corpse you have. He has, or she has 0, so it's not going to work.
Yeah, which is...
Yeah, Vampiric Blood either. She needs those corpses back, but she just spent them all.
Yeah.
But she does have Soul Stealer, which destroys everything, including her 16 attack. I don't think she wants to do that just because of some little 2/2 taunts.
Doesn't feel great. I do like this. It's like, I don't really like what I'm looking at. Let's play and let's dig. Let's draw 3 cards.
There's just a couple of cards she can't really use because she doesn't have any corpses, but you know, she'll develop them. And she
You gotta
finds
discover
Vampiric Blood.
this blood stuff. Look at all these infused cards coming down. Lifesteal up to Murlocula. When Vampiric Blood gets played, Avelline's health is going to go up to a new potential maximum.
Yeah. A lot of stuff on Feno's side too. Like he has another Blight Fang, so he can do another round of taunts. He has the Scourge, which, you know, could be quite good here.
Yeah, could make a few more trades, make room.
Yeah.
Drop the Scourge. This is one of those scenarios though where I think if Feno plays Scourge, you're really hoping for taunt, and we've seen so many Scourges today not give a taunt.
Yeah,
And we even saw one
he can get
cost
taunts.
someone a game.
Yeah, and he can get taunts with the Blight Fang. So like, you know, that's there. It's an option. I wonder if he's trying to count out a way to use spammy here. He's really taking his time, and usually that means I'm doing some maths. Oh, here's how to get a 1 health. Then he has a 2, he has a 3, he has the 4, he has the 5. So that's a spammy play.
Yep.
You can also use Ghoul to help you with that spammy play, which is nice. And now
Slowly
he's
clears
left with...
the board.
Oh, kills off his taunts.
But also kills off his own taunts, but that's okay. It was so much damage Feno was looking at. Also, gets a nice discounted Stitch Giant for his trouble.
Gets an 8/8 on board alongside his 3/4.
Avelline finds her own Astalor. Also found Denathrius multiple turns ago, whereas Feno still has not found his Denathrius. Soul Stealer comes down, says, I want a nice clean board. Let's do it. And Feno says, thanks for the space. Here's a Scourge play.
Okay.
Oh, actually, we got a No Muncher. That's going to be
Okay.
nice at end of turn.
We also got Invincible.
That's great as well. Don't get the battle cry off of it, but, you know, get a Death Rattle and still keeps a Reborn, so you potentially get the next Death Rattle, because, again, not seeing much in the way of silence today.
Yeah. All right, so another board that Avelline needs to deal with. She has developed corpses, so Corpse Explosion is online now, but she only has 5 to use, so it will not clear the board. It will deal with the board, but won't clear the board. So she could just kind of develop a board and not be too afraid, but the Unholy deck does have some options for a lot of attack being added, the triple Unholy.
With the hero power, sets her up for an almost full clear on Corpse Explosion.
Yeah.
And also, importantly, like what stays behind is going to be, oh, but the sequencing. Did you see that, Sister Svalna? Absorbing all the buffs from the double dying Invincible, courtesy of that Reborn and that +5/+5 taunt on a friendly Death Rattle. That was, what an outcome.
This is a 2-turn win for Feno here. He's going to be offered Anti-Magic Shell, which means that they can't.
At the moment, Avelline has no hard removal. Denathrius only up to 13.
Decides to take the Frost Strike. And School Teacher finds a Howling Blast, which we know that our competitors really like to use.
Yeah, I don't think Icy Touch is even a consideration here. I'd be looking
Took the Howling
at
Blast.
the Howling Blast, just more damage. Let's go.
Let's go face.
Press the accelerator. Heavy math turns, thinking it through, probably considering the next turn. What does it look like?
I did catch Feno saying one time in his stream that one of the reasons he really likes Hearthstone is the math element. Adding up to make sure his cards get to 10 mana. But now he's so added he can I get to lethal in an extra turn?
Does float, it bothers me like
Yes, and it bothers Feno. You know, we don't want to float mana. We need to use our resources.
The Nathrius only on 14. There's a lot of absorption on board right now. Does not clear the 16 attack minion.
He just needs 6 damage now. 6 damage will get the wood. The Howling Blast is 3, so he needs 3 more. Frost Strike does 3, but not face.
Not to face, as min only.
Astalor is
Could discover
online,
another Frostburn card, though, and potentially more damage.
but Astalor is online. If he just tempos it, right?
That's true.
And then he has the Noggling to finish it off. And
Yeah.
if it doesn't, let's say it doesn't hit, he can use the Howling Blast to freeze the Sire Denathrius.
No, but he's also, yeah, he's going to get the buff.
Oh, is this just enough then?
Yeah, he had the Invincible, plus the Howling Blast. Sequenced it perfectly.
Beautiful.
Little damage to spare. Vizier didn't even get to get in on the killing blow. 1 point on the board for Feno versus Avelline. And boy, Scourge sends games in wildly different directions.
It's quite the card, but yeah, it was very powerful, as we could see there, and just totally turned the game around. Avelline did have the Lord Marogar, but it just wasn't enough, and Feno was able to take it there. Here's some information on Feno in case you are interested.
I could really make use of his unique skill.
His favorite practice buddy is his chat. What do you think about that?
Chat can be a bit of a double-edged sword, but chat can be, I mean, they're gonna be straight with you. They may at times miscount lethal.
Maybe.
But anytime I'm learning something new in a game, I love looking at my chat because it's a crash course.
We're going to check out game 2 from them. Remember, these are best of 2. If they tie, they each get 1 point for their team. But if they win, they get 3 points for their team.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's exactly what Feno would like to do and further solidify Team Unholy's current lead in the Death Knight show match.
Feno has easily selected what he wants. Or no, Avelline has.
Yeah, we've got Astalor, Famous Fool, and Brand Bronzebeard for Feno. And a nice...
Quite nice early start for Avelline. She has a 1-drop, a coin 3-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop.
I like it.
Pretty nice.
Well, you know my opinion on curving out in Hearthstone.
Yep, you like curves.
In Hearthstone.
In Hearthstone. Did I not say that? I thought it was implied.
All right, Feno with an infused card early. That's Sylvanas. That will become a key point of this game later on.
Side effects? No.
Good old Mistress of Mixtures. Kicking things off for Avelline.
Brings back memories. Warlock days.
If I was Feno, I'd be going, where were you a turn ago, body bagger? Would have liked to have opened with you. But you shouldn't yell at your body bagger. It's very rude.
No, never.
It's very, very rude.
Be buddies, just like you and your chat. Your practice buddy.
No, Feno in his chat.
Right, not my chat.
Ruby and Vizier off the top. I was going to say, looking pretty nice, but Feno instead opting to finish clearing off the Mistress of Mixtures and playing his own body bagger.
Temple Prince Renathal.
Yeah, just getting out there. Renathal says, listen, I gave you 10 health. Could I please see some
love?
time on stage?
No.
Please, I'd like to be in the limelight.
No. 10 health, 10 cards, It's okay. So Astalor is online for Mana Thirst, so that is a consideration. It does deal 2 damage, so it can clear off the Chillfallen Baron, which allows Avelline to take a draw.
We're getting an update on the rest of the lobby as well. It sounds like Meati is 1 game away from getting his own Helm of Domination.
Oh.
Currently playing against Thijs.
That's exciting.
Been a bit since we had the shutdowns on both of our Helm players.
You see that over here, the
Yeah, you can see
Thijs versus Meati game.
You can see how it's going right now. Meati up 1 game against Thijs. Not only wants the points, but wants even more if he gets that helm. Now let's go back to Feno and Avelline here. Avelline opting to weave in a hero power. Looking first, with the Vrykul Necrolite to make for a cleaner trade. Leave behind that 2-2 with Rush. Take care of the whole board. And leave behind an undead that otherwise, if you're using that hero power, they don't survive at the end of turn.
Army of the Dead is out. Has one spare corpse for that.
Yep, full value.
We haven't seen this card in his hand played yet, this Plagued Grain. This is a triple unholy card that shuffles 4 crates into your deck and then summons a 2-2 undead when drawn.
I think it's a wildly cool card, extremely thematic too and on brand for everything going on in March of the Lich King. If you were a Warcraft 3-player, I'm sure you'll recognize it. But it's another one of these cards where it's like, I was expecting to see a lot more of it today.
Yeah, yeah.
It's unholy. It seems to have this very clear, in-your-face, I want to play tokens, I want to summon ghouls, I want to summon zombies vibe. And that's all Plague Rain is about.
But it is a triple unholy, so only one player can play it in deck. You can discover it.
Has come up in Discovers today and passed over like right now with Avelline.
Yeah, she's looking at this Theatar. She doesn't want it. She is going to take the Famished Fool instead and pass off her Sir Finley.
Another Plagued Grain passed over.
Poor Plagued Grain.
Perfectly edible, I hear. That's what Arthas tells me.
It's actually pretty interesting to play the Plague Grain with the Sir Finley. Develop a little bit. It's a small play, but it's something. You can get that going. But there's some shiny cards in hand, so maybe that's just not the play.
Astalor is certainly a consideration. Battlefield Necromancer would use up Feno's one remaining corpse to generate a 1-2 with taunt. And Feno thinks to himself, what else am I going to do with that corpse?
Yep.
Block Theotar.
Scary 6-mana Theatar.
A little early for Astalor the Flamebringer, not quite to that mana thirst yet. Avelline picks up her Denathrius. Feno still hasn't found his. And Avelline hasn't found her Astalor. Two very popular cards today.
Yep, she has a full clear with the Corpse Explosion, but it will clear off her board, and she has a tiny bit of refill. She could put a body bagger on the board just to have some little board control.
Get some more corpses back, even though she still had a remainder of 3, but why not? Give yourself one more.
Yeah, she really needs a bit more draw, but she has the Famished Fool in hand, so I think she's in an okay position, whereas I feel like Feno's just kind of drawing a little bit small. Like, he needs some more power, especially because he's getting to that 9 mana. You want a Tempo Scourge play.
Yeah. Oh, we finally see Plague Rain get played. So 4 crates are going to go into his deck, and those are going to summon ghouls when they are drawn. Opts to go for the other Army of the Dead.
Oh, what a top deck, a Blood Boil.
That's the perfect counter.
With the
and
ghoul.
Still plenty of mana to do a ghoul charge and set yourself up for the Necrotic Mortician. Going bye-bye. See what comes off of Azir here. Oh, Frostworm's Fury, always exciting.
Yep.
But if you want to draw more and potentially have wider board clears, you could have gone with the Remorseless Winter, but ups for Frost Strike.
Let's discover a Frost Rune card.
After dealing 3 damage to a minion if that minion dies.
It's interesting. That's interesting.
I don't know what Feno's thinking about, unless he just wants more flex.
Feno loves to flex on players.
Flexo doesn't roll off the tongue. I don't think we can coin that today.
There's our favorite patchwork.
Oh yeah, final one off of the full draws.
Alexandra's Mograine. Another Soul Stealer, though, because she knows she's going into a player who's trying to go wide on the board numerous times. The Soul Stealer will help her deal with it. Doesn't really care as much about that little ping damage from Alexandra's Mograine.
Interestingly enough, though, for Feno, not a lot of ways to go wide currently in his hand. Although there goes one right there. Graveyard Shift. Let's see what gets discovered off of this.
Now he took the Frostworm.
Why take Frostborn the first time if you can get another spell and then take Frostborn?
I guess that was the flex.
This
He
one
wants to get
isn't
it
discounted,
again.
though. Is going to have to spend the full 7.
Besides, oh no, he can still do it. Okay. I was like, wait.
I've been there. You're like, I'm going to do this. Wait, no, I'm going to play. If I follow this up the card that draws, why not draw first to see what I get in case it changes my line of play?
This is why you practice with your chat, because chat will say, order lull, draw first.
Exactly.
So, and he remembered.
It's either that or they tell you it's lethal.
Yeah. Lethal. I'm sure they're saying that right now. That looks lethal.
Say it to myself all the time. That looks lethal.
I'll try it. I won't count. I'm sure it is. Nope, never mind.
Spammy Arcanist. Just absolutely clearing the board, saying, this is too messy. I don't want to look at it anymore. Let's start over. Grave Strength. Another card we haven't seen too much of today because we haven't had a chance to go through a triple unholy game on stream.
But Grave Strength is really cool. Give your minions +1 attack, spend 5 corpses, and give them +3 attack. This is not a one-turn thing. This is permanent. So very powerful card for a burst damage effect for the Unholy.
But you do need minions on board to take advantage of that effect. And Feno... and this is what's interesting about Finley with Plagued Grain, because now you have to manually cast your own Plagued Grain. If you had drawn those naturally, they would have cast their own undead peasants.
I'm surprised they didn't just cast on their own.
It's the interaction with Finley.
Got it. And we did get word that
Patchwork just burned the Denathrius for Feno.
oh no. Not okay, it might be the end of the world. Because he got it from deck, right? Not from hand? I think
Correct.
He destroyed that.
So potentially, with 25 cards still in play, may have never seen that Denathrius.
True, because I'm at the bottom.
But it has been a key card in a lot of today's games. Has just such phenomenal synergy with Death Knight.
I just got word that Meati is on a 3-game win streak, meaning he has the Helm of Domination, meaning he's getting some extra points for his team. Ooh, look at that Mutinous. Well, let's not look at it, I guess. There's just a Lord Marrowgar over there. He could have just nommed up. Of course, Avelline doesn't know if it's a minion or a spell, so. And with 16 corpses, that is quite a
Teacher
refill.
off the top. Yes, it definitely is. Let's make room here.
Making lots of room.
And even add one more corpse via the hero power, which is exactly what Feno's going to do for maximum Marrowgar buffage.
Whee!
Those
Wow, that was actually pretty cool that they left 2 as 1/1, so now he has 5 beefy minions.
really showcases how those buffs are dished out randomly, but the counter of Soul
Bye.
Stealer. The swing!
Never mind.
Some of these stabilizations that Blood can pull off.
And now another Patchwork in hand for Avelline. I don't think this is what Feno's looking for. I guess Defrost is fine, doesn't give him draw to find the Scourge. Finds a Stitch Giant. 0 mana 8/8 seems pretty good.
Yeah.
So over here with Avelline, she did use a lot of her removal stuff, but she still has another Soul Stealer. The board isn't too scary on the other side, so she has some development she could do with Bone Guard. She has plenty of corpse for that. Patchwork's interesting because there's not a lot of minions on the other side, but it's not going to target one big minion, so not the greatest play here. And she decides to go for the Astalor. She can double down on them, get 2 out, and get to her final Astalor. Still able to clear off that giant. Very scary giant, big boy.
Yeah. I just cannot get over just the raw stats we've seen on display on the boards of both of these players and across this entire event today with Death Knights just going at each other. And it does. There's just so many answers, so many stabilizations, so many counter plays. Just the raw stats that come and go.
And I love this Unholy Frenzy too, right here. Gonna get Reborns back?
Yeah, all the school teachers.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I'll get one back. It's interesting the way that they attack. This probably goes attack based on the order you played them.
Yeah, and it only gives you back the non-reborn half of your reborn minion.
Bachelor, a great option for clearing off the board.
Yeah. Decent amount of health still on board. May not get a full clear. Looks like it's still leaving up a 4-1 school teacher in addition to the other halves of the reborn there.
Oh, and there's the Scourge for Feno. Will it be exciting?
Every Scourge is exciting. It's just you're not sure for who.
Oh, there's a Rush minion.
Okay, Bone Lord, no Bone Lord, no
Bone
Taunt.
Lord.
Some serious stats.
Yeah, but that 7/7 is a bit awkward into an 8/8.
It is, and you don't have the mana afterwards.
Yeah, to clear it off with the Ghoul. So he's just going to leave it at that. Avelline says, I shall get some souls stolen.
This is where you're like, where oh where is a Horn of Winter? I would be furiously scribbling down on like a post-it note, like counting soul stealers.
How many has she
Have I
had?
seen them all yet?
A Vampiric Blood option for Feno just to kind of stabilize if he thinks, you know, this is just one of the strongest cards, so I feel like it's kind of an auto pick these days. Unless there's something else that can give you lethal. Oh, he finds his key card.
That's going to be one buffed deck. We have seen double buff Theotars today. Or not Theotars.
Minions?
No,
We saw the double buff from
I
him.
meant Lorthamar.
Yeah, Lorthamar.
We've seen double buff Lorthamars today.
Which is crazy, because it's more than double buff, you know? Like,
Major.
it's like a exponentially buffed. Blight Fang has been lost.
Plague Strike off the top. It will trigger off of the Mistress of Mixtures, but how much is that 2/2? It does not help clear the patchwork.
Yeah, but you can chill, you know, just wait to draw some cards. Avelline has plenty of resources, though. I feel like she's sitting in a good position here.
It's that lack of draw that I see from decks that are triple, and more specifically, don't put one rune into Frost and give themselves access to more.
Oh!
Ooh, there goes Invincible.
So Meat Grinder shreds a random minion in your deck, but gains 3 corpses. So goodbye to Garrett's favorite card. Ground.
Meati, Allie, and Regis, all of Team Frost are 2-0. That is the update from our lobby.
So
We would
Frost with the
we would
epic
go to
comeback.
6. We would go to 6 cam, but there's nothing to show. They 2-0'd.
It's just 2-0 to everyone. Holy jeez.
Is Frost figuring it out later in the day? The evolution of the Death Knight play.
They could be figuring it out. They could maybe have better matchups now. They were having some like kind of rough matchups at the beginning. It's hard to say, but
A little bit of all of it. You know, optimizing your own deck play while also figuring out all of the threats that your opponents can throw at you. How many times have you been here in Hearthstone where you're just top decking and hoping while you look across at your opponent with a handful of cards.
yep. He's just like,
You just feel like you're just holding on.
he needs his practice partner of Twitch chat to give him some good RNG.
Frost getting all the 2-0s. Unholy being ahead, but if this ends in a tie, it's going to be a noteworthy swing of points.
Very. You know, Feno's up 1-0, but Avelline just has him cornered.
Just gets to play whatever she wants.
Yep.
Says, you know what, 34 on Denathrius? That's perfectly fine.
Plenty. What's he gonna do?
Down to 7-1.
Tempo brand?
Yeah, that is it for Feno. Avelline versus Feno ending in a tie. And let's move over to NoHands Gamer versus HunterAce. HunterAce, another hope for Team Unholy, already having 1 point on the board versus NoHands Gamer. NoHands Gamer looking like already has his Sire Denathrius in play, sitting nice and healthy at 40 health, and slight card advantage over HunterAce.
Yeah, there's a slight card advantage, but it's not great cards. They're a bunch of one drops.
Can't say I'd be that excited about two Mistress of Mistresses, mistresses past turn 10.
Yeah, it's not great hand. This is what we call a starting hand, but it looks like he's over halfway through his deck and just found the starting.
Yeah, and then over halfway through the game as well. Not what I would call starting.
Nah, no. Maybe we could add Mana Thirst to these cards to make them a little better.
Thrilled with how much we've seen Invincible today. The double Death Rattle value that comes off because of the Reborn.
How many more times have we seen it today than you have in your World of Warcraft?
Well, what's more than 0?
I think we've done it. We've done it.
Yeah.
We've
I mean, I've seen
officially
other people with it, people that aren't me.
Sucks to suck.
Acolyte of Death about to come down for HunterAce, it looks like. Wants to draw some cards. Gonna trade in that Invincible, which is perfectly fine. Gonna get some buffs out on the board, draw a card.
Oh yeah, finally, we haven't really seen this Acolyte of Death do much draw yet, but it reads that after a friendly undead dies, draw a card, and it's really safe behind these menacing zombies, so a good opportunity for HunterAce to draw.
Another value card in the long line of valuable acolytes.
And NoHands Gamer is just like, can I have, ooh, he can have a card. Corpse Explosion off the top.
With 16 corpses in the bank, I only see a max health of 7. However, it will trigger the Death Rattle of Invincible again.
Yep.
Which could be potentially disastrous depending on where that buff lands. If it lands on either the Necromancer or the 7/7. Actually, 16 corpses.
It's plenty, but you don't want to spend all your corpses.
You know, with the hand at the moment, and not much else you can do with them.
But what if he discovers something like
We have seen a lot of
Lord Maribor?
Hail Mary discovers today.
Yeah.
We've also seen a lot of cursed scourges.
We want to see more.
Yes, more scourges, please.
Oh, he held off.
Opting to just hold.
I like it because, you know, HunterAce can't really play anything now unless he has some sort of spell.
Yeah, it hurts for us in caster vision though, because we know it's just like 2 body baggers and a Tomb Guardian.
Oh! He was on the clock.
He was on, the Bone Lord was in play.
We didn't know. We didn't know, but Bone Lord was in play previously. We must have just missed it.
Wow.
Since we just missed it, we didn't know he was on
It's
8.
the second Death by Bone Lord timer running out of the day.
If you haven't seen that card, it's a card with Death Rattle. You have 3 turns to win or you die. Or you die. And that's exactly what happened. We totally missed it, but...
You have to ask yourself, can I win in 3 turns? But if it shows up off of the Scourge, you may not be prepared for it. You may not have built your deck around it.
Nope. Ugh, yeah, because it can't happen off the Scourge. It is an undead card.
And the counter starts after the Death Rattle, so you're not even in full control of when it starts.
Yep.
Well, we might see more of Bone Lord today. You'll just have to stick around after this break. I am ready for some more insane swings like what we just saw with Bone Lord once again, putting a player on a timer that they weren't able to capitalize on. Yes, the 0 mana, it's such a nice discount, but at what cost?
At what cost? Yes. Death. Death is the cost.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I guess you could win, but
Sometimes.
so far we
Lately,
haven't seen it.
Today, most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're heading into round 6. But before we do that, let's look at the results. Look at Team Frost. Oh wow, Alliestraza, Meati, and Regis Killbin all going 2-0 last round. Only BunnyHoppor losing out 2-0 against Dog, adding yet another 2-0 to Team Unholy. However, the rest of Team Unholy and Team Blood, ending up in ties with Avelline, Feno, and NoHands Gamer and HunterAce.
Yep.
What a swing for Team Frost last round.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what the standings are now, to see who's in the lead, and it looks to be Team Frost.
Look at that swing!
Oh.
32 points over Team Unholy's 24, and Team Blood now bringing it up in third place with only 18 points, and Meati now taking the lead of the overall player standings with 14 points and a 3-point spread over Dog.
We also have Regis Killbin up in third.
Shout out Regis!
He's like, oh, I've never won a tournament. Oh, I've never won a game. And look at him. He's at the top of the leaderboard.
You memeing YouTube wonderful man. all the way. I'm surprised to see so much green.
Yeah.
Unholy was so strong today.
I actually was surprised to see so much blood at the bottom. I thought blood would be very powerful because of how much health they can generate. So, you know, they still have opportunity to swing it around just like we saw Frost do. So it's not over. We have a whole nother day tomorrow. We've still got a few more rounds today. So,
yeah. And
on top of that, we do have some bonus matches coming up.
Yeah, might pop up here, but there will be some going. But let's look at these matchups. We have BunnyHoppor versus Disguised Toast, Alliestraza versus Dog, Meati versus Cantelope. Meati just like killing it right now. Regis Killbin versus Thijs, Avelline versus HunterAce, and NoHands Gamer versus Feno, which is our bonus match.
Yes, they have faced each other already once today, but some players will have to face each other twice. And if that's the case, you can take away points or earn extra points. So in this example, Feno won earlier. So if he loses this time, he's going to lose out on all the points he gained earlier, and NoHands Gamer is going to gain extra points for his team.
Yeah, and NoHands Gamer could potentially pick up 5 points here if he beats Feno.
Yep, so this is a very exciting match between NoHands Gamer and Feno because Team Unholy could lose points here.
This would be a big one for Team Blood.
Yes, very big.
Down in third place right now. They could really use a bit of a catch-up. They could use a swing in their favor. Looking at you, NoHands Gamer. All right, let's move into our featured match of round 6, which is Meati. Currently, got to be feeling good right now going against Cantelope, but Cantelope has had the energy today.
They both have been playing excellent. Cantelope had a really good start to the day. Struggled a little bit these last couple of rounds, but still just crushing it. And Meati struggled at the beginning a little bit, but now Helmet Domination and a win streak, and Cantelope's going to try and shut it down. If Cantelope can shut down the win streak, then Cantelope can earn points for Team Blood.
Yeah, Meati, however, not the best opening hand. Looking like coining out Baron on 2.
Very greedy.
Might be the best bet. You know, a lot of it was mulligan.
Yeah. Very greedy, but that's just, I think, the deck he's playing.
Yeah, neither of our players getting early game plays.
That's a good thing. It's all even, nice even playing field. I like that we're seeing Queen Ashara in this deck, by the way. And double chill and chill Fallen Baron. Everyone just wants that draw, so.
You need it, you know, not as much when you've got Frost on tap. You get access to a little more draw if you decide to include it in your deck, of course.
Now, this Lady Death Whisper in Meati's hand, it is going to copy all Frost spells in your hand. So since one of his Frost spells, Frost Strike, is reduced in cost, he's going to have 2 reduced Frost Strikes. It's going to keep that reduction. So that's a really good synergy there. And he does draw another 2 more Frost spells. So his Lady Death Whisper is already finding stuff to duplicate.
Cantelope kind of looking at his hand while Meati develops the Saurian here. Damage going face, though, not taking out the Noxious.
Yeah, he couldn't take it out either, especially because of his weapon. The weapon
having the Ramfang sword in development there were a lot of options, but Thessarian said no. I just want to go face.
So now he has a 0 mana Frost Strike. The only issue with that is Frost Strike does not go face. It only attacks minions. So you want to double it? He could.
Could potentially find things that go face, though.
Yeah, so he could have 2 of them to find 2 more things. So
could just find another.
Pretty powerful. endless value.
Find another Frost Strike.
I don't think you can discover Frost Strike in the Frost Strike. But maybe.
Pick me!
Went ahead and put Anti-Magic Shell on the Noggling. One gets a little bit bigger and a little more protected from things like that Frost Strike we just talked about.
Yeah, can't even attack now. No, it does nothing except for attacks his own minion. And that's, I think Anti-Magic Shell is really important versus the Frost Death Knight because, yeah, a lot of them are targets.
A lot of targeted damage, but you know what? Who doesn't care? The Saurian's Death Rattle.
Nope.
It
There's
goes
no
where it
qualms.
wants.
No qualms at all.
All right, Lady Death Whisper coming out in that absolutely gorgeous diamond art. All right, so Cantelope's got some options here. Not all of them use up all the mana. Not that it matters. Seen a lot of players totally happy to float mana today.
Yeah, especially if you're playing like a blood control style deck. It's okay. It's
Yeah.
fine.
They are, however, not typically named Feno.
Feno's not going to. No.
Cannot make me float mana. I will not do it.
All right, so getting down his Soul Breaker. And this helps him gain those corpses, which a lot of his blood decks need to use corpses for removal or for developing taunts. So
Yeah, as long as the Soulbreaker kills the minion that you attack into, which, hey, Lady Death Whisper is exactly 3 health. Wouldn't you know it? That's exactly how much damage Soulbreaker does.
So lots of options.
Howling Blast coming off the top there for Meati. Could say, hey, I would like you to stop swinging with Soulbreaker, send it face, gets face damage in, and pause the weapon swinging for at least 1 turn.
Marrow Manipulator does spend up to 5 corpses, but Meati only has 4 right now, so would lose out on a 1.
Salvo of 2 damage.
Yeah, 2 damage. It's interesting, but he has plenty in his hand. There's a lot of opportunity here. He has double Horn of Winter, so basically has 10 mana. He has double Frost Strike, so can discover twice.
Yeah, can't go over that 6 mana though, so would need to spend mana first.
Yeah, I like this. So he's going to be able to get the full Marrow Manipulator because of his hero power that had the charge attack.
Yep.
I kept wanting to call it Rush, but it's not Rush. It's Charge.
Oh, okay. For a hot second there. That was looking a little close. Looking a little close on the Marrow Manipulator.
Not going to clear. But he's like, just go phase. It's fine.
Oh, and Gnome Muncher is actually going to munch a gnome.
Oh! He's like, I'm do what I told.
Yeah, so far today, Gnome Muncher didn't really care if what he was munching on was a gnome.
No.
This time,
not
on brand. Frost Strike gonna come down, say, why'd you munch my gnome, you jerk? Get out of here.
Another Marrow Manipulator.
To the corpse pile with you.
Yeah. I love the Marrow Manipulators. And the Queen Ashara comes
This
down.
is interesting. Queen Ashara.
Ooh.
No, she's been in play, but haven't had a chance to see her in casted games today. Goes for Zalatath.
Is that how I say that? Zalatath?
Actually, say it Naifu.
What?
Don't think about it.
Zalatath. After you cast a spell, deal 2 damage to enemy hero and lose 1 durability. That's going to be really excellent with all these spells he has. I like this energy here.
It's a pretty hype Frost game from over on Meati's side. Is this it? Is this the code they cracked? Are we starting to see how Frost has clawed their way back to the top of the Death Knight show match?
Yeah, and pretty sure Meati's on the full, he's on the triple Frost. So he's on the Marrow Manipulator. He's not using anything else. He's just full Frost. And maybe that's what you really need to win it with the Frost. Just go pure Frost. Nothing else.
Frostworm's Fury off that draw into Horn of Winter. I'm a simple man. I see Frostworm's Fury. I immediately want to cast it. But Meati is a man who wins games of Hearthstone.
He thinks about things first.
Exactly. Instead, developing that Zalatath, which after you cast a spell deals 2 damage to the enemy hero and you lose 1 durability, but it's 5 durability.
Oh.
So that's a lot of additional chip damage.
That's 6. That's 6 more. That's
Look at this combo.
5?
This is the type of Frost combinations I was prepared to see today, and we haven't really seen it in play.
It only has 1 more, so it can get him down to 2.
Frost Strike, though, is 0 mana.
Oh,
You can
the
do that
Manipulator.
Horn of Winter with just enough mana to play Frostworm's Fury if you want, or go Mana Manipulator for the win.
How much damage did he just do?
I hope we get to see a replay of that.
Yeah.
I did not.
I think that was at least 1 billion
I
damage.
did not take note. Meati, my goodness. What a play. Let's take a look at some of Meati's facts. What makes the man who can combo like that?
Well, he is a full-time doctor with over 3,500 patients. But
And
you
a
know,
lot of
today,
personal patience to figure out those combos.
Yeah. So he definitely is playing quite well today. Favorite competitor. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can say this. Habugaboo.
Habu Gabu.
Habugabu. I knew that. But he's a great player. I know of him. He plays both standard and battlegrounds.
You say it in your Murloc voice, it would sound like a Murloc noise. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
All right, let's get into game 2 between Meati and Cantelope. Meati obviously with 1 point already on the board after that bombastic, combo-tastic finale
I don't
of game
think,
1.
Yeah, I don't think Cantelope can believe it. He's still like in shock of what just occurred in front of him. Like, what? Where did all that damage
Still looks
come
in high
from?
spirit. I haven't at once looked at Cantelope's camera and been like, I think this man is down. No. Seems like he's got good energy.
Great energy.
Renathal off the top, not the most exciting in the world, but it's all right. You got the coin. Go for the Chill Fallen Baron on turn 2. Curve straight into Renathal on turn 3 if you want. No Muncher off the top. Great card, but not exactly something you can play right now.
Meati has another Queen of Shara in hand, so again, can go for that crazy play.
Yeah, Xalatath seems like a major combo piece.
But does have to
Frost
play
DKs.
3 spells first in order to get it. And last time he had Lady Death Whisper to double up all those reduced cost spells.
Yeah.
Had a lot more then. But with time, we just started. He needs to just start slowly picking up the pieces.
If only Meati were playing the Death Knight archetype that has access to the most spells.
If only. Oh, wait.
I'm actually not sure if that's true. Death Knights have a lot of spells across the spectrum.
Another draw card. He has a lot of draw. That's probably the most
Just
draw.
an on-curve Remorseless Winner just to get 1 minion off the board and draw a card. Respect. Our good friend Ruby and Vizier is going to come down. Options of the 68 Obliterate or Grave Strength. Grave Strength, a card we have not seen too much of.
I feel like he really was going to look for Vampiric Blood there. Like, he knows, like, I just need to get my health high.
Yeah.
And
Especially after the ending of that last game.
yeah, and he didn't get it.
Opting to just use that 1 mana Asphyxiate just to get rid of the 2/2 and keep his 2/4 Vizier nice, healthy, and firmly planted on the board. Especially with the Bone Breaker in play. Makes a lot of sense.
You can also look for the spell that transforms an undead into a 4/5 or
Dark Transformation.
dark transformation.
4/5 with Rush.
Yeah, so he can transform the Lady Death Whisper. She's an undead, I
Yes.
believe.
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is.
Very much so.
I knew that, 100%.
Boss I spent a lot of time on. All right. Rhyme Sculptor, I missed you, buddy. You didn't end up in the last game. Not that Meati needed Rhyme Sculptor.
He had it. He was using it. That's how he got that 1 spell to 0. The Discover spell.
Rhyme Sculptor doesn't affect mana. Rhyme Sculptor's it's
I'm
the 2
thinking
Rhyme
Rhyme
Elementals.
Fang.
That's
I'm
your...
thinking Rhyme Fang.
Oh, yes, the Rhyme Fang sword.
Weapon. Sorry.
Yes.
I see where you're going. Okay, my bad.
There's a whole lot of rhyme going on.
The rhythm, the rhyme. So with 3
We're going to see another...
Prince.
Yeah, just another Renathal hitting the board. Seen you a lot today, buddy. And there's the Rhyme Fang sword. Let's get those spell discounts rolling.
Onto the Howling Blast, which is, you know, I feel like one of the best cards of the Frost. One of the favorites.
It's an absolute classic in Warcraft, and it already feels like a classic after the games we've seen here today for Frost Death Knight.
Frost Strike deals with the No Muncher really well. So does Howling Blast, but I think he wants to save that for face.
Yeah, considered Frostman's Fury. Saw him hovering over there for a minute. Seems to have discounted it. Going for that recently discounted Howling Blast instead.
Yeah, it just deals with it pretty well. And something you, so he could have Frostwormed his opponent's face, Cantelope, but if he were to freeze No Muncher will still attack end of turn, even if frozen. So it bypasses the freeze.
Another no muncher off the top for Cantelope, but that would deal with the 5/5 Astalor Protector.
There's that vampiric blood that he wanted, so he is able to get his health up a bit, putting Meati a bit out of reach, a little bit. First Marrow Manipulator into hand. Spends
A lot of options here for me.
Yeah, I do like this like spammy Arcanist. I don't know how often he'll be able to play this versus a blood player, so it's not terrible.
Still one spell away from activating Queen Ajara.
Yeah, so maybe he's looking at a way to do that, and the Frost Strike is a nice way. So then it doesn't really matter. You could just use the weapon on the Nagaling.
Still have the mana.
A lot of good options here.
Yeah, I like all of these. Defrost brings some much needed draw to Meati's hands. I wonder if he was considering Queen Ajara into hero power, but now that he has Defrost, maybe he wants to draw first, see what he has, and see if that impacts his line of play.
We have plotted long enough.
Decides, nope, gonna go with that Queen Ajara that I was hovering over earlier. I bet, is it gonna be always Xal'atath? Now that I've seen what Frost Death Knight is capable of when Xal'atath is in play.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point of it. And oh, there's the Lady Death Whisper too. Only has 2 spells in hand currently. But, you know, if you can reduce the Frostworm to 5, that'd be pretty nice.
Even just getting another Frostworm's Fury would be highly valuable. Not a major combo piece, so extremely expensive. You need to get more discounts on it for it to feel like a more effective combo piece.
It's more of a stall. It's a stall you go face with, freeze the enemy's board, so you can get to the pieces you need for the frost.
You chunk the face to get ready for the chip spells that you're going to combo later with Xal'atath in play.
And no one today is running a weapon breaker. No one's running weapon removal, so he doesn't have to be afraid of that. He can just throw the weapon up and feel comfortable.
I can already see Meati's Frost List hitting ladder and the stock of weapon removal going through the roof.
It's like, no having that weapon. But the thing is, people can just throw up the Xal'atath and just spend the 5 spells pretty easily on this deck, because you can make your spells cost nothing. Now these spells cost something. The Blade Grain's 1, but he didn't hit a Frost spell, which is I think what he wanted.
But the other thing I find really interesting about the comboing mechanics of what we saw from Meati last game was the reliance on minions on board from your opponent. Or I guess from you, because you need Frost Strike will give you more spells to throw at your opponent, but there needs to be minions on board because Frost Strike only hits minions.
He's gonna get Lady Death Whisper down now, even though he doesn't really have a ton, but he does have the Horn of Winter, so that's pretty powerful. That's 4 mana instead of 2.
You still have to wait for the Death Rattle to actually be popped, but when you pass and your opponent has the damage on board already to trade with your Death Whisper, you're probably making personal peace with the fact that whatever's in your hand, that's when you're going to get duplicated.
Well, he can use both Frostworm's Fury on this next turn if he wanted to because of the Horns of Winters, but it's not enough to kill Cantelope, and it's going to waste the stall. But I can just definitely see him stalling, especially because he has Astalor, which will do 8 extra damage. Face, so plenty of damage in hand.
That's true. Both our players here, I love looking over their player camps and just like watching them think.
No muncher.
This is not what we stood
When life gives you no muncher, you're not muncher.
Yeah. Easy pick.
That's a Glacial Advance off the top. That's another spell that can go face that discounts other spells.
Yep.
Major piece of Meati's death combo puzzle.
Yeah, he has a lot going on right now. I wonder if he just needs to start going because, I mean, there's 4 damage here, there's 10 damage here, there's 16 damage here, 5, and then also add on to it all the damage from the weapon. That's a lot of damage that he can do. And if you can use the Frostworm every turn, you can then stall your face from getting hit. So I do like just starting to get them going. And, you know, you can play the Frostworm's Fury, get 2 extra mana, and then play another 6-drop. But the Marrow Manipulator is not always going to go face, which kind of sucks.
That's again, though, where if that's part of your combo and you're playing Frost, that's where the Frost Strikes can really help you clean up the board while also discovering you more spells along the way and giving your Marrow Manipulator a lot more chance to hit face.
Yeah, I wonder if he ever just Armies of the Dead just to try to clear out the minions so that his Marrow Manipulator does much better. But he is going to get a bit more draw going. He's going to stall with Frostworm.
There's that stall coming out, and we're also going to take a look at our 6 box to see all of the games currently going on.
Lots of action here.
Yeah, our interesting to note here, our bonus game, Feno versus NoHands Gamer, still no winner. 0-0.
We do have Disguised Toast is up 1 versus BunnyHoppor. We have Dog is up 1 versus Alliestraza. And we have HunterAce is up 1 versus Avelline. So Unholy looking really good right now in the 6 can.
Yeah, so proof that there are fast Death Knight games.
Yeah, Unholies.
This is an interesting one right here, though. So we come back to Cantelope versus Meati. Still, Cantelope still frozen up, except for that Mill Muncher, which would attack anyway at the end of turn, even if it was frozen. Because no Muncher don't care.
Don't care. It's like, I'm hungry, man.
Frost, I was born of this.
I don't care about rules, I'm hungry.
I want a munch. So many options from Cantelope. A lot of them add to a board that he currently only has room for 1 minion to go to.
Yep. That's the Howling Blast.
Can't set up for the spammy clear. And also he'd be clearing more of his own minions than Meati's. Now we go back to Meati. We're at the post 10 point. Ask the Lord of the Flamebringer, ready to get his Mana Thirst on.
Yep. There's also, I mean, you can play Army of the Undead to start to clear a bit, getting some corpses. And then from there, you could Mana Thirst out the Marrow Guard, or the Marrow Manipulator. Thank you. That's going to allow some heal for the...
Such a complex
now,
board and hand state.
Can he spammy?
You thinking next turn for Cantelope?
Yeah, he could Ghoul the 3/3 and spammy so to clear the board off and then play out the Marrow Manipulator because he has the Horn of Winters.
Yeah, I think the hesitation is, at the moment, his board is stronger than Meati's.
Yeah. So, yep, it's going to be able to clear the board out, and I don't know if he will play out the Marrow Manipulator, but he could. No, he's just going to get some more draw.
Cantelope going to go up to 9 cards in hand, now 10 with this final draw. It's Vizier off the top. Start with that Ghoul charge. And it's going to be a Bone Guard Commander
Another
to
door to deal
fill
with.
that board.
Yeah, lots to deal with here. Sire Denathrius in hand, though, so can start getting more ping damage. Just so much ping damage in hand. A lot to count. Too much to count. But if you like math, this might be the deck for you.
Yeah,
Oh, a
Zalatath
Remorseless
just
Winter.
Gonna get some pings. Remorseless Winter is the perfect card to find off of that defrost.
Yeah, he just needs to deal with the original Bone Guard, but can deal with the rest of the taunts, which is nice.
Not that he needs it, but also the Blood Mage Thanos, which if you were looking for that, would combo well with the Remorseless Winter. Doesn't really need it right now. More than enough to deal with those 1/2s. We'll just leave up a damaged Bone Guard Commander in its wake.
Yeah, I don't really mind just Frostworm face so that opponent can't do anything this turn. Cantelope would get stuck.
Yeah, and just keep finding your spells. Keep setting up for that inevitable deluge
Yeah.
of combos. But besides, I'm going to rip it now. I'm going to use my Glacial Advance. I'm going to discount my Frostworm Fury even further and finish out all of the charges on my Zalatath.
Yep, so
That's
yeah.
10 damage broken up over 5 charges of durability.
I really like this. He set up so that next turn he could Remorseless Winter as long as Bloodmage Thalana stays alive, which it won't. So now he's just one off for that. I mean, but at the same time, he really just cares about going face. But we see the Corrupted Ashbringer.
Been waiting for this card to see some action all
Finally,
day.
we see it from Cantelope. We see that, and he is going to be able to heal with that. So unless he can Howl Face, not Growl Face, Howl Face, he can face that. Growl Face. I'm going to change the name of that card.
Howling Blast.
Growling.
Howling Face.
There's
Got another defrost. Could go digging again. Not as exciting now that Alliestraza is no longer in play, so you're not going to get damage sending over to the face of your opponent just for drawing cards off of your defrost spell. Mirror Manipulator could be played, but probably want to send it face, especially if you also have Remorseless Winter in hand.
Yeah, you really got to use
You get
that
a lot more.
to like clear the board out for something like Mirror Manipulator or Astrolore. I like Astrolore better because it wouldn't waste a damage. Because technically, yeah, Mirror Manipulator would waste 1 damage, and I think every point of damage matters versus a control deck.
3 health remaining.
Oh, and Cantelope
Gonna get an
Fire Denathrius.
big and another 5 heal.
Switching it around,
Off of
putting
the
Meati on
Ashbringer.
the clock. Now Meati is looking a little rough. Cantelope has 24 health.
You do not want to try and clear Denathrius with something like Army of the Dead because of the lifesteal.
Yeah.
Glacial Advance just came into hand.
He could Nerubian and look for Asphyxiate or something.
That's true. It'd be a much easier answer than anything he currently has. Though Manipulator could help get rid of Denathrius without triggering the lifesteal, but probably not what you want to do when you've already used a good amount of your combo pieces. Xalatath is no longer on the menu, and your opponent, Cantelope, has healed as much as he has.
Yeah, he didn't get offered anything to deal with the Sire Denathrius. He did get offered Army of the Dead, so he has double Army of the Dead, and he can consider, okay, I'll just buff my Sire Denathrius. But at the same time, like, he really does not want him to heal anymore. Gets to a Frostworm, but doesn't have the mana to freeze the Sire. Unless? No, he doesn't.
Gonna go for it and decides, yeah, doesn't feel good, but gonna have to use the Army of the Dead to finish clearing Sire Denathrius. Because really, Meati getting low himself.
He is.
Cantelope up to a full 50 health. Considering throwing down that Alexandros Mode Grain, I think it's a great play with Meati at 17 health. Get that end of turn 3 damage chip in turn after turn, and a little extra 3 damage off of the Soulbreaker. Because why not?
Why not?
Heard you like 3 damage, Slissa.
I do. Yeah, I like damage.
I prefer
Nice.
4.
So what do we do here? We got a Sire Denathrius, which can, buff. Because if we're looking at 10 damage, and with a ghoul that's 11. So Cantelope has lethal on board. Meati can't let that happen, so he has to do anything in his power. Is he going to heal, or is he just going to clear? Sire Denathrius will heal and clear, especially if he trades all in. But if he's going to think of Army of the Dead, then he can't heal.
But if you have Denathrius in hand and you also have Army of the Dead in hand, can absolutely see where you would want to continue pumping up your Sire Denathrius, because at this point, Meati has used a lot of his combo pieces.
Yep.
He needs another out, and it's sure looking like Denathrius might be his only hope at this point.
Yeah, because he has to deal with 50 damage, not 44, but...
And look at Cantelope's hand. There's so many minions.
Lots and lots.
Manipulator ain't gonna cut it.
Oh man, I think this might be the end of the road for Meati.
Absolutely wonderful display in game 1, but it sure is looking like we might be heading towards that
21, 31, 40. He has 41 damage in hand, technically. 41 and 5 and 2.
Talking about
That's
Meati?
48, and then the 4. Yeah, he's like 52 damage right now.
Yeah, but a lot of that is tied up in Sire Denathrius, which is your entire turn's worth of mana.
Yeah, Yeah, he just has to spend mana every turn, and he can do 54 damage. You see how that works?
Decides now is the time to throw out the Sire Denathrius. Cantaloupe top decks Brand Bronzebeard. Gonna double discover off of Azir. Snap grabs the Asphyxiate. Wonderful answer to Denathrius. That's definitely something Meati would have liked against Cantaloupe's Denathrius just a few turns earlier. And now deciding, well, I'm not going to snap pick the second one because, well, you only have one Denathrius.
Yeah, I like the blood tap for the second pick.
I do too, and Cantaloupe does 3.
Yeah. We see eye to eye. But yeah, he has a lot of minions in hand. He found what he needed. He knows, like, hey, Meati really doesn't have many more minions to deal with, so I'm going to have to make him deal with me. He's running out of options. I'm going to be the aggressor.
Did you say deal with me or deal with meat?
I said meat, I guess.
Well, I think Cantaloupe might be about to deal with Meati.
Yes, definitely. The fruit versus the meat.
Marrow Manipulator could help clear here.
I don't think he wants to use that for clear, though.
No, that's right. He has Spammy in hand.
Yeah, he just got it.
And Marrow Manipulator is a lot of his of his remaining damage.
He needs it to go face. He needs both of them to go face.
And also look at his corpse count. He needs 10 to get full value out of both manipulators.
Oh, that's
He's currently only sitting on 6. Though
oh, it's 5 each, so 10 total. Yeah.
This
right.
Blood Boil is going to help.
Oh man.
Put Meati up to 8 corpses.
So he could use one now.
But Cantaloupe going back up to 41 health. The push and pull of health totals versus how much damage Meati even still has access to.
He has Frost Strike that perfectly works right here to discover another Frost card. But he only has 6 cards left in his deck. Cantaloupe has 8, so not too much more. So he's going to be able to discover and gets offered
Another Marrow Manipulator.
Another Marrow Manipulator. I know you guys didn't see the other options. It doesn't matter. He got Marrow Manipulator. He's just going to take
Needs more corpses, though.
He can weave in his hero power every turn to try and like kind of boost that up a bit.
That's true, and still has a Frostworm's Fury in hand to stall. What a nail biter of a game.
Yep. He's just gonna. He has to keep.
Throw 2 to face.
And with the caster vision we have, we see that Cantaloupe is running out of heal options, but he does have Sir Finley and can kind of trade out his board. He also has School Teacher, which can get him Noggling, which can get him 10 health because of Volcanic Blood, or Vampiric Blood.
Vampiric, yeah.
I know card names.
All new.
Misses the Vampiric Blood.
Howling Blast could, if you can't get rid of the Marrow Manipulator, would at least pause 5 damage next turn.
Yeah.
It's right now in terms of removal tools. And it still is a spammy, which would full clear right now, but you would lose your own School Teacher.
Pick me, pick me.
Took the blood tap. He's just trying to buff all his minions so that Meati has to deal with his minions. Now, he doesn't realize that Meati has more Frostworms because Meati's played at least 2 by now.
Yeah, but stalling is only so helpful when your win condition now is Marrow Manipulator that doesn't want extra health on board in the form of minions to soak up all of that valuable damage.
And it costs 6 and Frostworm costs 5. And if my math is correct, that equals 11 together. And he only has 10 mana. He already used his horn that gives him 2 extra mana, or refreshes 2 mana.
We are getting down to the wire in both of our players' decks. 5 cards left in Meati's deck compared to the whopping 6 cards left of Cantaloupe. What just came off the top there? Brand Bronzebeard comboed with a Marrow Manipulator.
With 2 if we can keep the Bran up.
You know what protects Bran? Freezing.
Yep.
Although that's the Frostworm's Fury.
That's the last one. Unless there's more in that deck somewhere.
Could be Discover Shenanigans could come through. This is, at the moment, not a clear for Spammy. And he needs a 3 health minion, which his hero power does not help him get to.
Does he have one in hand? No, because they're all buffed. He buffed his hand too much.
It was about that moment I realized.
Oops.
Patchwork could be quite disruptive here.
You could Vrykul.
However,
give something 2/2 rush.
Yeah.
And then when he spammies the 2/2 rush.
Not sure it matters. Eating one of the manipulators in hand would be huge. You would remove some damage on board. And you wouldn't lose any of your own increasingly wide board, which are essentially blocking and clogging this Marrow Manipulator damage. Out comes a Remorseless Winner. Draws a Vrykul Necrolite off of the top. It's a Vrykul Necrolite party up here. We're going to have all the 2/2 zombies with Rush coming out here to help clear all of the threats currently on board for Meati, while also leaving behind such a wide and healthy board.
How much mana is this? 12? Ugh. I mean, he can't freeze anymore.
Doesn't have an easy way to clear the board. Double pop of 2 hits of 2 off of Thessarian Battlecry combined with Bronzebeard. That's...
He just needs 8 to go face. He just needs 8 to go face.
He does just need 8 to go face, but the damage right now is not guaranteed to go face. But if that's your out, do you just say, Manipulator, take the wheel, and see where it goes?
That's your only out. 8 go face.
More than enough corpses in the bank. Gonna use all 10 of them, thanks to the double Battlecry effect of Bronzebeard. That was not enough attacks to face.
But it cleared the board.
It did. He hasn't another Manipulator in hand, but he doesn't have any corpses. Well, one corpse left. And it doesn't matter at this point. Even if Brand survives, you still need the corpses to take advantage of that double Battlecry. Oh, Theotar was a get. And now it matters.
3 at the end.
Wonderful. What a back and forth. My goodness.
I forgot about that.
So excited to see Frost doing that well, but well played to Cantelope. As we move over to Regis Killbin versus Thijs with 1 on the board already for Regis Killbin. Can Killbin succeed?
In killing it?
In killing it, where, you know, Meati, Team Frost, they're ahead right now. They've come back after a long day of fighting hard. One of Regis's teammates, we just watched, end in a tie. Can Regis take this to a win? Currently, massive card advantage, by the way, over Thijs.
I just love that Regis he's just so humble. He's like, oh, I'm not really a pro. I just play for fun. I can't really beat the pros. And then we're just sitting here watching him destroy. Like, I think you need a little bit more confidence, Regis, because you're totally killing it and has the potential to be, you know, one of the top players on his team.
You know, we just got an update on our bonus match, Feno versus NoHands Gamer. They split the match, so no points.
No bonus points.
No bonus points. Let's take a look here. Thijs finding more resources. Getting that No Muncher into play. Healing himself back up. Regis with a Baron off the top. I'm not sure he's that interested in drawing right now. I think he's more interested in the Mana Thirst. Oh, maybe not.
Ooh,
He's thinking about it, considering his options. Down comes Astalor. And out comes 16 damage.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, as much as I love Unholy, I really like watching these Frost decks.
I'm not gonna lie, they're very interesting now, especially now it really feels like our Frost players have their frozen feet underneath them. Hope there's not too much frostbite going on, but there's that corpse explosion. Yeah, Frost has gotten so interesting as the day has gone on. We've had so many nail-biter games, and that last one with Meati and Cantelope was the back and forth, one of the best we've seen today. Looks like Regis Killbin gonna deploy that 15 damage Sire to Nathrius.
And it's a win
for the win.
2-0 versus Thijs.
All right, that's fantastic for Team Frost. Speaking of Team Frost, let's see what's going on with Alliestraza repping Team Frost. currently down 1 game to Dog, still finding ways to eke out wins with Unholy, which we thought was the favorite at the beginning of the day, but Alliestraza puts Dog to 1, but Dog has lethal on board.
Oh,
that
so close.
was a close one. So many nail biters in this round. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just like the last round, this round again, tons of nail biters, and I mean, Death Knights are just crushing it. You know, a lot of times you hear, oh, mirror matches, mirror matches. This doesn't feel like mirror matches.
Not at all, and it comes down to that rune system.
Yeah.
Frost Death Knights feel so different from Blood, and they feel so different from Unholy, and then you get your mixes, where you pick one rune and you get it into the mix. And then don't even get me started on the Discover shenanigans.
Lots of
So,
shenanigans.
as much as I want to windmill slam into just another Frost game, we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Death Knight action. Are back with more Death Knight action. The rounds just get more bombastic, more ridiculous.
Very ridiculous.
The amount of ways we've seen undead hordes just come back, swing, murder their opponents, and now last round, all of the spells on display, the combos from the Frost Death Knights. My God, let's take a look at what happened. BunnyHoppor and Disguised Toast ending in a tie. Dog 2-0ing Alliestraza, Meati and Cantelope ending in a tie, but Regis Killbin picking up the 2-0 for Team Frost against Thijs, and then more ties, so many ties last round. Avelline, HunterAce ending in tie, and NoHands Gamer and Feno in that bonus match tying out, meaning no bonus points.
I like to see these ties. I like to see that, you know, but it's pretty level. The runes can face off versus one another. It's not going to be like a just blow away for one. It's pretty even. So I like to see the ties. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good showcase of what Death Knight is capable of. Now Team Frost still in the lead with a 7-point lead over Team Unholy, and my how the mighty have fallen. Team Blood had such a strong opening today, but still picking up points.
And Meati now in first place with 15 points, Dog in second.
Nipping at his heels.
Yep. Look at those 3 up on top. And I'm just so proud of Regis. I'm so proud of Cantelope. It's such a great showing for them.
Keep thinking of Regis's, some might say trolly answer to his interview earlier, saying I never won a game of Hearthstone. Well, you've got plenty to your name today, buddy. And here we see HunterAce, Thijs, Alliestraza, Avelline, NoHands Gamer, and Disguised Toast. Every color of Death Knight represented there at the bottom, but a little more red.
A little bit of blood down there.
A little bit of red in the red.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've got an awesome round coming up for you right now. Let's take a look at the match schedule. We got BunnyHoppor versus Avelline, Alliestraza versus NoHands Gamer, Meati versus Feno. Oh, the way Frost is going, I'm looking at all this. Like, can Frost hold on? We also have Regis versus HunterAce, Dog versus Thijs, and Disguised Toast versus Cantelope. Where do your eyes go on this one, Slissa? Who do you want to see if they can stay on top or maybe climb back in with some more points?
I want to see Regis. I want to see Regis and HunterAce because we just see Regis on a tear right now, but I want to see his tear. I want to see.
Got a little teaser.
What is he doing? What's he doing that's just crushing all these pro players, our little meme star in Regis. So yeah, and I'm sure plenty of people would love to see what he's up to on his Frost deck.
It's where my interest is right now, because clearly it's something that's collected as we move into round 7 and you get your wish, Slissa, because we have Regis Killbin versus HunterAce coming up in our first featured game of round 7. And we're already into it. They're already mulliganing. Look at that hand from Regis. I like that. Starting off with Bone Breaker, Horn of Winter, HunterAce. Those look expensive. Yeah, throwing it away, keeping the Chill Fallen Baron. And I like that. I would be happy with that mulligan if I was HunterAce.
Oh yeah, nice, fresh, or low mana start. A lot of good stuff in Regis's deck too.
Let's set those Death Knights to 40 and move on.
I just have it in my head that like 40 is a normal starting number because I played so much Battlegrounds as well and I've been playing a lot of Renathal decks. It just seems like it's the normal.
It's such a good example, I think, of what Death Knight could look like come launch on December 6th. Because we're used to Renathal right now. There's not going anywhere. And it clearly works out. Again, I keep going back to those blood decks, too, because they love their extra health.
They do. Healthy bunch. They hit the
They
gym
don't seem
a lot.
like it, with all of the diseases and the zombies.
Blood, sweat, and tears to be a healthy bunch.
I thought it was just blood, and blood if you're a blood Death Knight.
Well, the triple blood, yes.
If it's how you decide to build the deck, you are correct. You are correct. High school teacher, good to see you again. But Regis decides he does want to drop.
Yeah, he's offered Vampiric Blood, Blood Tap, or Unholy Frenzy. So Vampiric Blood will get him 10 extra health if he has the corpses. Blood Tap will buff those minions in his hand. And he decides to go with the Unholy Frenzy. That will attack into a minion and resummon those minions again. So he's using that just to kind of deal with the taunt maybe or something. He doesn't really need the health. He's just trying to aggro face.
Army of the Dead up the top for HunterAce. That'll come into play later. Definitely not enough corpses yet for you to really want to worry about that. Well, though, adds 2 more to the pool. It's like another school teacher coming out from Regis Killbin. Has an option of Blood Tap, Horn of Winter, or Vampiric Blood.
Yeah, I mean, he has 3 minions in hand for Blood Tap. Horn of Winter can really help him start going crazy with the spells, and that is what he decides to do. But it's like spend 1 to get 2, so it's really just a innervate get to get 1.
Yeah, it's always so exciting when I see those triple rune cards come up that are outside of the rune that our players are playing. But Regis has got to be thinking, I don't care about the extra health. I want you to be dead before my extra health even matters.
Go face, he says.
Exactly.
I need the mana to go face.
Face is the place for Frost DKs. I'm getting a little concerned about Frostbite on noses, though.
Yeah.
Harbinger of Winter coming down. We'll eventually get to draw a Frostspell, but that is behind that Death Rattle. If that's what Regis chooses to play.
There's a Rhyme Sculptor, too.
Going back to it. We're up to 5 mana now. Could just drop the Rhyme Sculptor, like you said, but doesn't appear to be all that interested into that. If he drops Noggling here, he will not get the benefit of Horn of Winter, though.
Yeah,
because
it doesn't gain. It would gain back the 1 he spent. It would just
That's true.
5.
But you'd waste. Well,
yeah, the point of it. It's just a 1 mana 1/1.
yes.
He's thinking, what if? You could use a Glacial Advance, but I think he wants that to be used face. So yeah, he's just gonna...
I like this. I like the Rhyme Sculptor here. The Death Rattles potentially help clear. The Battlefield Necromancer, though, from HunterAce, gotta give a shout out, really complicated the board here.
Yeah, the only issue with this play is that it does allow HunterAce some nice value trades if he wants to, though it is a bit sketchy with the Rhyme Elemental. They can deal 2 random damage. You can't really control where they go. So, able to Plague Strike and get himself a 2/2 zombie.
Rush it into one of the Rhyme Elementals, but could end in tragedy depending where those Death Rattle 2 damages end up.
It's a 33% chance of failure. Or no, it's only 25%, because it could go face.
I don't even think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world if it ends up on the Necromancer, putting it down to 1 health, because it makes it a lot easier to deal with for Regis.
All right, there we go. So,
does HunterAce consider going double Necromancer and just saying, I think I can keep enough corpses in the pool to make this work?
I like the school here.
Wonderful sequencing there, too, to make sure you can get all the attacks in before the potential
Kept
attack
them all
out of the
alive,
final
too.
ring. And we are going double Necromancer, which means we're going to see a lot of 1-2s as long as HunterAce can keep enough corpses.
Yeah, so we have a Howling Blast in hand for Regis, which can deal with 2 minions. But not quite what he needs.
And I would imagine he's a little irritated with the Necromancers. Might
A little.
have a little ire in his eye, want to throw the Howling Blast that way.
Yeah, I think just like throwing down minions so he can get some value trades makes sense. He has 2 Harbingers and they will draw frost spells, but he could overload his hand a bit. No, he won't. He'll be fine. He'll be
The
fine.
thing I find interesting about going double Battlefield Necromancer, because we haven't seen it today, the only thing worse, the only way it gets worse from here is one more 1-2 gets out of the board. Not that much damage on HunterAce actually pressuring anything here.
So finds a Horn of Winter and a Glacial Advance, and he 7, 8, 9. He won't overdraw, so he doesn't have to spend anything here. He could, but decides not to.
Tomb Guardians off the top. Deciding to go Famish Fool. It is infused now. Let's see what 3 cards HunterAce picks up. Only 2 mana
Sorry,
left on the
Denathrius.
back side of this.
Yeah, sorry, Denathrius, all those minions on board. Pretty juicy.
Yeah, and still a Necromancer left behind. So unless he uses it to trade, which I would be very surprised if HunterAce decided to do that, going to summon yet another 1-2 at the end of his turn.
These are undeads that never end. And they go on and on, my friend. I hope I have the rights to that song.
They started rushing. Yeah. We'll end it there just in case. It was such an on-point performance.
Thank you.
We're a little worried.
Spammy Arcadus will deal with a couple minions.
I see a 1 and a 2, but I don't see something to close the gap to that 3-2 outside of this Frost Strike.
Discover Overseer Frigidera, which you know will do 2 damage when he draws 2 spells. Unless he draws and no spells come to hand, then that wouldn't work.
Or doesn't hit double Frost, but I believe he is only running Frost spells.
Yup. Ooh.
Lorthamar hitting the board, doubling the stats of all minions currently in HunterAce's deck. We've seen this play dividends today, but we've also seen it be a little on the slow side.
Yeah. Because he has a lot of minions in hand and they're not going to get
Oh!
access to it. Ooh.
Patchwork just took out Daddy Denathrius
And Stitch Giant, the 6.
after all of those infuses.
So he got a 7-7, a 10-10, and a 16-16. That was probably the best patchwork I've ever seen.
That's the sickest patchwork of the day.
Yep, I think that's
Denathrius has been such a big part of the game throughout our show match today. And to
that has to be the best patchwork we've seen.
just get sniped. I didn't know Patchwork knew how to use a sniper rifle.
No scope.
360.
Yep, no scope 360.
Tomb Guardians off the top. An infused Denathrius, that is not. However, that is a 1-mana 16/16 Stitch Giant
Yeah.
hitting the board.
You got rid of one, but forgot about the other. Ooh.
Oh, but not infused. Just to destroy.
It destroys though. That's
Just destroy.
pretty good.
Not going to infuse it anytime soon.
I mean,
Likely.
he's gotten rid of so many of HunterAce's key cards, key monster cards that I think you just tempo that out. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Get it out of the way. So we can start
HunterAce is
hitting
sitting-
face.
Yeah, HunterAce is sitting on top of an infused Sylvanas. Not sure Sylvanas is the key target.
No.
We know that Regis Killbin is sitting on 2 Overseer Frigidaras.
Yeah, 3 mana to spend here. Not a lot to do with it.
No.
Now he could use Horn of Winter to, he could use both to use Frigidara, and then he'd have a spare mana.
Don't sound so down. He literally killed a 16/16 giant this turn.
Oh, I like that he used the Nagaling so that he didn't waste a mana. See, it was
Well done.
intentional Nagaling.
And the Frigidara ends up clearing the board with that 2 damage. Ended up drawing Defrost, which would be more draw, and a Remorseless Winter, which is More draw attached to a Consecrate.
We like to draw, yes?
I'm a fan.
Oh, that
is a
big
massive
patchwork.
commander.
Yeah, big Bone Guard, big patchwork. Oh, it gets the Chill Fallen Baron, the Overseer, and the Sylvanas. So it's pretty good. Not nearly as good as Regis's. Nowhere near it.
It's nowhere near as good as literally the best patchwork we have seen all day.
Nope. Doesn't
Patchwork
compare.
was out for blood. Call the Northrend police. All right. Decides, all right, it's Howling Blast time. Let's pause this chonky patchwork.
Doll.
Look at he's looking at another Howling Blast here.
You could do it
Glacial
face
Advance.
in order to, not allow a weapon. But, it's unlikely that HunterAce is going to have a weapon because Unholies do not have weapons, though he does have either Frost or Blood. Yeah, he runs one Blood, so he could have a Blood weapon. The only weapon that Unholies have access to is Frostmourne. But I don't think he's playing around that because I don't think HunterAce is running a Frostmourne.
We haven't seen a Frostmourne today other than ones right behind you.
Yeah, there is a nice one behind me. I was going to take it home with me.
Actual Frostmourne. Yeah, I don't think they would call me back if I stole that like I would like to. Here comes the biggest Bone Guard Commander we've seen of the day. Although Bone Guard Commander can work out as much as he wants, it doesn't make his Risen Footman any bigger, as the 2 damage from the Remorseless Winter is going to make abundantly clear.
Yeah, this is going to be rough to deal with the Bone Guard.
It's so interesting how this has developed over the day. Earlier today, we were looking at Spammy Arcanist. Just seemed like, how do you keep anything on the board with this pint-sized mage? But now, Spammy Arcanist is just looking at a 16-14 going, what do you want me to do about this?
Can't handle this. Yeah, I mean, the Howling Blast is nice stall, but then there's still the 8/5 patchwork to handle.
I was going to say that this is kind of how Frost falls behind, but Regis has still found ways to eke damage through. And with the health totals we've seen today, 21 is feeling optimistic.
Oh, look at this nice clear. He found a way, but the thing is, these spells he wants to go face, and they're not going face.
No, but he's also not at the risk of fatigue, which is what we've seen some of our games go to today. So there's still plenty of outs still to come.
But it's unfortunate that Regis had to clear and wasn't able to, put anything on the board. It was just a clear, that's it. So HunterAce still has control. He's still the aggressor here, and that's not what Regis wants. Regis wants to be the aggressor.
You're going to find even more undeads, potentially a No Muncher, or if you're not feeling that, Soul Stealer, if you are worried about a wide board from the Frost player. There's also Flesh Behemoth,
I'm interested in that.
we haven't looked at today.
Yeah, draw another undead and summon a copy of it. So, he's drawing a buffed minion, and he's summoning it as a copy.
I'm hearing where we're going to a 2-box, and we've got Feno behind Meati. I don't know if you can see this.
Oh.
And I don't know what type of necrotic magic Feno has pulled off to make this happen. But whatever necromancer is behind this, I commend them.
I know, I think he's sailed all the way over to England to be a part of Meati's life.
I require an interview with Meati. I want to know why. Do you have a Feno cardboard cutout?
I think it's an intimidation factor.
Oh, okay. Asserting your dominance.
Asserting dominance.
You wouldn't hit a guy that's hanging out with you, would you?
Maybe.
All right, back to Regis versus HunterAce in progress. Regis just trying to find answers, and HunterAce posing more and more complex questions.
Yeah, he has 10 damage on the board that Regis can't deal with, so that puts Regis down to 9. He's a school teacher in hand. He also, just is the aggressor, like I keep saying. This is not what Regis wants, because Regis is not a control style deck.
There's your favorite, No Muncher.
Nom nom.
Slissa's MVP of the day, coming in with the snacks, but also the heals.
I've already gotten some No Muncher art on Twitter. Thank you for that. I think Ben Hearthstone made it.
Shout out to Ben Hearthstone. Great dude.
Love it.
I appreciate the little graphic put together with all of us. Nice tile look going on. All right, Theotar, what are you doing? What choices are you making here, Regis?
Ooh, I mean, I think you have to take away the school teacher to take away the options.
Did he go for the infused Sylvanas?
Oh, he went for Grave. I think he just, no, he's conceding, yeah. He realized nothing's gonna help. Because even if he gets the school teacher, he doesn't have the mana.
Another member of Team Frost. Dropping a game. Congratulations, well played, HunterAce. That was, I mean, the puzzles that were happening there with the board states from HunterAce. I mean, it was impressive. Regis found a way to get damage through, but let's take a look at HunterAce's deck that just picked up a win off of Regis Killbin. I mean, what more can we say about No Muncher? And I want to talk about patchwork, but sadly, I don't want to talk about HunterAce's patchwork. I want to talk about Regis's patchwork, because that had to have been the highlight of the past game, even though HunterAce ended up taking the win.
So notice, like, we're watching an Unholy versus a Frost deck right now, but both have patchwork because they both have the single rune blood. So we're seeing both players with a single rune blood, and I think that single rune blood is really powerful because of those two cards, No Muncher and Patchwork. And even they agree. They said these are our key cards, even though we're not playing a blood deck. And it's interesting too because our blood players are losing. So maybe that is the key to these Death Knights, is that, you know, Frost and Unholy are the power, but you just need one rune of blood to really capitalize.
Yeah, well, we're moving into game 2 now. Regis Killbin and HunterAce to see if Regis can pull off the tie or if HunterAce can pull off the 2-0 win.
Yeah, I'd love to see Regis get another win. He's been doing so well today. In this last game, he just couldn't, you know, get control of the board. He never became the aggressor. He wasn't where he wanted to be. But now, looking at his hand, it's a bit heavy, but he does have coin. So on 3, he can coin out a 4, then play a 4 into a 5 and a 6. So he actually has a pretty decent curve.
Rhyme Sculptor already in hand. Harbinger of Winter off the top of the deck for Regis. Gonna coin up to 4 mana, which I think he's either thinking Thessarian or, yep, he's thinking Thessarian.
Thessarian just gets control of the board here.
Potentially. The damage went where Regis wanted it.
Yeah, it was a good boy.
Thessarian's really had a mind of his own today.
That's true. He's like,
Vampiric?
oh, it faces the place.
Vampiric Blood going onto that Nagaling. That Nagaling is an overachiever.
Right, so we have Frost Strike, Plagued Grain, or Anti-Magic Shell. He does decide to pick the Anti-Magic Shell. I like that pick because he does have double Rhyme Sculptor, so he is going to try and get a sticky board, and then can, once he gets those both down, he can Rhyme Sculptor on 5, and then Rhyme Sculptor Nagaling on 6.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get on Thessarian too before the Reborn gets popped.
I just don't think it'll happen.
No, and next turn, only going to have 5 mana, so you can only Rhyme Sculptor, not going to be able to combo it with the Nagaling. Well, the top deck a Horn of Winter. You could do it then.
Yeah. On the other side, HunterAce has, you know, a lot of options right now. A lot of low-cost minions, and the Scourge in hand for turn 9 play. So I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait till turn 9.
If I was playing right now, I would be equally as excited as I am terrified of playing the Scourge. I'm going to see another Battlefield Necromancer go down. Not going to be doing double Necromancers, however, because our Necromancer's buddy is lost somewhere in HunterAce's deck right now. Thessarian managed to keep, did not pop the Reborn yet.
Nope. He's Carl the Lost. Do I know lore or what?
Gotta find Carl.
Gotta find him.
Our resident Battlegrounds lore expert. Slissa. Bodybagger off the top, not exactly the most exciting top deck in the world, but hey, Corpses, always a good resource for a Death Knight, especially when you're HunterAce and you currently only have 2 of them. All right, gonna pop that first half of that Thessarian. Will it take? Nope, misses.
Swing and a miss.
Actually, it did hit the Necromancer. It was at full health, though. That's why.
So he's trying to get a sticky board now, looking at that graveyard shift, but maybe not, maybe not. He has a full hand. He has so much he can do, but you know,
Graveyard shift, it is sticky, but these zombies do not have taunts, so the board of Regis Killbin would have free reign to go wherever they want. We got to pick between Death Strike, Obliterate, and Anti-Magic Shell. Obliterate getting no love today, though with a discounted Death Strike being one of the options. Completely understand.
Yeah.
Here come our sticky zombie buddies, the shambling zombies. We've seen you a lot today, friends. First half of Left Zombie going down.
The Rhyme Sculptor coming down with that anti-magic shell.
Getting comboed with the Nagaling. This is a big, buffed, harder to deal with board than usual.
Yep. This is one of those games where when you're facing like tempo v tempo or token style decks, you're just trying to be the aggressor. You're trying to have control of the board, and Regis got it early, and that's why HunterAce has been struggling to like where I need to find a turn to turn this around, to have some good value trades, and I need to be the one with the bigger minions, and he just can't find it. It hasn't been there.
So I'm sorry, I thought Unholy was the token deck. We're looking at a
I know.
Frost, a double Frost.
It's because of your favorite
Blood.
card, Rhyme Sculptor, with an Unholy card of Anti-Magic Shell.
I think it's an underrated card. I think when we look back at the course of today, we're going to look at Rhyme Sculptor and realize that this little dolled up skeleton has put in more work than we initially realized.
Now, do you think Rhyme Sculptor belongs in a deck that's an Unholy deck, a double Unholy single Frost? Because it's a single Frost card. So you could run it in an Unholy deck. Do you think it belongs there?
I think it's equally as interesting for both.
Okay. I think it's pretty good.
If nothing else, it's a lot of corpses for an Unholy deck that have a lot of ways to take advantage of that.
HunterAce is like, okay, I'm the control now. I'm gonna use Vampiric Blood to heal. I'm gonna put out a Gnome Muncher. Like I concede to being the control in this deck. But look at Regis with this infused Sylvanas. He can steal the Gnome Muncher so that he can continue to go face. And that's an extra 5 damage face because the Gnome Muncher will attack HunterAce's face. It's a very interesting turn. And I think he sees what I see.
All I see is HunterAce with a severe lack of AoE, which makes a lot of sense considering he is double Unholy Blood. Doesn't have the ease of access to AoE that, say, Frost does.
I will never.
Yep. Regis saying, I like that Gnome Muncher. I think I'll keep it.
Because I hear it goes face. And at the end of turn, it will go face.
This is a lot of damage being poured onto HunterAce right now. Regis Killbin saying, no, I refuse to get 2-0'd. I want to tie.
Yep.
And I'm going to fight for it by stealing your cards.
So HunterAce has the Scourge next turn, but like we said, sometimes you throw it out to hope for taunt, hope for something.
But other times you put yourself on a 3-turn timer.
Yeah, and just die.
Yes.
And just die.
And Unholy is if that even does happen, Unholy is more of a board development play style. They don't have a lot of immediate damage from hand.
Nope. They don't have all that like ping damage that the Frost has that we see that Regis has.
Exactly. Astalor coming down, gonna put the other half in the hand and immediately V-played.
Yep, he's trying to...
Leaving Regis with 1 mana, Ken Horn of Winter to go up to 3 and drop a Chill Fallen Baron. That's exactly what he's going to do.
He's trying to put him on a 2-turn timer, just trying to get the final win next turn, or I guess in 2 turns with Astalor being able to do 16. I don't think the 8 from him will be enough, especially with the Scourge coming down.
Ditch Giant off the top is nice too. Into the turn you were gonna Scourge, because hey, a lot of undead are going to die, but will one of them be Bone Lord Frost Whisper?
Oh, there is a Bone Lord Frost Whisper. That is, if Bone Lord dies, it's a 3-turn timer. There's also a big taunt with Lifesteal that I'm looking at. So I think Regis needs to realize I need a way to use a spammy Arcanist to get rid of the board.
In terms of lifesteal that we've been looking at today, though, 3 attack isn't that big of a deal.
But it has 8 health, so we'll survive a bit. So is there a way to use the Remorseless Winter will deal 2?
We'll take it down to 6, which still means a double trade.
Does it work with the spammy? I haven't looked enough. I don't think so.
Well, at the moment, we don't even have a 1 health minion to kick off the cascade of a spammy.
The Reborn will be the 1, and then there's a 2. But the spammy's too expensive now. This is
Yeah, he does not have another horn. Deciding to try and give him as little lifesteal value as he could manage. That wasn't that bad, all things considered. Do you intentionally? Yes.
Puts
yes,
him on the
you
clock. Now this
do.
is an interesting decision. He puts him on the clock, but he allows HunterAce to get a free card every turn.
That's a 0 mana invincible right now
Yeah.
if he wants it. There are plenty of undead, all of which can swing this turn. We're just standing there open arms like, pick me, give me this sweet buff invincible. And also, hey, you're a really sweet mount, but could you maybe die a couple more times and dish out more buffs, please?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what HunterAce needed to get back in the game, and now I'm worried for Regis. The whole game, I'm like, oh, Regis has this. Scourge is like, hold on.
This is 34 damage on board right now.
Yeah,
Not quite enough to get there, but I'll consider it a start.
quite a start. Regis really needs to find a way to make this spammy Arcanist work in his favor. Otherwise, he's a goner.
Can even Dark Transformation on the 5/1 Rager if he wants to control the board a little bit, because that's 4/5 with Rush that it gets turned into via that Dark Transformation. That's exactly what we're seeing happen right here.
Yeah, I think this is a really
Board control.
hard way to get spammy Arcanists online. I think HunterAce is playing around that a bit. We're gonna check out all 4 matches that are going on right now. As you can see, BunnyHoppor versus Avelline, Dog versus Thijs, and NoHands Gamer versus Alliestraza.
Oh. And Avelline just got taken out. I believe that's a 2-0.
All right. Looking for school teacher. See what we can do here. There's Obliterate.
There it is, but there's also Defrost.
And anti-magic shell. Those are the options for Regis Killbin.
Yeah,
and
he's staring down so much damage. Invincible hasn't even been popped once yet. That's so many more potential buffs.
but he can spam me now because it's a 1 health noggling. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
But Invincible will die
Yeah.
before, say, Mordresh, who isn't undead and will receive the buff of Invincible. We also have Kel'Thuzad on board at 6 health. So these buffs will find undead targets.
And Regis,
Leave a 16 damage Kel'Thuzad behind, giving the win to HunterAce, winning 2-0 over Regis Killbin. Invincible really putting in the work here. And also,
what about the power of the Scourge?
Nice to see Bone Lord win one after a while. Let's take a look at what's going on here with Alliestraza and NoHands Gamer. Alliestraza with a point up on NoHands Gamer at the moment. And more resources in hand and more minions on board.
Yep, Allie is currently winning this one and looks like she has a lot of opportunity here. NoHands Gamer, not too much, but he does have Brand Mutinous, which is pretty spicy.
Does cold, nullify the spice at all?
No.
Okay.
Nope, only milk.
Milk could be cold. Harbinger of Winter coming down on the board from Allie. That is a damn near full board. NoHands Gamer, which will fall on Baron off the top.
You know what I do like is Allie has this Grave Strength in hand, which we haven't seen yet today, but if you spend 5 corpses, it gives all your minion +4 attack. So she went wide on her board.
Solid Devour from Mutinous there.
She's going to be able to just get so much damage off this. Oh, but a couple of the minions did have the Blood Boil on it, which I did miss. So it is 4 attack to each minion, which is 12.
This is a solid stabilization turn from NoHands Gamer.
She's getting close to lethal though. Trying to count it out. She can Frostworm face to deal the 5, and then the Grave Strength and get a weapon out, and that's nearly lethal, and it's gonna stall.
Toast, Feno, and HunterAce are all up 2-0 this round.
Oh, this is the
Those lobbies
unholy,
are shut down already.
the unholy turn.
Oh, Grave Strength. We have not seen much of this card today. Those are some thick undead minions.
Yep, and it's an interesting card because a lot of times when we see these buff attack spells, it's a 1-turn effect, but this is a permanent. So these minions permanently have extra attack.
NoHands Gamer at 7 health. What's his Denathrius sitting at? Only 9 damage on that Denathrius.
So she has 5 damage from hand, possibly 7 with the Saurian if he's a good boy. If he's a good boy, she does have lethal in hand, but the Sire Denathrius will deny it.
Would be interesting alongside a Bran as well. Ooh, some damage going back face though.
She has
NoHands
plenty.
Gamer only at 14.
She has plenty, and she gets the
and
win.
NoHands Gamer with the concede. Let's check in on Dog and Thijs. Thijs up one win over Dog.
Yep, so Team Unholy is doing really well this round, but Dog is down 0-1, so they're not going to sweep the round. He might get a tie for them, but they won't have a full sweep.
That would be big for them though, as Team Unholy is in 2nd place as of the last standings. So even forcing a tie would be good, although I'm sure that's not what Team Blood wants, as they try to infuse some more points into their team's total.
Gosh. Look how much health Thijs can gain. He needs some more corpses, but he has a spare 20 health in hand right now. He's gonna use that first Vampiric Blood to gain 10 health.
Pointing up to 4. Gonna combo hero power with that Vampiric Blood. I just loved the design of the Death Knight hero power. It hit me like in the center of gravity of my expectation. I'm like, you can't put charge on a minion from a hero power. That's illegal.
But it dies.
They have found such a good way to balance it.
Yep, it dies. So it's only a 1-turn thing.
You know, it doesn't die, at least not this turn. No Muncher.
Nope, never does. Because he's the best.
But he might get munched by Astalor or any of the number of answers currently sitting in Dog's hand.
Yeah, if we see on the far left, we have Lorthamar, which is going to double his deck, right? The size. But maybe Dog wants to wait till turn 10 when he can use it with Bran.
He does have Bran in hand, and then on top of that, Lorthamar is its own significant threat and might delay so that the following turn, if Bran survives, you go into Astalor getting a double battle cry.
Yeah,
There's a lot of potential damage here from Dog.
I think he'll have to wait. Like Thijs is playing this pure blood deck, and with the triple blood, I think you have to wait to play and get the double the double stats, because I think that's the only way you can beat this triple blood deck.
Well, health doesn't win games unless, of course, it goes to fatigue.
Then it does. Health is a resource.
Which we have seen multiple times today.
Mutinous out, gets the Bran.
Ooh, I've never been happier to see small stats on my Mutinous.
Yes, the Mutinous is like, okay, I'm happy with this. You know, can't do the crazy stuff we were just talking about, so just ignore what I was saying.
Gonna be real happy. Although that probably means Dog is like, yeah, let's just get the Lorthamar out now instead of holding.
Yep, no
Makes
point
the turn
anymore.
maybe a little more straightforward for Dog.
And I'm sure it was better to hit the Bran than the Sire Denathrius.
Oh, add insult to injury. Thijs top decks his own Bran's Bronzebeard after denying Dog his.
Not much you can do with his right now.
Yeah, Thijs, you know, lot of health. Not a whole lot of answers, probably.
He has a lot of options, and I don't think he needs to worry too much right now. Dog isn't being too scary.
There's a 7/7 and a 5/5 on board, but Thijs does decide it's not scary enough to pull the ripcord on the Soul Stealer just yet. This is Denathrius up to only, okay, it's a young Denathrius. Just showed up to the party. Fashionably late.
Yeah, you're supposed to start in your hand.
Whereas Dog's Denathrius is already up to 12 damage.
I wonder if this is a good turn for Blightfang for Dog, because, you know, blood players like Thijs aren't going to run a ton of minions, so getting Blightfang on 3...
Yeah, they're called Blood, not Flood.
Yeah, they don't flood. So yeah, I don't mind like a earlier Blightfang, but it looks like Dog's not into it.
This is an Army of the Dead turn.
Pump up his sire Denathrius. Oh, no. I saw, so there was a Bone Lord offered to Dog, and another Bone Lord offered again.
2 in a row.
And
Decided to pick it up that time.
Yeah, so the first turn he was offered Bone Lord and Patchwork, took the Patchwork, but this time he did take the Bone Lord. So he has that opportunity to put himself on a 3-turn timer, and if he can, you know, he gets a free card the first card he plays, costs 0 mana, but the backside is that he only gets 3 turns to try and win. A little scary versus a Blood player.
We had a notable bonus round in the background, Toast versus Cantelope. In their first match from earlier, it was 2-0 in Cantelope's favor, so Cantelope won. However, in that bonus round, Toast beat Cantelope 2-0, so that's -3 points for Cantelope and a swing of +5 points for Toast and Team Unholy.
Wow, that is huge for Team Unholy, and it hurts for Team Blood, because we already know that they are in 3rd currently, so that's gotta sting.
Yeah, and we're currently in a bonus round right now.
Oh, this is a bonus round. Do we know who won earlier?
I believe it was Dog, so if Thijs wins here, it's another point swing of a -3 to the Dog and a +5 to Thijs
So
and
then
Team Blood.
cancels
They
it
chase
out.
each other out, but that means a lot for Blood, who are in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, so they do need this win from Thijs because of what's happened with Cantelope and with Disguise too.
That said, Thijs very unhappy about what just happened with the Patchwork from Dog. Took out Soul Stealer on board, Sire Denathrius from hand, that's a big get. Finley from deck.
Yeah, I mean, not the best Patchwork today, but 2nd best.
Quite solid.
Quite a solid one.
Astalor coming down, gonna get rid of that pesky 2-1 taunt.
Ooh, is he gonna play? He's gonna get at least 3. Oh, I'm so happy Thijs is doing this. What Disguised Toast wouldn't do earlier for me. He's gonna get himself 3 Astalor the Flamebringers.
That's so much damage over multiple turns.
Well, yeah.
Really no way to combo out that unless you have Bone Lord Frost Whisper, but Thijs' name isn't Dog.
No, it
who
is not.
currently is in possession of our Frost Whisper. I'm excited to see if Dog has a plan in mind for Frost Whisper, because so far today, we've seen Frost Whisper not on the player's terms, but this is a Frost Whisper that is in hand. Dog does not have to deploy it if he does not want to. Wonderful board clear, courtesy of one Astalor the Flamebringer.
Thijs says, I have a few of those.
I like that card. I thought I'd start collecting them.
Yeah, I could make a triple.
Hematurge in there doing his best Blood Elf cosplay with that hair. Fits in nicely next to Astalor. Chill Fallen Baron saying, hey, I heard you like me. Have the other copy of me. Deathstrike coming out, getting rid of that extremely effective Patchwork. Leaving up the 8/8 Astalor ready and very willing to swing this turn.
I wonder if this is when you go for it. This is when you Bone Lord.
Do you rip it? It depends. Like, what's in hand? What are you really gaining turn over turn for free if your opponent takes out the Frost Whisper next turn. Because really, it's just the Nathrius is the big bomb 10 mana card that would be a huge discount if you Bone Lord.
So he's just gotten the option of the Scourge, which he's going to pick up, and I think that's going to maybe help him decide to get out that Bone Lord. I feel like he was waiting until he was drawing more of those cards that were buffed in his deck, but he wasn't getting them. So I think he's probably going to get into his Bone Lord soon now that he has the Scourge option, as well as his Sire Denathrius to follow up the Scourge once Thijs tries to clear those minions.
Yeah, start with the Scourge, infuse even more. If they can even kill, you may win off the back of the Scourge because it may just be too many stats.
Yep. I definitely feel like that this is the time. But Dog might have other plans. He might not be willing.
And to talk about too many stats already, let's look at Dog's board. That's a healthy board.
Yeah, it is because he doubled up all his minion size. And Thijs doesn't, I mean, his AoE, he does have AoE within minions. He has his Astalors, he has his Spammy Arcanist, so he can do something special, but he doesn't know if he's allowed to, or no, he knows that Dog picks spells.
Already tested for the minion drop.
Tested for the minion, so he knows he needs to avoid spells for now, unless he can kill the Blade Master.
Still awkward. There's no one at 5 health to continue the chain, so that will leave up the Necrotic Mortician.
Oh, it leaves up a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a very awkward gap from Necrotic Mortician. Suddenly there's this big jump in health totals on your Astalor and your quite buffed Okani.
Oh, but yeah, his Sire Denathrius is just enough. It's, you know, he doesn't even need to go into Bone Lord, and Dog is going to take this one.
More than enough, my goodness. All right, so that was a bonus match as well. Ended in a tie, so not a massive swing in that, even though we did have, well, we had Disguised Toast picking up some points out of his bonus match.
First Cantelope, yeah. So he was able to swing for Unholy to earn some points back that he lost previously. And unfortunately for Cantelope and Team Blood, they are going to lose some points that they previously had because of that bonus match.
That was 7-1 for Unholy that round.
Wow.
Super impressive. Let's see if they can keep it up after this break. Incredible rounds today, but we're not done yet.
No.
We have one more round to go today before wrapping just for today and coming back tomorrow with a whole other fully packed day of Death Knight action.
Yep, we got the end of round 1 tomorrow. We have 4 more games for round 1. And then we have a special round 2 tomorrow that we haven't talked about yet, but we will. So you have to come back tomorrow to check that out to see who wins the big prize.
Yeah, round robin only lasts a few rounds tomorrow and then things change up. But let's take a look at the round we're just leaving, round 7, where not as many ties as we saw in the middle parts of today's action. We got ties between BunnyHoppor, Avelline, as well as Dog and Thijs. But outside of that, I see a lot of 2-0s, Slissa.
Yep. Alliestraza with a 2-0 versus NoHands Gamer, putting Allie up a bit. HunterAce 2-0ing Regis, which we got to see. Disguised Toast with that reverse sweep of Cantelope with the 2-0, getting back some points he lost earlier in Feno. 2-0ing Meati after seeing himself at Meati's house somehow.
Yeah, by the power of printables.
Yes.
Yeah, again, I'm with you. I think it was a power play. Doesn't appear to have worked, however.
Feno cannot be power played.
Well, he knows how Feno thinks.
Ooh, look at these points.
These standings look nothing like they did in the first half of today. Team Frost with only a 1-point lead over Team Unholy. Team Unholy better be sending some kudos Disguised Toast's way after picking up some massive swing points off of that bonus match. We still have Meati in first place, however, tied with Dog, who has just been so consistent today.
Yes.
Regis Killbin, big shout out as well in a respectable third place with 12 points. All the way down, you can see where everyone stands. I think Blood might be getting a little bloodthirsty.
You know what I think it might be too, is the Blood decks are very control, and this is a long day. Like,
is.
They were doing really well in the beginning, and blood decks can fatigue you, like your mind, your brain. Like I'm gonna hand it to them for playing so much control in one day. It would melt my brain. So hands up to them. But yeah, they are seeming to struggle a little bit on the backside.
It's more resistant today. There's a lot of frost, a lot of frozen going on. Maybe
Yeah.
your brain won't melt so much. But let's take a look at our final matchups of day one, starting with BunnyHoppor versus NoHands Gamer, Alliestraza versus Avelline, Meati versus HunterAce, Regis Killbin versus Feno, Dog versus Cantelope, and Disguised Toast versus Thijs. Oh, what do you think of these final matchups for day one, Slissa?
I mean, I see some great ones, especially like Disguised Toast and Thijs. I think that's going to be a bonus match, and because they face each other earlier, and there's like two old school players that are great to see. But I see the ladies. I see my Allie and my Avelline, and I'm pretty curious about that match over there.
Well, they're going to be our featured match to start us off, but we also had a chance to catch up with Alliestraza and Avelline earlier today.
Our strategy coming in to beat the other team is that we think that our frost decks are pretty good against Unholy, as there's a lot of AoE and ways to clear their, aggressive little minions. And, we're hoping that might give us a good advantage. And then we're just going to try our best against Blood, because I think that's one that definitely is going to give us more difficulty.
I'm super excited. It's gonna be amazing, and it's amazing facing all those super good players. Last time I played such an exciting tournament was Amsterdam TwitchCon, so it's been like 4 months. I'm super excited playing against really good players again in a tournament.
Exactly how I felt when I saw the rosters for this event. And here they are, Alliestraza ready to face off against Avelline in our first featured match of our final round of day one.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. Frost versus Blood. We've seen quite a bit of Avelline, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Alliestraza's deck yet. I think we saw a little bit earlier today, so I'm excited to see her play. She's been getting the ball rolling. She's had some good wins recently, so can she pull that out? Or will Avelline and her Murlocs win with her triple Blood deck?
Yeah, let's see Alliestraza's deck play from the beginning. We've checked in with her a bunch, but now we're going to see this deck play out over the course of an entire game. Well, 2 games.
I'm excited to see it. We see she has some good starting tools. She has a 2-drop, a 4-drop, a 3-drop. Like, she has that early game curve. And so does Avelline. She has her. She got a couple 1-drops in her hand, so that's nice to see as well.
Yeah, got the 4 and the 6 with Thessarian, a little bit of Clog, but still plenty of early game options.
A little Clog.
In the way, not the shoe.
Harbinger of Winter is down. Gonna give her some frost spells.
Gonna get countered immediately by Soulbreaker, however, giving Avelline 2 more corpses for her trouble.
Lots of spells in Allie's deck right now.
Body Bagger feeling like got away with murder. They're like, how am I still alive?
Yeah. But, she got the Rime Fang sword down, so she's gonna start to reduce the mana of her minions in hand.
That went over to the farthest over, Howling Blast, right next to the not discounted Howling Blast.
Yeah, and Allie doesn't run Lady Death Whisper because she's not the triple frost deck, so she can't do it. You can only play Lady Death Whisper if you choose to be triple frost, and Allie has either Blood or Unholy in her deck. I'm not quite sure which one.
Alliestraza is a double frost Unholy deck list.
Ooh. I bet she did that for me.
Horn of Winter off the top, plus coin. Could do some mana shenanigans if she wanted to on the side of Alliestraza. Looking like probably not the turn that she wants to pull the trigger on that, however.
Yeah.
She did pause, though. Looked pretty sure of the Rime Fang swing there. Right, cool. Necrolite off the top to get nice and snuggly with his twin buddy.
Avelline has some nice infused minions in hand too.
Yeah, still need 2 on the Famished Fool, which is making turn 5 here a little awkward.
A little.
Because Murlocula is also not infused, and yeah, Vraghoul, Necrolite, you could double drop them, but you're going to end up floating some mana either way, even if you combo it with the hero power.
I think I just saw Alliestraza wave at us. I feel like we should all wave back at her.
Yeah, make sure
Everyone
you
in
wave it
chat
out.
Wave. Just wave at Allie.
Wave emojis if you have them at the handy, please.
Smiley face wave.
Wouldn't be the worst time to drop Blightfang.
No.
Alliestraza is definitely considering it.
You can definitely also do it versus the Bone Guard, who summons all those taunt minions. Because that could give you a ton of taunts as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 6-grid screen. All of the other games going on right now. It's early enough that everyone is still 0-0.
Yeah, I can imagine someone wins already.
That would be, I would want to know the story. I would require.
I would say someone somehow summoned the Bone Guard, is that his name, on turn 1. Gave himself a 3-turn timer.
Oh, the Bone Lord.
Bone Lord and died.
Bone Lord Frostwhisper, yeah. It's made today such an interesting. It's just been the monkey wrench of the day, if you will.
Alliestraza.
Still holding on to her Blightfang, not as many minions on board now. Avelline was able to enjoy some infused value while we were checking out the other games. Alliestraza having a nice, healthy Overseer Frigidara already on the board, ready to swing this turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, like, I kind of like Rhyme Sculptor here, but at the same time it floats some mana. I mean, I don't think it's the time that she wants to use Horn of Winter or anything. So she could see, like, yeah, what does this reduce? Does it make something 1? No, it makes something 2. And does she want this Glacial Advance to hit a minion, or does she want it to go face? I feel like she wants a lot of it to go face.
So many choices, for sure. A lot of ways this could go. I might consider the Rhyme Sculptor, Horn of Winter, and the Blightfang.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to put Avelline on a clock. She's like, I need to kill you before you get to your Vampiric Blood.
Yeah.
I don't want you gaining health. And she can run those in her deck because she's triple blood.
Opts to just float the mana. Mutinous is now in hand for Avelline, perfectly on turn 7 with 7 mana. What does it eat?
Oh, she doesn't realize that there wasn't much to eat there. There was only 2 minions, Blightfang and the Harbinger. And, yeah, not a great option.
Blightfang would have been a decent piece of tech, a nice tool to remove from Alliestraza's tool belt, but it hits the Harbinger instead.
So Allie sees this as probably a good opportunity to Blightfang.
Probably as good as it's going to get with the triple blood of Avelline. Board flooding, not as likely.
Except for with the Bone Guard. Bone Guard floods a lot with all those 1/2 taunts.
That's true.
In the 8/8. So that is another opportunity, but I don't think Allie wants it to get to that point. She wants to win way before that card even.
Plus, if Bone Guard comes down, Allie already has Remorseless Winter in hand, which is it's a perfect answer to Bone Guard. At least Bone Guard's footman. Bone Guard himself is just going to be standing there like, I'm mildly inconvenienced by the damage you just did.
So Allie's going to be able to keep control of the board and go face her 5, getting 3 taunts for herself. And Blood Boil goes into the hand of Avelline, a perfect way to handle 3 of Allie's minions while gaining health back.
And even on the minions that Blood Boil won't be able to finish off, you still get the lifesteal.
Yep.
And you still put minions like Blightfang to 1 health.
Yeah, and eventually they'll die, so.
Or you also put down Astalor and then Blightfang's out of here. All you need to worry about is the remaining 5/4 of the damaged Frigidara.
Now she does have board refill with this Corpse Bride. This will summon an 8/8 for her, so it's a 5 mana 4/4 plus a 8/8. Pretty good.
Decent value for sure. Does end up using a lot of the corpses, but looking at Alliestraza's hand, really nothing else that calls for corpses.
Yeah, and she has draw with Remorseless Winter, but like you pointed out earlier, that's a perfect card for the Bone Guard that summons all the 1/2 taunts. So she's probably wanting to hang on to it for that situation and not just to draw a card.
As we've seen, things can change very quickly
There it
for
is.
Frost Death Knights. Yeah, there is that Bone Guard commander we've been talking about for multiple turns now. Pretty like if I was in Avelline's shoes too, I'd be like, this is not a bad time to see Bone Guard commander come off the top of the deck. Doesn't go for it though. We know that's a good play because
Some
we see
triple
the Remorseless
bloods.
Winter.
Yeah.
Picks up some serious control with that Soul Stealer.
Able to remove all the minions from the board and gain corpses for each enemy minion killed.
Makes it a pair of Soul Stealers as well. You look all the way on the opposite end of Avelline's hand. Been holding on to that for a while.
Yeah, it looks like she'll probably play the Astalor here just because next turn she'll have the 8-cost version that has the Mana Thirst activated. But she's gonna play my favorite card instead. No Muncher. Maybe. Oh,
Get in there,
on
No
the
Muncher.
rope.
Are you gonna do it?
Astalor, yep.
You hungry for corpse breath? No. Astalor time instead.
Yeah.
Followed up by Murlocula. What does Murlocula sound like, Listen?
Nope.
I don't know how you make a Murloc sound like a vampire, but I guess that's it.
Yeah, I think I did it right. That sounded correct to me.
Phenomenal.
I'm pretty fluent.
It's like I'm there. I guess I am there.
You are literally here.
Getting existential at the end of the day.
All right.
The Fallen Baron off the top does give Alliestraza a chance to dig more if she is unhappy with her current options.
She has 12 on board, so she would need, 18 to finish off Avelline, and it's just not quite there yet.
No.
No. Now, she does have draw in hand a bit.
And getting there in terms of the damage with things like Howling Blast and Glacial Advance in hand, but here we're seeing one of those spells that can go face, Glacial Advance, being used for board control, but it makes sense because it's got to go out on the Murlocula, which can just keep continuing to add to Avelline's health total.
Yeah. It does feel bad that a lot of these spells need to be used on minions, but now Allie has found herself a Sire Denathrius, which is great for dealing more ping damage. Allie does run a bit more of a control style deck, or mid to control, as opposed to some of the other Frost decks that we've seen that was like Meati's pure, like I go face.
Yeah. Oh, and Sire Denathrius for Avelline as well. Two late to the game Denathriuses at the same time for both of our competitors here. As the Vrykroll Necrolite onto the Soul Stealer after clearing the board. If you forgot, Vrykroll Necrolite puts a Death Rattle on a targeted friendly minion, and then it summons a 2/2 zombie with Rush at the end of it. More corpses for the pile. That being said, Avelline just being a bit of a pack rat with those corpses. All the way up to 22.
Hasn't needed to use them yet, you know.
No, you're going to burn some of them on Bone Guard Commander, but Bone Guard Commander only needs 6.
Yep. A full board of Taunties.
I'm thinking about both of them right now. Denathrius is a much bigger pickup for Avelline because she has that Bone Guard Commander in hand, whereas you look at Alliestraza, who also just found her Denathrius, there's not that many minions in hand to drop to die. One of them is Denathrius. Luckily, the other is Rhyme Sculptor, but a Bone Guard Commander, Sculptor is not.
Yeah, I do love what Allie did here. Is she was able to get back on the board to generate as much as possible, and now Avelline is likely going to. Oh, okay, she's.
The other Bone Guard Commander too, that's so good for Avelline with the Denathrius in hand. If she can stall, if she can survive, she can really power that up. But she's down to 15. Alliestraza's thinking, what happens here if I drop the Denathrius? Does 11 damage. 4 that's likely to get sucked up by the No Muncher.
Yeah, she's
You're left with 5 on board.
barely off. But she has the double Remorseless Winter in hand, which goes face. So if she can just clear this, so that Avelline doesn't get any more lifesteal, and Avelline has not been able to gain health.
And also now has, well, we know that Adathrius is in hand for Avelline as well. Oh, looks like we're gonna go one further. We're gonna refresh. We're gonna equip that Bone Breaker, and we're going to put Avelline to 1 health.
I was thinking maybe she was gonna Hero Power and go face with a 1/1.
Could have, but this keeps the weapon in play for next turn, already ready to go.
Avelline realizing she probably has to sire Denathrius here. Can't get the Bone Guard commanders down. I mean, she could, but it's so scary versus a Frost player.
Also, only 11 damage on Sire Denathrius. Very likely, Alliestraza's Denathrius will stay up.
Yep, it definitely will. Very unlikely.
Now, granted, Avelline will get an 11 health swing out of tossing down Denathrius here, but...
Not enough.
Oh! What Hail Mary is Avelline hoping for
can gain
with
health?
this Sir Finley play?
Health, asphyxiate.
There's an asphyxiate. That's a great answer.
Blood boil.
To Sire Denathrius.
Vampiric blood. Vampiric blood. Oh my gosh! This turnaround with the 20 health
This is
and a kill of a 10 attack minion. Oh, the power of Sir Finley.
The power of vampiric blood.
What a turnaround!
More than enough mana to play all of that, and just gonna be like, it's just casual, like, yeah, I know, I was at 1 health, I'm at 21 now, and I'm gonna take out your Rime Elemental.
Yeah, it's fine.
Knock down, drag out a Death Knight fight.
Allie able to double draw and get a Nerubian.
That's good. It would be better with Bran, but it's just not an option right now. Resources extremely limited for Alliestraza.
She gets a Sunwell or a Dark Transformation.
Sunwell could be the X factor that Alliestraza is looking for here. She agrees.
Doesn't have enough mana to play it this turn, but next turn can just get a full hand of spells.
It's still a lot of options, especially if she doesn't find more ways to dig into her deck by next turn.
Yeah. So here she could use her weapon and a ghoul to clear off the Sir Finley, go face for 3. I'm wondering if she's curious about using this Remorseless Winter. No, you and I know, because we saw the Bone Guard's like, she probably hold on to it, and I think she agrees. Yeah, we should hold on to that in case I need to get through some scary taunts. Putting Avelline down to 14.
Finds her own spammy off the top. Not the most impactful hand. Blood Boil starts to get there, but are you that excited about putting on only 2 minions?
I mean, her last hand was so impactful. Like, she was bound to stall out on 1 turn.
I want more.
Yeah, I want more things.
I want it all, Slissa.
I'm sorry.
All the Scourge upsets we've seen today in both directions, anything's possible.
So yeah, Avelline gonna flood the board with minions as much as she can. Able to clear the board with those minions flooding.
It has to be in a sense of, if Alliestraza could kill me, she would have done so already.
Yep. Ooh, Theatar in the hand for Allie, but I feel like Allie knows that Avelline just doesn't have much, because Avelline kind of had a little bit of a weird play there. Not that weird, it was a great clear, but wasn't able to produce more minions or anything. So I don't know if this Theatar is the greatest play. The Sunwell is exciting.
Talon's not nothing. Would draw a card for Alliestraza, which
True.
is worth quite a bit with their limited resources at the moment. Looking at that Talon, Renathal again, I'm sorry. I think
No one wants you.
You're just, wow. I mean, I was trying to put it delicately, but that's one way to say it.
At the end of the day, I'm not going to be delicate with his feelings, okay? We do not need him.
We're gonna see him tomorrow, though. It's gonna be so awkward.
He'll get over it.
Leave him outside in the cold in Northrend, no less. Ends up giving spammy Arcanist. Because the Remorseless Winter, while not a ton of damage, is still face damage.
It is. And draw.
Hematuri's going to discover a blood card. Soul Stealer Patchwork is a good get. Good-ish.
Destroy the...
Gets the Talon. Oh, Sylvanas was nice. Now, granted, still a lot of cards left in Alliestraza's deck, so no guarantees we would have even seen that Sylvanas. But the Talon would have been nice.
Out comes the Sunwell, filling the card with
This
endless cards.
is going to be spicy.
Oh, yes.
Plagued Grain up here. That's going to add some nice threats into the deck. Get added to the board. Flame Strike, not the most exciting card right now.
But can help her handle with the board.
Not sure. Okay. That takes care of the Patchwork. Getting those grain crates put into the deck. We'll see you later, ghouls.
And with a Yoink, discover hero power, cost 0, and it will set back in 2 turns.
Hunter Hero Power does more damage than the Death Knight one.
Yep, she's gonna be a hunter now.
Well, for 2 turns anyway.
Oh yeah, for a little bit.
I'm just trying to think like this. Arthas have any clue how to use a bow and arrow?
Patchwork again to just try and
Gonna
get
lose
out
the
of...
Vizier, only minion in
No,
hand for
Thalnos.
Alliestraza.
Thalnos was in hand too.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Got Thalnos. I missed it. How dare I count out Thalnos? I'm so sorry.
Thought he was your buddy.
Yeah, I'd rather have the Vizier though if I was in Alliestraza's shoes.
Definitely.
I want that spell discover. I want that spell discount. That is a pretty handsome looking board though for Avelline. What answers lie in Alliestraza's hands? Flame Strike, pretty darn expensive though, and still gonna leave up. The would be pretty worse for Wear Patchwork, but it's still a Patchwork that's on board.
It's like a 4/2. It's not terrible.
No, not the
She
worst in the
can
world.
Glacial Adventure as well, then Flame Strike, and she'd still have 2 mana left over, but she doesn't even need it. Like there's options, but I don't even know how much she would care about it. Yeah, I like going face. Face is a place. Oh.
Flame Strike gets the discount you were talking about. Wonderful sequencing. Using up that last charge of the Hunter Hero Power granted by the Yoink, granted by the Sunwell.
And a double hero power.
A lot of gifts being bestowed upon Alliestraza through the course of this game. Perfect clear onto the Patchwork. Avelline at 8 health. Soulbreaker coming out.
I wonder if it was ever the play to just go face.
Blood Boil is awkward. Less awkward now with the Chill Fallen Baron.
Yeah, your minions cost 2 less this turn. It's an interesting card. Because Allie has some draw, some discover, so this could be the turn to play it.
To the front. Get a nice little discount on Chill Fallen Baron there. Oh, gets one of the crates, gets another one of the crates. Can we keep it going? Nope, ended at 2.
She doesn't want to see this. She knows that Avelline has a blood boil. She's seen it. So I don't think she wants a bunch of 2/2s.
That's very true. Do
All
you
right.
go Scourge here? Do you risk it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at her. I was like, Scourge, hello? Right? Why not?
Your team's ahead. You know you're against a blood player. They have a lot of points they need to make up.
Wait. We're not scourging?
We're not Scourging.
Oh, wait. Give your minion deal 3 damage. Oh, wait. Give your minion death rattle, deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Okay.
Yes, Shadow Suffusion. Again, enemy. That's face. Enemy is face.
Face,
Especially
so-
right now with Aveline's board of no other minions.
Yeah, because if she plays Blood Boil, okay, well, she's going to get back 2, 4, 6, 8. I mean, 12.
It's a serious heal.
But she's going to take more damage than she heals.
Yeah, and leave up the Vizier, and we're going to have the other halves of the Shambling Zombies return via the Handy Dandy Reborn,
Handy dandy.
making its return in March of the Lich King.
I think that's just lethal for Allie. I mean, there's the Gnome Muncher.
It is more heal, but you can't do that and Blood Boil in the same turn.
But yeah, Blood Boil would be bad. So she has to just No Muncher. Oh, one goes face.
Looking grim. Some difficult decisions to be made here if you're in Avelline's shoes. No, oh.
Did the No Muncher not attack? Oh, because it went face, it didn't attack. And
That's what it was.
Alliestraza gets the win.
We were waiting for that animation to complete, to see the lethal go through.
Yep, but she gets the win with that card. I would have just auto-picked the Scourge because I ski Scourge, I want Scourge.
Sunwell really throwing that entire game for a loop at the end. Alliestraza putting a point on the board. Some wonderful little tidbits here. Oh, hey, favorite competitor, Brian Kibler.
Who would have thunk it? One of her oops moments was falling off the stage at a tournament live on air. I believe they had to cut off her ring when that happened.
Oh, no.
But yeah, it was a very scary moment, but she is okay.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the deck list that Alliestraza just piloted to a win. Although, you know what's not in that deck list? Sunwell, which played a pretty major role in the game we just watched.
I don't know if a lot of players brought Sunwell, but I feel like a lot of players have discovered it and used it to their advantage.
It's come up a lot. It's been passed over quite a bit, but the few times it has been picked today, it has been a major game changer.
Do you think that those players are undervaluing the Sunwell?
I think it's more about when we get into these scenarios where they run out of resources and they just need something, anything to give them some gas in the tank.
Anything.
To try and be impactful.
Yeah, Sunwell's already live now for players to play early. Very fun card.
Yeah, right now it's a familiar card for everyone. Alliestraza deciding to keep Theotar. And Avelline with a fairly awkward opening hand with the exception of Body Bagger already in play.
Yeah, Allie able to discover pretty early. Finds Howling Blast.
Imajor Frostbreaker was an option too. I haven't seen him today.
See, no Imajars. Even though I worked on saying the name. I worked on my pronunciation and no one played it.
Ymir? Imajar?
Imajar.
It's something I always said in my head during World of Warcraft. Never went up and looked at the actual pronunciation. We were told at the beginning of this. I was very proud. I was like, yes, my brain is correct. Another Body Bagger coming off the top of the deck there for Avelline, which she can play alongside Soulbreaker. Decides not to. Oh, wait, no. There we go. A little bit of an animation delay.
Allie with more draw in hand picks up another piece of draw with this Harbinger and has the Chillfallen Baron. So we'll have options for draw, Blood Mage Salnos, but likely to keep that for more spell damage later.
Alliestraza already just with a hand. Cybernetics being in hand, very important this early in the game. 4 mana to mess with. Remorseless Winter not looking like the way you want to go. You could open up the Glacial Advance and enjoy your discount. Also, though, could coin, but doesn't have an easy 5 to use.
Yeah, I feel like coin. I feel a little awkward here.
Might Chillfallen Baron first, see what I draw, and then consider coining out Harbinger. Alliestraza disagrees.
We go face.
Says, you know what's better? Face damage.
Yeah.
You know what's even better? More face damage. Also, guess what? They're frozen now, and they have a weapon equipped. Feels good, Arthas. We know what else feels good? Drawing your impactful Murlocs. While the best Murloc caster in North America.
Thank you.
Looks on.
I love a Murloc package in this Blood deck. I think it's so cool.
Top Murloc impersonator, NA.
All right, so another opportunity for Allie to draw. Now that she's on 5, she can chill Fallen Baron, she can Harbinger. I don't think she's that worried about Avelline's board.
Yeah, it's just also just like, what else do you really do here? What are the options? You could develop Thalnos alongside Baron, but if you're going to have a delayed draw on Death Rattle anyway, you might as well save your spell damage. Decides to go Howling Blast and then develop the Harbinger. There's the No Muncher.
Nom nom.
You've been our buddy through thick and thin, through this entire broadcast, No Muncher. Makes me happy knowing we'll see him tomorrow. Another Remorseless winner off the top for Alliestraza. That's both copies in her hand.
That's a Glacial Advance to deal with it, but again, she wants to go face, so... But also doesn't want Avelline to heal. I'm gonna throw out a Theatar, see what she gets offered. She gets offered Murlocula, Famished Fool, or Blood Boil.
Yeah, this is... I might... I'd lean Famished Fool, not that Allie needs to draw here. Looks like she went for the Blood Boil, removing more healing options from Avelline.
She's been given the opportunity to give to Avelline her Sire Denathrius, her Blood Mage Thalnos, or her Remorseless Winter.
Here, have 2 damage that doesn't heal you.
Yep, takes the Bloodsteel, gives away her Remorseless Winter.
But here's 2 mana that technically heals you, but also adds on to your total effective health. Vampiric Blood making yet another appearance today on the Death Knight Showmatch.
She's looking at this Mutinous. Don't
What's it
do
gonna
it.
eat? Will it get the Sire Denathrius? It does!
She gets the
Wow.
Sire Denathrius out of Allie's hand.
14-14 Mutinous and taking an early game Denathrius that was sitting pretty, getting infused, ready to bring the damage and the healing.
Allie doesn't look phased. She's like, okay, we got this. We can deal with 50 damage and not having a Sire Denathrius.
In a 14-14 Mutinous.
And a 40, I can deal with all this. This is fine.
Had to be expecting that it was a potential play. Drew 3 Murlocs. Even though Mutinous was already in hand, we already knew that. But drawing
Right.
that many Murlocs, chance of Mutinous, very high.
And I think that's why she played the Theatar when she did. She was trying to grab the Mutinous before it got to her Sire Denathrius.
Yeah, that would have been wonderful
But
had it turned out that way.
It missed. Avelline just getting complete board control right now. She's the aggressor. Allie's in control, or trying to get back control. And she doesn't have the tools she needs. She has some stuff. She has Blood Boil.
And down to 12 health on top of it.
She can't even Remorseless Winter into Blood Boil, though. Oh.
This Mutinous. Avelline is just sending him into victory with all 14 damage in tow. What a Allie's even potential plays here. Blood Boil gets the heal on. Yeah, I would defrost and see what else I might be able to find.
2 armor. Or no, 2 damage. 5 armor after that.
2 damage. You can set up for at least one of these Murloculas to die with that.
Yeah.
On top of the Blood Boil, but you're gonna have to use your Horn of Winter to hit that mana total.
Yeah, so basically, it's not lethal on board anymore with this. Puts Avelline to 17, but Allie heals enough to stay alive at 18.
And keep so forth.
Oh wait, but Avelline has her hero power. It's not enough. She just presses button, and Avelline takes the win versus Allie, making it a tie 1-1 between Blood and Frost.
Yeah, congratulations. Well played, Avelline. My goodness.
Over here, we now have Disguised Toast versus Thijs.
Up 1 game. Team Unholy, haven't you gotten enough points today?
Disguised Toast has not gotten that many points today, but he has a turnaround because he just beat Cantelope in the last round. So I feel like Disguised Toast is getting back into that Hearthstone groove.
A big part of Unholy's contesting of Frost's late in the day lead.
Yes.
From Disguised Toast.
Toast on the Unholy deck.
And sizes, my goodness.
Yeah.
A lot of thinking going on here.
Our gift of the
Been a long day for all our players with entirely new cards, entirely new decks that they have had to learn in real time today.
Yeah, it looks like Toast over here. He has some Stitch Giants. He has an Infused Sylvanas. He has a nice anti-magic shell, so definitely would make sense to try and get a wide board going so he could get that anti-magic shell online. Trying to get as sticky of a board as possible. Thijs finds his Vampiric Blood and is able to gain 10 health easily.
That is so much Reborn for Disguised Toast. Going to be piling on the corpses, which, as we know, Unholy has plenty of ways to exploit.
Yeah, Thijs was able to clear off most of the minions, leaving only 2 1/1s on board for Disguised Toast.
It's a Plague Strike off the top for Disguised Toast.
Pretty nice, but he does have the Army of the Dead, which would allow him to do some value trading, go face, especially with his anti-magic shell. Perfect 8 mana as well.
And deal with the 2/2 that is currently attached to Spammy Arcanist.
And he could drop a Stitch Giant, though I wonder if he wants to hold on to that.
We'll see.
I wonder, because he just traded instead of Rush, so I wonder if he's trying to play around Blood Boil. But we just see a Blood Boil.
Kind of setting up for a pretty tasty Soul Stealer counter by Thijs next turn. The Soul Stealer don't care what anti-magic business you put on all of your Risen Ghouls.
Yeah, which is why you can't play around it as a Unholy player. You just gotta hope they don't have it.
Take your licks for sure.
Fortunately, Thijs has it for Disguised Toast, but Toast finds that comeback play in the Scourge.
What's it gonna be? No Bone Lord, but oh, that is a wonderful Invincible. Getting the double death rattle from the Reborns puts out 10/10 total stats, plus potentially 2 taunts. Could end up on the same undead.
Yep.
Thijs saying, I want to know what problem I'm going to have right now. Let's kill Invincible and see where that buff goes. Ends up heading over to the Vile Apothecary and following that up with yet another Soul Stealer, which will leave the Reborn Disarmed Zombie coming off the backside of that, picking up the other Invincible Rain buff.
Now there's a Nerubian Vizier in Disguised Toast's hand that can help discover a spell, and it will cost 2 less because of a friendly undead dying. And another
Scourge, potentially. Exactly what he grabbed.
I know you guys couldn't see it, but it didn't matter. Scourge was there, he took Scourge.
It was a snap pick.
Snap pick of the Scourge.
Discounted to a convenient 7. With a deal like that, how can you not Scourge?
Exactly.
Well, not this turn, but eventually, when you have the mana to do it.
Next turn.
This truly pumped up Disarmed Zombie gonna go face for 6. Thijs, however, sitting on all the health.
There's one of Toast's favorite cards, the Lorthamar.
Yeah, rocking that gorgeous Blood Elf armor. Ghoul charge going in, bringing it down to 5. Going to dig with the Infused Famished Fool, see what 3 cards come off the top.
More draw.
Finds another Soul Stealer.
How many
Finds
can you
Bone
have?
Guard Commander, which when you're sitting on top of 20 corpses, probably pretty happy to see that. But I think Disguised Toast is just as happy to drop Lorthamar Theron and double the stats of the minions in his deck.
Yeah, and I feel like here he's just gotta go face. Just start chipping away at that infinite health of Thijs. By infinite, I mean previously 60, I believe, was his highest.
Still a lot of health, still no major finishers like a Denathrius in hand for either of our players.
We do have the Scourge, which could have a 3-turn timer on it. It has the possibility. Oh, we do get a Sire Denathrius into Thijs' hand.
Which is just great, as we've seen all day with the Bone Guard Commander. Blood aren't as bummed out about the late Denathrius finds as the other two runes for Death Knights.
Yeah, definitely, because he can summon just so many taunts on 8 mana with that Bone Guard Commander. So yeah, he's going to just kill off 1 minion to get 1 extra corpse into his graveyard. And oh, he's going to clear the board with Spammy Arcanist.
I wonder if we're going to see more decks slot in Bone Guard Commanders, because they are in that 1 Blood Rune slot, so you could put it in to a Double Frost or a Double Unholy deck if you wanted Blood to be your 1 complementary rune, and that would still set you up for some nice late game Denathrius gas. Degathrius?
No.
You're right. You're right. You shouldn't commend that one. All right, we got another Scourge in play. That's the second one of the game. Another Invincible coming off of that Scourge play.
Along with a Bone Guard Commander and Alexandra Smogreen.
Yeah.
Just stats really on this one, not a lot of crazy, but the Invincible's really nice.
Yeah.
Didn't have Reborn.
Were there any Reborns? Just Invincible, Invincible does not buff itself.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Disguised Toast.
That was a hard Scourge to say goodbye to. And yet, we're not done with Invincible this game. Off the top here.
Double stats.
Or Disguised Toast.
Yeah. 10-10.
Disguised Toast is gonna get the other Astalor into game. We're way past Mana Thirst at this point. Definitely ready to get 16 damage off of Astalor the Flamebringer.
The time has come to dethrone our
Prince Ranathal going out like, and I helped.
I did this.
5-5 trade into a 5-5, get the ghoul out to do a single bit of chip damage to Stitch Giant. I applaud that ghoul. The
Good
bravery.
job, Ghoul. Very brave.
Bravery.
School teacher in hand for Disguised Toast. If he wants to find something to help deal with all these taunts, which he is going to go take a look for.
Yeah, could
Howling Blast.
find an answer.
Howling Blast if he had Blood Mage Thalnos, which I'm not quite sure if he runs in this deck. Maybe. It's a little late for it though.
Versus Dark Transformation or Icy Touch. I don't see why you would go Icy Touch here.
Yeah, because you're able to Dark Transformation. Like you can run the Bone Geist into a 1/2, then Dark Transformation it. But he does go with the Howling Blast. That will freeze the 8/8 if he would like.
Still has mana for that Infuse Sylvanas as well. Yeah, just grab the 8/8. Why freeze it?
Nice.
Why freeze an 8/8 when you can have the 8/8?
True.
I do believe we have seen. Checking real fast. We've seen all of the easy board clear, at least out of Thijs.
Well, Corpse Explosion's still over there.
That's true. Which, I don't know, I think 30 corpses will get him there.
I do believe it will.
My math may not be the strongest. Not as strong as you, Slissa, but I do believe 30 corpses is enough.
I agree. I completely agree, but Asphyxiate is all Thijs really needs to deal with that big minion. He doesn't have to be too worried about these other ones because he just has flooded his board with Taunt, has some Mistress of Mixtures to keep his health up. He's taking it easy.
And No Muncher, gonna get a little more healing going on here.
Nom nom.
45 health wasn't enough. I want 50. All right, let's see how the damage shakes out. Does it get a full clear? It does.
Ooh, yes. Able to go face.
Also brings a little healing with the mistresses there.
Getting him back down to 40.
Hey, that means Toast has more effective health than Thijs. Courtesy of armor.
Another Bone Guard Commander down.
What
So
is
at this point,
Denathrius
yeah,
up to?
Denathrius is at 20 right now. But, I'm going to be at 27 soon. On the other side, we see Disguised Toast getting to Bran and has an infused Sylvanas for that 8/8.
Actually not going to be to 27 soon because Disguised Toast does not have an easy answer to all of these 1/2s. Can take care of the 8/8.
He's slowly ping away at them.
Yeah, but going to have to take the slow route of ramming 8/8s into 1/2 taunts.
It's not a trade you want to make. It's a very sad, unhappy trade. That 8/8 should be going face.
Thijs just being like, let's see, I could just keep infusing here, or I could just Corpse Explode.
Yep.
Set himself up for a big dang.
Not sure why he didn't run
Denathrius.
his 1/2s into the 7 health just to save one corpse. I don't know. But Toast finally getting to his side, Denathrius.
Probably started to think about the math, looked at his corpse total, and went, it doesn't matter.
But what if he somehow gets Lord Marogar?
You're right.
It matters.
You're right. There could be shenanigans.
Shenaniganery. It happens all the time in this game.
Shenanigans is what I'm going to start calling it. Dealing with the value trade.
They'll just leave up only a 2/1, which is quite nice.
Disguised Toast again with that classic, not particularly infused Sire Denathrius, but definitely inhuged.
Inhuged, for sure.
Is it time for Bran? He still has the coin. He has the mana to Bran into invincible.
I've seen so much of like unholy decks where I'm like, they just lost. They have nothing. They have nothing. But I've seen it numerous times today where they get the Scourge and all of a sudden they're just...
They just pull it out. You know, they exhaust the blood of their answers and are left with big minions.
Yep. So, you know, I'm not going to count Toast out.
Yeah, that being said, we're still quite a ways away from fatigue, with Thijs having 11 cards still in deck, 10 after that beginning of turn draw, finding his own Bran's Bronzebeard off the top there.
Yeah, he does have Bran with Mutinous, and with our caster vision, we could see that he could eat 2 minions and destroy that 20/20 Sire Denathrius, which looks like he's gonna do, making a giant Mutinous nom.
Is this it? Does this snap Toast in 2?
Oh, Thijs is so excited about that play.
Ooh,
He
indeed,
knows.
Thijs. Ooh, indeed.
So
Tomb Guardians. Oh, yeah.
Looks like face is the place for Toast, right? Just go face and hope that Thijs he just kills him before he can get to the 10/10 with all those taunts.
Does have to get through those pesky 2/2s to 12/8. It does not seem long for this world, however. As a matter of fact, Thijs can clear off all the undead, leaving nothing else for the buffs of Invincible to even land on. Although, doesn't opt to go that route. There was still a Reborn in play, wasn't there? No, there wasn't. Yeah,
Nope, he killed it off first, and now...
see what we draw. Acolyte of Death is not an undead, so this buff from Invincible will not land on her.
It's going to draw a Bone Digger Geist, which
Continue drawing.
isn't... Yeah.
Oh, that's the concede, which I believe is our final game of the day. Thijs and Disguised Toast ending in a tie. Death Knights.
Death Knights, yes. That's how I feel after today, too. That's just all my brain's saying. Death Knights.
I was wondering what way that was going to go, if Toast was going to find a way to exhaust the blood of their resources and leave behind a bunch of large unholy minions, but no.
Nope.
Blood, at least, eking out the tie there.
Yeah, we were seeing like Blood was kind of losing it in the last part, but no, Thijs was able to get themselves a tie, and make sure that blood isn't totally out of the running.
Well, here we are at the end of the day, but before we go, we want to talk to Meati. We're going to bring him in here live, coming off the back of a 7-game winning streak today after starting 0-4. Meati, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Team Frost, we're the best team.
Yeah, that was such
We're
a
top of the
comeback from you
table.
guys. You guys were, you know, down in the first couple rounds and then just swung it all the way around. Can you tell me about when you guys were deck building? Did you do a lot of the deck building? I know that you're pretty good at it. Or did you guys do more of a collaborative team effort?
Yeah, so I think everyone from the team worked super, super hard. So me and BunnyHoppor, I think, started out with a lot of the deck building. We got a good foundation, and then on Monday and Tuesday, we got Ali and Regis in, and both of these guys worked super hard as well. I think all 4 of us were, you know, in the call. I think 6 hours both of those days, just learning the decks, refining the decks. And if I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look, but my deck, Ali's deck, and Regis's deck, they're very similar, right? We went for, like, basically they're about 5 cards different, you know, depending on obviously what the runes allow. BunnyHoppor went for a bit of a different strat, I think, because in our testing we were a bit worried that our decks would not perform so well against the blood decks. But yeah, so BunnyHoppor went for that really interesting Kazakhstan build. But everyone was in agreement that was a good strat to go for, that kind of mix of decks.
Do you feel like you owe any of that insane win streak to the fact that you were triple Frost?
I think I just got lucky. I think I just lost all my games at the start, and then I won all the ones in the middle. And the way that the scoring works, just favored that. Like,
got them all out of the way early, so you could clear it and just start running the board. So, you know, we're also curious. You know, we find it fascinating that you're also a doctor. Where do you find, you know, time for Hearthstone and to be as good as you are while also treating patients? I don't know if you saw earlier, they had a factoid for how many patients you have.
Oh, I have a lot of... Wait, do they know how many patients I have?
Yeah, 3,500.
Yeah, damn. Oh, damn. Yeah, I have a lot of patience. But yeah, I'm just pretty fast. So I do my job quickly. I have a positive attitude. If you have a positive mindset, then you can really do anything you want to do. I mean, it also helps that I don't really have any friends apart from my wife. So... Oh, and Twitch chat, obviously.
You
Twitch
gotta
chat.
throw that in there. Make sure you go follow me. And are you excited about tomorrow? Do you feel like your team chemistry is really building? And do you think that tomorrow you guys are gonna take it?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think, you know, we got great chemistry in the team. Like, after each round, we're all like sharing our scores, and we're all like cheering for each other. And I think we're gonna take it home. I think it's coming home for Team Frost. In fact, I think there's no way that it's that we're not gonna win this whole thing, if I'm honest.
Ooh, what a call!
I'm excited for you. I came into this. I wanted to see Frost deliver. I'm a bit of a Frost Death Knight fanboy myself. You know, started a little rough, but my goodness, I was so jazzed in the middle of the day. It was wonderful getting to watch you and your team play. So. Thank you so much for your time today. We know how hard you've worked for this. I felt like every time we looked at our phone, we checked Discord, Team Frost chat was just a wall.
Yes, we were able to see who was practicing and when they were practicing, and we got to see Frost practicing so hard. So it's great to see how well it's turned out.
Yeah, so thanks again, Meati, and good luck tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity as well. Like, I was just thinking, like, this is definitely the coolest Hearthstone thing I've ever done. I freaking love Death Knights. I love Hearthstone. So I'm super grateful. Thank you.
Glad you could be here.
That makes many of us, Meati. All right. And that does it for day one. Thank you all so very much for tuning in to all of the Death Knight action. Actually, we're going to break real fast, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. That's not it just yet. We've got day 2 to talk about and also need to check in on the player standings because there was so much Death Knight action today that we need to see how the points shook out. Slissa, where are we now?
We have Team Frost leading by 4 points to Team Unholy, so a very, very tight match between the two. Team Blood with only 22 points, but still plenty of games tomorrow for them to make a comeback. We can see here, Dog has the most points of 18.
Took the lead
over
lead. Meati.
But 2, 3, and 4 are all Frost players with Meati, Regis, Killbin, and BunnyHoppor. Feno and HunterAce right below them.
Look at all those talented players tying at 10 points.
Alliestraza up there as well for Team Frost, and that you can see why Team Frost is just doing so well.
Yeah, but let's talk about the format of day 2 because while we will still have a little bit of round robin tomorrow, things are gonna change up with day 2. Still gonna have our teams, same players, same breakdown. Stage 1 is going to continue, but after that comes stage 2 and we move to a best of 1 format. Slissa, what is Death's Challenge?
So the best player from each team will become the knight for their team, and they will nominate another player to be the challenger that will challenge the other opposing team's knights. Challengers will utilize points to challenge the knights. So basically, all those points they've accumulated through round robin, they can now use those points and challenge them. Say, you have 30 points, I might challenge 10 to the first round, and I can earn 10 more points. Or I'd lose the points if you lose to that other team's Death Knight. So the challenger is trying to get more points out of what they have.
Think of it like a bank. I mean, all day we've been counting the banks of corpses.
Yep.
It's the same thing here with the points that our teams have accumulated.
Challengers will win 2 times the amount of points. I just misspoke there, but they will get 2 times the amount of points, or they will forfeit their points. So there is a big comeback mechanic tomorrow that we're really looking forward to.
I cannot wait to see the shakeup tomorrow when we move into that format. What a day. I am so hyped for Death Knight. Like I said multiple times today, I have been waiting for this since the beta of Hearthstone, which all the way back in 2013 for crying out loud. But that's going to wrap it up for day 1. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. But also, thank you to our players and thank you to the production staff. Everyone here has been incredible. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the Death Knight Showmatch.
If you have a positive mindset, then you can really do anything you want to do.